Let's see if we can get people to come up and disagree, everyone. Um, hello, hello, hello. Yeah, so thank you, thank you, thank you. Absolutely not for a second should we consider increasing it, everyone. Okay. Guest requests are on if you have strong feelings about... The IDF is the Israeli Defense Force. The IDF is the Israeli Defense Force. Yeah. Anyway, keep on sending likes, everyone. We have 61 people, which is absolutely gorgeous. Maybe we can get some people up here to discuss, to debate. I just want to use my platform right. It's currently 4 o'clock in the morning, and I woke up and I decided that I felt an obligation to come up and start talking. I felt an obligation to lend my platform to this issue because if you're not speaking on this issue, you're an American taxpayer, you are being complicit. You are funding and supporting an apartheid state. Anyway, keep on share this with people that disagree. Share this with people that know what they're talking about. Share this with people who want to discuss. Um, if we can get a good live going, that would be absolutely lovely. And if you're, let's see, I'm gonna take 2 seconds. I'm gonna change the background. Um, I'm unwell. There we go. There we go. There we go. Of course, we burgeon viewers as it goes on, but anyone sending likes, I do appreciate. Nope. We're not going to do that today. Who do? Who are you talking about? The over 1 million Gazan women and children that are currently being attacked? Is that who you're talking about? Bro doesn't have to study foreign policy and global affairs to call out international war crimes. Guest requests are on, everyone. If you want to come to... I know you can. Come discuss it. Let's talk. What was the international war crime? The blockade on Gaza, the unaliving of reporters, the unaliving of Red Cross representatives, the unaliving of UN peacekeepers. The settlements are a violation of international law. Must we go on? The use of white phosphorus that they're actively engaging in. That's a violation of international law when they use it in civilian areas, which is a huge amount of Gaza. Where are my sources? Literally anywhere. We can go into the media reporting right now. I am not pro-Hamas. I love when people have the audacity to come up here and suggest that. I mean, if you knew 2 seconds about what I advocate, what I discuss, you would know that I'm not pro-Hamas. But once again, you are being pro-Israel. You have choice, and you're choosing poorly. Where am I? I'm currently in England. And what does Israel do? By the way, okay, for the people that say that Hamas uses in citizens. I denounce Hamas. You do see me denouncing Hamas. I've said it before. I've said it multiple times, right? But it is ridiculous. Do you denounce the IDF? Do you denounce Israel? Do you denounce the actions of the Israeli state? Like, why is that the bar, right? Why is that the bar for starting a conversation? Why do I have to enter it denouncing people that are despicable and you don't, right? It's intellectually irresponsible. It's despicable, and it's a classic tactic of like Zionist propaganda, right? You get the luxury rhetorically of not opening, right, with a denunciation, but I don't. You won't engage with me if I don't, right? Denounce the Israeli government, denounce the IDF. You're really silent now, aren't you? Because it's ridiculous and it's hypocritical. So yeah, if you're asking me to denounce it, denounce the despicable human rights violations of your group. You're supporting Israel. The flag's in your bio, bro. And do you care about the 1,900 confirmed civilian deaths on by the IDF? Do you care about that? Come talk to me. Get the Israeli flag out of your bio if you're going to talk to me about civilian unaliving. Stop supporting it. So don't. It's the peak of hypocrisy. It is the peak of hypocrisy, right? To call make foundationless accusations, and also you can be a Jewish Israeli. Enjoy that. You don't have to support the state. You don't have to support the government. And to come on here and make baseless accusations against me is irresponsible. Because yes, I did speak up against the action, right, against the Israelis when they were committed. Also, okay, Israel does not target civilians, while Hamas does. Okay, when you target them or not, it matters a whole lot more if they're unalived. Okay? So I don't doubt targeting of civilians is absolutely despicable. Reckless and wanton violence in civilian areas is just one step away. Just one step away from that. We all know that, right? We all know that the usage of white phosphorus, for example, is a violation. We all know that civilians are going to be unalived. We all know that 1 million civilians cannot evacuate within a day. We all know that, right? But Israel is going to turn to the Western world and say, look what we did. Look at all these things, all these excuses that we have for human rights violations. We can say we're so much better than Hamas. We're so much better. It doesn't have to be a contest, right? Yes, they commit war crimes. Their war crimes don't justify yours. That is a childish view. That is a childish view to say they started it. Come on now. Come on now. We all know who the more powerful country is. We all know who the people with the power are, and we all know that they're using it wantonly and horrendously. And one side's despicable actions don't justify the others. It doesn't matter if you give them a heads up, if you tell them to go to the Egyptian crossing, and then you attack that. Is that better? Is that better? And what do you think Hamas is? Not surrounded by people who want to annihilate it? Like what? But is it better? Like, genuinely tell me. Is it better to give civilians a warning to leave and then attack them when they're leaving? Is that a morally righteous thing to do? Because your excuses fail, right? When they literally attack them when they're leaving. Where are they going to go? Genuinely tell me. Genuinely tell me where the Gazan civilians, most of whom are children, or at least I think it's roughly like 40%, are children. Less than 18. Where are they going to go? Where am I a hypocrite? Come debate me. Come talk to me. Show my hypocrisy. I would love to be proven a hypocrite. I've already shown you that, number one, you just lie about me. Okay? You just lie about me. Because I do condemn Hamas. I have denounced Hamas clearly in multiple times. And that just flew over you. Apologized. And second of all, that I actually care about human solutions, human lives, right? Come on. What's my solution? That's the first. So I'm an American citizen. I'm an American voter. We do. We do. I would tell Iran to do that. You know who I'm not? Iran. This is the thing. Okay? Of course we tell Iran to do it. Every Westerner says Iran should stop doing that. Okay? I'm an American. They are my American tax dollars. They're my parents' American tax dollars. They are my good friends' American tax dollars. You 200% need our money. And if you don't, stop accepting it. If I'm an American, what I can do is advocate what my government should do. Because my government has propped up this state, right, for the past 75 years. Okay? So we can take our actions. And our action should be this. Yeah, and how much of that is trade with the Western world, John? How much of that is because of free trade agreements propped up by colonial policies? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. How did they become one of the wealthiest countries in that area, right, without extraordinary natural resources? Because of free trade agreements propped up by the Western world. You do need our support. Talk to me. Genuinely talk to me, right? If Israel lost its special trade status with the UN, with the EU, if Israel lost the massive amount of military, billions and billions of dollars being sent from the US, from Britain, from the EU, right? Tell me what the state of affairs would be. And more importantly, I love that you're saying that, because also it doesn't really matter. If Israel can stand on its own, cool. No. Free trade is not necessarily colonial. Free trade with a colony is colonial. Free trade with only a colony in a given area is colonial. Anyway. If they can stand on their own, fine. But I, as an American citizen, do not want to be complicit in the despicable acts being committed by the IDF, right? So it's not just, right, that in fact it would make a big difference. But it is that I don't want to be complicit. And neither should any of you. Stop being complicit. Yeah, so, Marmar, if you see anything flagrantly anti-Semitic, please mute it. Anything flagrantly anti-Semitic or anything flagrantly Islamophobic, please do it. I mean, we have had some despicable comments thus far, so let's just be really clear. Yeah, do free Palestine from Hamas and the IDF, because you know who funded, once again, who propped up the Hamas? Israel. Israel did. Just to be very clear, I don't claim Jewish ethnic heritage. I do have some of my grandfather's side, so I'm about like 10% Jewish, Ashkenazi. But I don't claim American Jewish ethnic heritage. That's not the point of this discussion. It's not terribly relevant. But just know that, you know, Judaism is near and dear to my heart. I grew up in a very Jewish neighborhood. I grew up with dear Jewish friends. I have a lot of respect for the Jewish religion, culture, and tradition. But it's not my own, and I don't want to appropriate it. I know, it's very telling. It's very, very telling when lots of people have disagreed with me. Guest requests are on. Guest requests are on. Send a guest request if you disagree with me. And we can talk actual face-to-face rather than comments. Also, I am sick. That's why I'm speaking like this. I also have to really speak quietly. Because my roommates were here, so yeah. Anyway, if we can get this out to more people, that would spark joy in my heart, because obviously some of the other leftist creators on here are not necessarily advocating as much, but if you can share it, it etc. I don't know or respect history. Come prove that to me. Come prove that to me. I am tired, but I took like, I don't know. I've been sick. I've been tired for the past 4 days. I can't sleep. Um, Partially due to sickness, partially because I felt like I wasn't speaking on this enough. And how do you feel about the IDF forcibly requiring every Israeli citizen to join it? You know? How do you feel about Israel using their citizens as human shields within the settlements? You know? How do you feel about Israel being founded on settler colonialism, using humans as shields? You know? So both are disgusting. Both are despicable. And I think the actions of Hamas specifically are disgusting. I don't doubt that. But it is incredibly irresponsible. It is so irresponsible, right? To just call out one side. The UK is
Hey,
directly
what's up?
responsible for all of this. Luca, hello.
How's it going?
Going real well.
Pretty great. So what is your whole opinion on the whole so first, let me get your opinion. Do you denounce Hamas's actions of murdering men, women, children, shooting elderly people in their
Let's use,
home?
sorry, I'm just going to stop you there. Let's use TikTok friendly language just
Oh
so
yeah, yeah, yeah. My bad,
we
my
can
bad,
maintain our
my bad.
platform. Totally wrong. And to answer that incredibly painful question that is consistently asked, I'm just going to answer it with the proper framing. Um, why do you start with that question?
The reason I start with it is because ever since 2006, the Palestinian people, Gaza specifically, have voted Hamas to be the leaders of their government in
By
Gaza.
what margin?
Oh God, by like, I mean, I don't know. I would have to pull up the numbers, but like 86%.
44%.
Oh, pull it up. That's absolute bullshit, man.
I literally have. I mean, we can pull it up if we want. It was
No, no,
44%
let's
of the
pull it up.
Gazan people.
If I'm wrong
It
on
was
that, I'll concede. But let's
44%.
pull it up. This is important to the point.
So the 2006 election you're referencing, okay, is 44%. But I can pull it up. I have the number. I have my computer right in front of me. 2006 Gaza election. And then I'm going to give my greater response to this, but I love responding to this with the. So there are a few really interesting. Yep. Okay. The result was a victory, Hamas, contesting under the list name of Change and Reform, which received 44.45% of the vote. That's
So, but
Wikipedia,
how did they get
which
elected
cites
then?
its source. Because Fatah, right, the contesting, right, which is similar, I believe is related to the PLO, received 41% of the vote.
Okay. So they did. So they did win them. Okay. All right. So what you're trying to tell me then is you're going to surmise. How about we pull up like the UN polling data on what are the opinions of Islamic people and Muslim majority nations about how they feel about
This is
terrorism?
called moving the goalposts, but more importantly, right, let's
Well,
talk
no,
about
I think
electoralism
it's
in
actually
Palestine. Because
central
no, but
for
it's
our
not though,
issue.
because it's fascinating. Because your first move is to conflate the Palestinian people with Hamas,
I'm not
right?
conflating
That's
anything.
your first. Well, then that's the
Do you
rhetorical
want me to
move
give
you're
you
engaging
videos?
in.
Do you want me to give you videos right now of people in Gaza cheering the
I'm
kidnapped
talking about.
people?
I'm talking about the goalpost you set, right? Which is elections.
Do you
So
want
let's
me?
talk.
Okay, all
No, no,
right. So
no,
like
no,
I said, bro,
Luca. I'm not gonna. Wait, no, no, no. We're not gonna move on this point because I want to talk about the truth of this point. The Palestinian 2006 election, if you believe it to be relevant, let's talk about it. Hamas did not receive a majority, right? And also, Hamas was receiving tacit support, tacit support from Israel during this time.
what does that even mean? What does tacit support
They
mean?
were receiving tacit and covert support from Israel at this time. Israeli
Oh, okay,
ministers
dude,
have
dude, dude, dude,
admitted
dude.
this.
That is the stupidest thing, and I'm sorry I don't believe you're stupid, but that
Take
is the
that up with the
stupidest
Israeli
thing I've
ministers
ever.
that admitted it.
You're absolutely lying. Why the hell would the Israelis want to elect people who want to murder them? Do you know what the charter of Hamas is?
Once again, let's use Luca.
To
This is
kill.
let's
No,
use
no. What
TikTok
are the
friendly
four charters
language.
of Hamas, bro? What are the four charters of Hamas? To kill every single
Yeah,
Jewish
Luca.
person, man, woman, and
Once again,
child in the land of
I'm going to
Israel.
reiterate that you will be kicked if you don't use TikTok friendly language.
I'm sorry. I'm
Merely to
sorry. I'm
protect you
sorry.
and my platform.
Right,
I
right, right, right.
hear you. I know what you're saying. We understand. Why did they do it? Because Israel. Okay, first of all, the fact is they did it.
No,
Okay,
I don't believe you. What's your evidence for
that's
that?
great, Luca. Do your own research.
No, no, no,
But
no, no. You just said something that seems incredibly ridiculous. I want you to present me with evidence, like you just did that other point.
wait, I don't. No, no, no. So I don't have the standard of proof here. First of
Okay.
all,
No, no, no,
you
no.
are the
You
one that
do
brought
because
this
you're
up.
no. It's a positive assertion. You're giving a positive assertion, so you do need proof.
No, 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 no. I'm giving context to your assertion. But beyond that, Luca, right?
Okay, so that's
The
B. I just
reason.
called BS. That's not true.
Shh. Stop speaking for 2 seconds.
Okay, all right, man. I don't think we can conduct ourselves in a respectable manner. So you
You
have a great.
can't conduct yourself. You're not letting me speak, Luca. Okay. Has he left? Is he leaving? I don't know. If you disagree with me, send a guest request. Send a guest request down here. Luca, you're out of the app. I can't see or hear you. He did go off the app. I don't know. Like, if he comes back on the app, it might be embarrassing. But point is, let's just talk about this because you have to know precisely how these people argue, how pro-Israel people argue. The first move is to bully you. The first move is to bully you. Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn these actions? Of course I condemn them. Obviously we condemn them, right? But they won't for 2 seconds consider condemning the IDF. And the conversation wouldn't go on if I did the same move. Condemning, do you condemn IDF? Do you condemn the Israeli government? Right? Secondly, they attempt to conflate the Palestinian people with flagrant lies about the 2006 Palestinian election with videos of extremists and agitators. And once they do that, once they've conflated the citizens with the Hamas, they justify the flagrantly despicable human rights violations committed against those citizens. So let's talk about. Yeah, I know the history. That's why I was able to school him on it. So you have to be very careful about conflating the citizens with Hamas. Because first of all, in these 2006 Palestinian elections, let's talk about the 2006, they didn't win a majority. And also most of the Gazans that are alive today in Gaza could not have voted in that. Most of them were either two or did not exist because most of them are under 18. I believe the direct statistic is something like 45% of current Gazans are under 18, right? So, if we just extend this just a little further, either they were 3 or 4 or they didn't exist. So, how are you going to tell me that this is relevant to the current support and justifies the current violence committed against them when most of them could not have engaged in this election? What a disgusting point. What a disgusting point. It would not justify it in the first place, okay? But they're not the same people. They're not the same people. And if you want to hold them responsible for the actions of their father or their grandfather that did vote in this, we can talk about how much of a war crime that is. Anyway, I would love to have people come up and disagree. I'd love to have people come up and debate me. Please do. Please do. Do you think this harks at all with the paradox of tolerance? I don't think this is a I don't think genuinely, from an American perspective, I don't think the response to this is difficult. We have a move, and we can take this move. Okay? We have a choice, and we should make this choice. We have choice over how our billions of defense funding is spent, and the American government is not interested in making this choice because it goes against their own ends. It goes against their oil interests. It goes against their corporate interests. But don't let them for 2 seconds convince you that it is for the humanitarian purpose of protecting these people. It is not. It is not. Because if they cared for 2 seconds about humanitarian aid, if they cared for 2 seconds about humanitarian missions, right, they would do this. Because the IDF is not interested in humanitarian missions. The IDF is not interested in humanitarian actions. And I condemn all actions against human rights. But we're only funding one side of those actions, which means we're responsible for one side of those actions. Okay? And when we are responsible, we have choice. And we need to make the proper one. The propaganda coming out of this war is insane. What's crazy about this live? Why am I up so late? Brilliant. End all U.S. military funding of Israel until the heinous acts are done. Also, so what if my statement would be grammatically incorrect? Do we understand, like, the gravity of what's going on? We're watching as a West that is funding this, right? What is going to be functionally a genocide of a people. I do have water nearby. It'll sound sore forever. In what world, right, is there any disagreement in here? I'm not Palestinian. I just care deeply for, like, the brotherhood of humanity. The governments don't want a peaceful solution. I actually, this is a fascinating point. Both sides of this conflict are accelerationists, okay? Both sides of this conflict are accelerationists. Israel is incessantly attempting to accelerate this war so that it hits a peak and they have an excuse to invade and take more land and take more control. Okay? That's what they've done consistently. That's why they tacitly supported Hamas in these elections. That's why they tacitly supported them. And he asked why, and then he, did a little baby thing of running. And so the answer to why, right, is because they didn't like the PLO. The PLO, right, was actually a relatively convincing thing for the West to support, right, for Palestinian liberation. It was more leftist. It was more, it was more of a proper government. That's comparative, of course, right? But they didn't like the PLO. So what they wanted to do, right, was make Palestinians look worse, which succeeded. Let's just be honest, they succeeded in doing so. But they are accelerationists. They're not interested in a free Palestine. They're not interested in a stable Palestine, because a stable Palestine is one that is convincing for the West to say, hey, look, you can't do these despicable acts to them anymore. You can't take their land. Maybe we should give them more of their land back. Maybe you should respect, rights of refugees, the right of return of refugees and such. Yeah, Israel is a liberal democracy and cares tremendously about civilians. Which civilians? Which civilians? Which civilians? They only care no, they don't, though. No, they don't. You don't care about civilians and then unalive 2,000 of them. You can't can you can't care about civilians and unalive 2,000 of them. And you can't care about civilians and execute an apartheid state. You can't do it. They don't even care about their citizens equally. Hamas does not care about the citizens. I agree. Okay, Ocean Spray, that's called shifting the goalposts. So they went from caring about civilians to having a right to defend. Very interesting. Yeah, I've stated multiple times. How many times do I have to state this? You know what? Here's what I'm gonna require of everyone that asks me that question. If you ask me that, I'm not going to answer it, right? Unless you condemn the IDF. That's how we're gonna go forward. Unless you condemn the human rights violations of the IDF, I'm not engaging in that question. It should be pretty simple to condemn the IDF as well. No, I'm just gonna make, just like y'all do, make my engagement in the discussion contentious. I'm gonna make it contingent on you condemning the IDF. Will you be so? No, no. This isn't how consistency works. You don't have to be fully isolationist to say we shouldn't militarily support an apartheid state. Do you understand that? So let's talk about consistency between Ukraine. Cool, Letpot. Right? If you want to fake outrage, that's fine. I've answered the question multiple times. I'm just not going forward. That's not how consistency works. So I can support, right, defending Ukraine and not support the apartheid, despicable state of Israel and their actions against the Gazans. You can pick and choose like that. It's not selective outrage. It's saying, in one case, right, there is not a massive power imbalance, right, of the invading army and the non-invading army, and maybe Western support is necessary to maintain certain peaceful and human rights respect, and in the other case, it isn't. And one is committing atrocious, consistent institutional human rights violations, and the other isn't. Oh, I don't support the AFU. Yeah, no. Yeah, we shouldn't be supporting the far right militia in Ukraine, and we should do more due diligence. I agree with that. Yeah, great. I can have two different standards. Or it's the same standard. One can meet it and one can't. I'm anti-imperialism. Wait, so also I'm anti-imperialism, and that analysis is fascinating because Russia is engaging in imperialism and Hamas is not. It's just different analysis. We all know it's different analysis. What I'm saying is that the Ukrainian army, right, has not shown an equal willingness to engage in war crimes. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Anyway, send a guest request if you disagree. Please, please. As I've said, I'm just not going to answer. I mean, they're not engaging in imperialism. They're engaging in disgusting terroristic acts, not engaging in imperialism. It's a very reserved definition, and we all know that. Once again, all of you are, speak to me. Come talk to me. I'm a very nice guy. Okay, a very nice guy. We can discuss it. Um, but you're not willing to because you can't do the okay, period. Wow, that's sad, period. Wow, I can't believe you would say that, period. No, you actually have to defend your views. No, you actually have to justify for 2 seconds, right, the genocidal tendencies of the far right wing government of Israel right now. So your outrage, your tacit and explicit support of these disgusting acts isn't going to work, verbally speaking to me. So yeah, stay in the comments if you want. Continue to be outraged. Thank you, I appreciate it. Also, you can personally disagree with me on this topic in certain ways. That's fine. But not for 2 seconds should you consider supporting Israel militarily. Do you know its dean? I do. I haven't been on live much because I've been back to school, and I'm also sick, and I'm also really, really incredibly busy. I shouldn't be on live right now. I don't have time. Um, but, we live on. Oxford's great. No, I didn't. I disagree with your views. Lovely. Isn't it more of a both sides pass, Hamas worse situation? That's not really the how I would describe the situation. I think Hamas is worse, but it's not as well funded. So, hello.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Not much. What did you send a guest request to disagree on?
Yes, U.S. Military heinous attacks and stuff towards the Hamas, Hezbollah. I think I will say I'm Jewish, but I think that Israel is right to win the war or many attacks from Hamas and Hezbollah. I think that Hamas is ISIS, but people say no. It's nonsense. Why? I mean, it's
I mean, it categorically isn't. They're separate organizations. It's despicable. It's a despicable organization, but they're separate organizations.
yes, yes, it is. But somehow we completely destroyed um, towers and homes and hospitals in the Gaza Strip. We did that. That's the mission. We did. We did everything in our power for Israeli forces demolishing their towers, and I'm very happy about that because this is not right for Palestine, who are anti-Semitic towards Jewish people, or Jewish people will say bad things to Palestine.
Oh my God,
I
they
don't
said
know.
bad things? I
Yeah,
guess we have to kill 2,000 civilians.
yeah, we didn't want to know that. It's kind of sad. I'm sad
It's
sometimes.
kind of sad. Is that the level we're talking? Right? A full ground invasion of one of the most densely packed areas in that area of the world, and it's kind of sad.
Yeah,
No, no, it's well beyond that. And it's not anywhere close to justified, right? If you're talking about mean words, let's talk about the mean words that, the Israeli state has for Hamas. Let's talk about the mean words that the Israeli state has had towards the Palestinians, calling them animals,
yeah.
right? So, no,
I
no,
do
no, no.
agree.
Obviously, it doesn't justify genocide against them.
Right. I think they're not for most. We're not calling them like animals. We're not talking about bad things to them.
The Israeli state did.
Yes, they did. Yes, yes. But I
So wait, no, but you're talking about the actions and words of Hamas, which is in some cases, right,
yes, Hamas.
a
Yes,
semi-state-like organization in Palestine. So if we're going to hold civilians accountable, if we're going to say, yeah, we can violate, the Geneva Convention, we can violate international law, we can commit war crimes against people on the basis of their actions or government, right? Well, Israel also has extraordinarily mean words to say about the Palestinians.
yeah.
So
I feel bad.
feel bad. Do you
hmm
advocate against the end of the actions of the IDF in Gaza? Are you against the
Yes,
ground
yes,
invasion? Are you against the siege?
yes. I feel bad because I don't like to kill. I mean, I don't want to tell. Uh, they're not animals. I just want to. I want to have peace with Gaza or some Jordan, Egypt. All kinds of things. What's going on?
Great, Kenneth. Well, if that's the view. Uh, I appreciate you coming up, and I'll move on to the two other people in
So,
the guest
so, you,
requests.
you're not gonna say anything? Are you like a
Well, I
coward?
asked you a question, you didn't answer it, and you said something that's like vaguely useful-ish.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
of
You are
course
a
we all want
coward.
peace.
You're
I
a
don't think anyone
coward.
wants war.
You are
That's
a
nonsense. Of
coward.
course, no, no. Do you
You
denounce
will
the IDF,
you
Kenneth?
you will hide in your life and say nonsense and nonsense.
Hide in my
Hamas
live? In what
Hamas
world is
will
going live in
do
front of hundreds of
nothing.
people hiding?
Do nothing. You're hiding because you're no evidence to say Israel will win goddamn
What would
war.
you like me to do, Kenneth? I didn't. Oh, I didn't kick him, by the way. I did not kick him. But the next person up.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Going real well.
So, I'm not an expert on this topic, but whenever it comes to the issue between Israel and the Palestinians and Hamas, where exactly do you stand?
I'm pro-Palestinian liberation and pro-human rights.
Okay, so whenever it comes to I think what you're referring to is the land and Israel. What specific human violations are you referring to?
I mean, just within the past 2 days, we've heard reports of the usage of white phosphorus within civilian populations, which has been explicitly denounced and noted as a human rights violation by the
In
UN multiple
Gaza?
times, clearly, in Gaza.
Well, yeah, whenever it comes to Hamas, a lot of Hamas's headquarters are within Gaza. Hamas are like known for using civilians as shields. So, whenever it comes to
Doesn't just wait, no, no, no. If you want, we can have a discussion about justifying the war crimes, but let's first
Mhm.
establish they did them. So, are you agreeing that they engaged in war crimes?
Well, I would agree whenever it comes to Israel trying to attack Hamas, like civilians are being caught up as if I don't think that they're specifically targeting
You don't have to
civilians.
specifically target them
Well,
to
yeah,
commit
okay,
war
yeah, then we
crimes.
we can
The
agree
usage of white phosphorus specifically, right?
if that's your definition of a war
It's
crime
it's
to
not my
where
definition. It's the definition. It's the
well
definition that Israel signed on to.
so here's my issue, right? Because whenever it comes to Hamas, like I said before, Hamas are literally known for using civilians as human shields to where their headquarters
And what do
once
you
was
call
built
mass
under a
conscription by
hospital.
Israel?
But
What do you
please let
call
me
the
finish.
settlements in the West Bank?
Whenever it comes to Hamas, right, and they committed a mass terrorist attack, how would you retaliate? How are you supposed to retaliate?
Whoa, 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 whoa! I'm getting whiplash. Do we want to establish like okay? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Right now, are you admitting that they committed war crimes?
I mean,
By
yeah, I would agree
okay,
whenever it comes to like unaliving civilians, that would be a war crime. But what I'm saying is
yeah,
whenever it comes to Israel, Israel literally sends text messages in areas telling people, "Hey,
text
we're about to
messages
bomb."
a minute before.
Please let me
Crazy.
finish. Please let me finish. They're literally sending text messages in areas saying, "Hey, get out of here. We're about to bomb this place." But Hamas sends them messages saying, "Ignore that message. Don't leave."
Yep.
So
And where do
whenever it
you
comes to
let me ask the genuine question. Where do you want the Palestinians to go? They went to the crossing with Egypt, and then that was bombed. So where do you want them to go?
no,
What do
no,
those text
no,
messages
no.
do
This isn't.
if they're telling them to leave and then they're bombing where they're going?
So, where do I want the Palestinians to go whenever it comes to fleeing Gaza?
Yep. Where should they go?
I would just say I would say flee areas where Hamas headquarters are and stuff like
No, no,
that.
no. Where should they go to be safe?
I think they should just flee the area.
What area? Have you seen Gaza on a strip on a map?
The
It's
Gaza Strip,
teeny.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
It's
very small, yeah.
small. Where do you want them to go? Because every single square inch of that, right, is going to be subject to the ground invasion that's going to be discussed. Every
Well,
single
then, yeah,
square inch of that
they should
is
flee
at least
Gaza.
in some chance of being bombed on the maintenance of that. So
They
Israel
should flee
has
Gaza. But
how to
here's the
where?
issue, though.
Where should they
Wait,
flee
hold on, hold
Gaza?
on.
Where should they flee Gaza to?
Anywhere but Gaza. But here's the
Where?
issue, right?
Where? Name one.
Anywhere
Where
but
can they
Gaza.
go?
That's my answer. But
They
here's my
can't.
issue
Wait, no, no,
because
that's such
whenever
an
it comes to
irresponsible. No, 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 that's such an irresponsible answer because you know, or if you don't, this isn't like I don't know why you're speaking on it. It is
like I said, I'm
there's
not
a
an
water
expert on this
blockade.
issue.
There is a water blockade against them. There is a land blockade. They border two places. Okay, They border Egypt and they border Israel, and then they have
Yeah.
water. The water is blockaded by by Israel, right? It's been instituted like that since 2006 and 2004. Egypt is not accepting the 2 million refugees that Israel is creating.
Why is
Okay,
that?
which why for a huge series of reasons because of their own concerns, right,
Yeah, yeah.
regarding
Oh,
Hamas
wait, hold on,
specifically.
hold on. Their own
No, no, no.
concerns of what?
I call on all Western powers to accept Gazan immigrants. So
Wait,
let's just be very
their own
clear.
concern of what?
The
They were
huge amount of
refused
concerns, huge amount of
of
concerns
what? Of
regarding
what
it.
though?
I don't believe of terroristic organizations invading them.
Exactly. The issue
No, no,
is
no. I
whenever
know,
it
no,
comes,
no. But here's the thing: is that is the political reality right now. Okay, the political reality right now is that the Gazans have nowhere to go.
but you're not offering any solution though. What I'm trying to say
Don't
is
bomb
whenever
them.
here's you can't. So
The solution is to
what
not kill
is your
them.
solution
Like
then?
what?
What is your solution then?
This wait. The first solution is not commit war crime. Don't
What?
commit
No, no,
war
no, no.
crime.
So
When
we're jumping. We're jumping
when
because
two
the issue
million
is
when 2 million civilians have nowhere to go, right? You know what you do? You don't
what?
bomb the place they're at.
Okay. The issue is Israel was attacked by terrorists. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
And these
And now
terrorists,
Gaza's being attacked by terrorists.
Hamas, these terrorists they live within Gaza, right? And these
Well,
Hamas
that's
literally
not
exists.
ubiquitously. Actually, a lot of Hamas's leaders live
Okay,
in
but
Qatar.
what I'm
But
trying to get
anyway,
at, whenever it comes to the group of Hamas, they solely live to exterminate those type of people. I don't know what to say to not get banned.
I
Um,
hear you. I know the
yeah,
context.
yeah, they literally live to exterminate those type of people. They don't care about having land or anything like that. Whenever, if you look in the reasons why they formed, they literally quote hadith to where
I
the prophet
understand they're
Muhammad,
anti-Semitic.
yeah, yeah,
Great.
to where the prophet Muhammad literally prophesies that one day Muslims are going to come and they're going to unalive a bunch of those
Do you know who
people.
gave political
And
support to Hamas in the
can I please
1990s? No, you can't
can I
finish.
please
Do you know who
finish?
gave? No, you can't finish.
Why
Do you
can
know
I
who
not
gave?
finish?
Because
Wait, hold
you're
on.
ranting. No, I told you I know what you're saying. Right? You're ranting
So what's
Zionist
the hadith that I'm
propaganda.
quoting?
I don't know the specific one, but you're referencing the tenets of Hamas, right? Calling for unaliving of all, Jewish people. I know what you're
Yeah,
referencing.
and I'm
No, I
referencing how
know.
this
So
is
I'm
a
telling you I
religious
know,
issue.
right? You don't need to rant about it. That's the
But no,
thing.
no, no.
Let's
I'm
have a
not just
productive
saying this is a
discussion.
personal belief. This is a religious issue for them.
It's a religious issue for Israel as well.
Well, the land is a religious issue for Israel.
The
Whenever
whole
it comes
conflict
to
is the whole conflict is a religious issue for Israel.
so what do you mean by that?
The whole entire justification for Israel's violence across the board for the past 75 years has been a religious issue.
Over the land.
What is it other than the land?
Yeah, yeah. Like the whole point of Israel wanting to be there is because they're trying to get back their land, right? Because thousands of years ago, the Israelites did occupy that area. So the whole
So
issue
the
is
Palestinians.
well,
Fascinating.
Palestine was not an actual state.
Yeah,
Palestine was
Israel
never
wasn't
is
either. You're talking about the Kingdom of Judea.
yeah, the
Um,
kingdom of Judea and it was an actual state before Judea and Israel split.
Israel proper was never a state. But anyway, the Kingdom of
So
Judea
whenever
was a separate kingdom from the Kingdom of
so
Israel. But
in the kingdom during the kingdom of Solomon, right?
also,
And
can we stay? This is why I'm not gonna, because you do overtalk me as well. So let's just try and have
but
a respectful way,
you're
and let's
making the
try and stay on
argument that
point.
it's you're
Let's try
making
and
the
stay on
argument
point.
that was never an actual state, but I'm
No, no, I'm
disagreeing
not.
with that.
I didn't make an argument. I made a statement, and then you
Yeah, yeah,
interrupted me.
I'm disagreeing with that, and
So I
I'm
didn't
trying
make
to
an argument.
clarify
I
how.
need to be able to speak.
Okay, okay, you can speak.
I just want to stay on point because you're genuinely getting whiplash from the amount of switching up that's happening. Okay, so I really do want to have a productive discussion. So let's try and have a productive discussion.
I would also like to have a productive
Great.
discussion. I do think all these
The
things
only way
are
we do that
relevant,
is
though.
staying on point.
Yeah, but the only reason why I
So one
brought
second,
up.
brother, come on now.
Okay, okay. Again, whenever it comes to the nation
That
of
was me
Israel,
trying to make a point.
what's your point?
I was gonna get to it when you allowed me to speak. So
I thought you were just shushing me. My bad.
yeah, so I could speak. Okay. Basically, so we started with you saying what war crimes have Israel committed. I think we've agreed that they've committed war crimes. Then you turned around and tried to justify those war crimes. That's fascinating. Let's talk about that. Okay. And then you turned around and said, well, it's religious on Hamas's side. We all know it's religious on Israel's side as well, so that's irrelevant.
I
Let's
would
talk.
disagree with that.
It's not religious on Israel's side?
Yeah, that's the whole reason why I was talking about, like, it's not religious. It's just about the land. Israel's just retaliating to a terrorist attack. That's all they're doing.
Wait. This is fascinating. You're not claiming that Israel's occupation of basically all that land is on religious bases?
No, because they actually did occupy that land thousands of years ago. There's archaeological evidence supporting that.
Okay. Do they require actual ancestral ties to the land to qualify for Israeli citizenship?
Yes.
No.
So whenever it comes to Israelis and saying, if you're a Jew, you can get citizenship in Israel. I guess I don't understand your question. Can you?
It's not on the basis of actual ancestral ties. It is
It's
on the
on
basis of
the
what?
basis if you're a Jew.
Which is what?
Yeah, it's a religion, but whenever it comes to
So,
wait, hold on. Because yes, being a Jew is a religion, but it's also a people. There
it is
is
also a
also
people, but
people.
this gets messy though,
It does get
because
messy because
you
there's
don't have
thousands
to
of
prove it.
years.
Here's the thing. If they were serious about this, you would have to prove actual ancestral ties. Okay? I understand. I understand that Zionism specifically advocates, right, that Judaism is both a nation and a religion. And it is proper to understand that Judaism is at the very least an ethnicity and a religion. But it is not proper to say that all people that they are offering citizenship to, okay, are even claim to have actual ancestral ties to the land. They claim
So
to have,
let me ask you this, are there some Jews in the land who do have ancestral ties to the land?
yeah, absolutely.
Do you think
But
that they
that's
deserve,
not the
do you
selection
think they should
criteria
have the
of
land then?
Israel.
Do you think they should have the land then?
That's irrelevant to the question when Israel doesn't even claim to have that selection
I don't
criteria.
think it is relevant. This is a different question.
No, but it's not a relevant question. If Israel
those
was, if Israel engaging in that system,
those
it would be relevant.
Israelites who have ancestral claims to the land, do they have, should they own the land? Should they have the right to claim the land?
Should they, wait, that's different than owning. Do I believe that they should have the right to return? Absolutely.
Should they own the land then?
Uh, Owning is different than having right to occupy. So,
But should they own the land?
you
Should they
ask,
have?
do you want to ask the question a third time?
Yeah. Because I understand you're saying there's a difference between owning and occupying, right? But I'm asking you personally, should they own the land?
Uh, should they own the land? If they can buy it, like it's just a different question. Should they be able to found an ethno-national state on it? Not necessarily, no.
Why is that?
Well, first of all, because I don't believe in ethno-national states. I don't believe in theocracies. And also because multiple ethnicities have claims, ancestral claims to this land, right? Palestinians have
That go
valid
back for oh my goodness. We can both agree that a Palestinian state never exists. This is the reason why we went into
but equally an Israeli one. But
I would
no,
disagree with
one
that.
second, one second. Can I? Are you denying that Arabs in that land, in that area, do not have ancestral ties to the land that go back, tens of generations?
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm
So
saying is whenever
are those
wait,
good
hold on,
enough
let me clarify.
ancestral? Are those good
Whenever it
enough
comes to
ancestral ties?
ancestral claims to the land, right? Whenever it comes to ancestral claims to the land, what I'm saying is Israelites, their claim goes further back than any Arab whenever it comes to
It's just
claims to the
wrong.
land.
That's just dishonest.
How is that dishonest?
There have been Arabs in that land, right, for about as long as it's existed. And
Okay,
there have been Jews in that land.
what
No,
evidence do you have for that?
There's also been Jews in that land for very, very
What
long.
evidence do you have for that?
Wait, no one contests this. Israel recognizes this to be true.
No.
In the kingdom of
What
Judea, they were
evidence do you have
wait,
for
no.
that
In the
claim?
kingdom of Judea, they were Arabs.
What evidence do you have for the claim that whenever it comes to Arabs, that Arabs have always possessed that land?
No, wait, no. So I've said that there have been Arabs present in that land for about as long as there have been Jews present in that
Yeah,
land.
that's what I meant to
Yeah,
say.
that's Israel agrees with me.
So, so Israel agrees with you is not that's not good evidence. I'm asking for
It is.
historical evidence.
It is good evidence.
What is archaeological evidence then?
Wait, do you have any like literally this is agreed upon? Like my evidence will be just like historicality claim this. Like historians claim this. That's going to be my evidence because I mean neither you nor I, right, actually are
So because
archaeologists. Yes, are you an
so
archaeologist?
wait,
Is
hold
this
on,
your
hold on,
job?
hold on.
Is this your job?
You're just appealing to authority.
No, I'm just appealing to the people who know what they're talking
No,
about.
no, no. You're appealing to authority.
No, no, no. So what I'm saying
You're
is,
not
if you
actually
want to, if you want to talk
wait,
about
no,
the
no, you're not
historic,
actually
no,
presenting
if you,
any
I'm saying
actual
if you want to
evidence.
talk
You're just
about the
appealing to
historical,
authority.
I'm saying if you want to talk about the historical claims, talk to the people who have like who study this for a living. But
Okay, you can
this is
appeal to
this is
authority all you
such a
want, but you're
dishonest.
not
Wait, do you
presenting
have any
any
counter evidence?
evidence.
Do you have any counter evidence?
Yes, the Mesopotamian, can't say the name. There's a stele to where it's found in Egypt, right? To where the Egyptians talk about how the Israelites are in the land of Canaan. So and that dates 3,000 years ago.
And what
So
does
we know
that
that
prove?
we know that's 3,000 years ago that the Israelites were occupying in the land,
Does
right? They were
that wait? Does that disprove that they were Arabs in the land?
that. What do you mean? Does that disprove that there's Arabs in the land? What I'm demonstrating is that the land was occupied by Canaanites, right?
Which I agree.
Yeah, Canaanites are not Arabs.
But there are. But does that disprove that there are also Arabs in that land?
Well, you're gonna have to provide you're gonna have to provide
No, no, no.
evidence for Arabs
I
living in
don't
the land.
like. Okay, I mean, literally any account of this history, right? The Torah and Talmud reference Arabs living in this land. The Bible references Arabs living in this land, right?
Where?
Bro,
Where?
the official position of the Israeli state that there have been Arabs in this land
Wait,
for about
you
as long as
keep
they have.
appealing. Wait, no, no. You said the Bible and the Talmud. Where? I'm just curious.
I can get up the case if we want. This isn't the discussion we should be having, though.
What do you mean? Well, we're talking about whenever it
The
comes
thing
to
is like
ancestral
this is
claims
like
here.
if I asked, "Oh, prove to me that Native Americans have been in America for as long as they want." Can you like what historical evidence do you have of it?
They haven't been. The Native Americans migrated over here.
Prove that they came, prove that they migrated.
I don't have any evidence off the top of my head. Like I'm not even.
Exactly. So,
Wait, hold
but
on,
the
hold on,
point
hold
is
on.
this is not a
That's not the
exactly. This
argument
isn't
that
an
I'm making.
archaeological
That's not the
research. This
argument that
isn't
I'm
an
basing.
archaeological research live.
Wait,
What
hold
I'm gonna
on.
do.
Hold on, hold on,
It's
hold on,
just,
hold on.
wait, no, exactly, precisely. I
That's
don't
not the
have, right,
argument
the
that I'm
precise
making, though.
historical, I don't have the precise historical evidence in front of me. But what I'm going to tell you, right, is that no one contests this view.
Here's
Okay.
the issue,
I'm,
right? Whenever it comes, I'm going to respond because whenever it comes to your claim that the Arabs were always in the land, right? You're the one who's making that claim. I'm asking you to provide evidence. You're not able to,
I
so
did.
I
The fact that
don't
it's the
have to
official
take your
position of
claim.
most major
But you
academics
asked
is
me, wait,
evidence.
hold on. You asked me about the Native Americans. I don't have evidence at the palm of my hand, so you don't have to take my claim. That's how it works. If I can't
The
provide
evidence
evidence
is
to
that
support my claim,
most major
if I
historians,
can't provide
literally
evidence
every
to
single
support my
relevant
claim,
academic
you don't
agrees with
have to
me.
take my claim. You're not able to provide evidence for Arabs always being there without appealing to
Academic
authority.
consensus is evidence.
That's appealing to authority. Not you're appealing to authority and populace. Just because the majority agree,
Academic consensus is evidence.
yeah, you're making logical fallacies.
It's not a logical fallacy.
It is. It is. You're appealing to populace because it's a popular view. The
Appe-
majority of people agree.
No. It's the educated view. Okay, here's the thing.
You're appealing to authority.
It is evidence of the truth of this claim that the people that study it concur with it.
That's logically fallacious, though.
It is evidence that people who have an interest in it not being true
But is
agree
that
with
not
it.
fallacious? Is that not
It's not
fallacious reasoning?
fallacious. You don't understand what an appeal to authority is.
Okay, explain it then.
So, an appeal to authority, right, would be saying, because this person says this thing, and only on the basis of them saying it, right, this person has power, so we believe it. What I'm saying, right, is a few things. Adverse agreement is evidence. So if you are disinterested in agreeing with this claim, right, but do agree with the claim, that is evidence for it being true, because you know you have a counter interest in it. We clearly understand this. Secondarily, right, academic consensus is this. It is just statistically more likely that a proposition is
That's
true.
exactly exactly what you explain whenever it comes to appealing to authority. You're saying just
This is
because.
genuine mind
Wait,
rot.
hold on.
Can we move to another point?
Wait, no, because you're being logically fallacious. You're just trying to get around it.
Okay.
All I'm saying, whenever it comes to ancestral claim to the land, we know that the Israelites actually occupied. We can provide evidence that the Israelites actually occupied
Yep, we can provide
the
evidence that
land
the Arabs
for
did.
thousands of
Definition of,
years.
okay, 1 second. I'm going to stop you there. Argument of authority, also called an appeal to authority, is a form of fallacy when the opinion of a non-expert on a topic is used as evidence to support an argument, or when the authority is used to say the claim is true, as authorities can be wrong. The argument is considered sound if the authority is an expert and all sides agree on the reliability of the authority given in context.
So, can you read the beginning part again?
A form of fallacy when the opinion of a non-expert on a topic is used as evidence.
And continue.
Oh, so not the beginning part. You just want me to read the whole thing again.
No,
To
not the
support an
whole
argument,
thing. It's
or
the
when
part
the authority
after.
is used to say that the claim is true, as authorities can be wrong. The authority can be
Exactly. That's
considered
the part.
sound when the argument can be considered sound if the authority is an expert and all sides of a discussion agree on the reliability of the authority in context, and if the argument does not rely on the authority to establish truth.
You're exactly. You're relying on the authority to establish truth. That's what you're doing. You're not actually presenting
No.
any.
I'm using it as
If you
evidence
made the
for the
argument,
truth.
if you made the argument, hey, we have evidence from this here, and the majority of scholars agree that.
We have
If,
archaeological evidence. I don't have the specific archaeological evidence ahead of me. The Bible and Torah
I
and
get
Talmud, I
that.
actually
I
did do this.
understand you don't have the
The
specific
Bible,
argument.
Torah, and Talmud do have claims about Arabs within the Judea, but
Not them occupying. Like, I don't know what you're referring to. Like, what exactly are you quoting from in the Bible? Like, if you're going to say that
okay,
were
okay. What
like,
exactly? Okay, 1 second. Your evidence for Jews being there. What was the tablet you referenced?
it starts with the letter M, right?
Can you give
And
me
it's
the exact quote from it that proves your point?
yeah, it talks about how that it's from
Exact quote.
Egypt. Yeah, it's from Egypt. It says that the Israelites were in the land of Canaan and they were laid waste.
Okay, what's the name of the tablet?
Mess. Let me look it up.
The issue I have with this, and let me just make very clear, is this is a rhetorical fallacy, right? This is a rhetorical fallacy, and it's called pedantry, okay? Which is at any given claim, you can ask more and more specific questions about it, right? And the only way to respond to pedantry is to hold that bar for him as well.
Merneptah stele. Merneptah stele.
And what does it say precisely? I think my point has been proven.
I'm gonna
I think my point has been proven.
have to bounce back and forth. Canaan is captive with all woe. Ashkelon is conquered. Gezer sees. Yanam non-existent. Israel's wasted their seed.
So this is a tablet claiming it. Do you have evidence that that tablet is true?
Yeah, whenever it comes to the evidence of um archaeologists forgive me, archaeologic I can't say the word. They dated
Archaeologists.
they dated 3,200 years old.
So they date that this claim is 3,200 years old. So this
Um
is a person, I assume, outside of Canaan, talking about it.
yeah,
Is
these
he an
are
Egyptian?
Egyptians. Yeah, these are Egyptians
So
talking about what's
because
going on
one
in the
second, so
Bible.
because this person 3,000 years ago said it, it's true.
We don't have any reason to like doubt it. Yeah, it's historical.
And I have no reason to doubt literally everyone in academia.
So, do you know what multiple
Crazy,
attest?
crazy, crazy
Do
how
you
that
wait?
works.
Hold
Because
on. Do you know
by
what
your own
multiple
definition, you
attest?
just committed an appeal to authority
Do
too.
you know what multiple attestation is?
I don't know that. But how did you not commit an appeal to authority?
Because wait, hold on. So, whenever it comes to Israel being in the land, we know that the Bible claims this and it's attested by outside sources, right? It's
So,
multiply attested.
here's the issue that you've run yourself into. Is you've been absolutely and utterly unwilling to accept secondary evidence, right? So secondary claims. So I'm just gonna say I don't fucking care what the Bible says. According to you, the Bible is just a set of secondary claims. They're not
Not
primary claims. They're
necessarily.
secondary
So we
claims.
we
All
know.
of them are.
So
All of them are secondary claims.
wait, okay. Even if we go with that, this is a secondary claim, right? If we see that
Then by
it's
your definition, it's
attested,
appeal to authority.
if we see that it's attested by outside source dating to around that
That's
time
just another.
period,
That's just another authority.
it's multi. Do you know? Can you look up
It's
the
whoa,
definition?
wait. It's the academic
Can you
consensus.
look up? I'm not even.
It's
Can you look up the
multiple
definition?
sources. It's
Well,
multiple sources that are all claiming the same thing despite having separate interests.
no. Well, so there's a big difference between what I'm doing and what you did earlier, right? You said earlier, Arabs occupied or were present in the land as far as the land probably existed because the experts say so, right? That's
Yep.
exactly
And
what
now
you
you're
did.
saying because this other
I'm
person
saying,
claims this
wait,
thing,
no,
it's true.
I'm saying whenever it comes to Israelites being within the land, one, the claim is initially in the Bible, right? But we also see this attested by an outside source that would date to that time period, saying that
So another
Israelites were in the
another
land.
authority. That's
No,
also
it's
not
not
direct
an
evidence.
it's not another authority. It's multiple attestation. Can you look up the definition of multiple attestation?
Yeah.
If we see that it's being attested by outside sources
You're so
during that
okay.
time period, it's not just saying, hey, the experts say so. I don't
It
understand.
is. It literally is. 1 second.
Okay,
Criterion of
please
multiple
please show how it
attestation.
is.
Well, yeah, I'm reading it off. The criterion of multiple attestation is a tool used by biblical scholars to help determine whether certain actions or sayings by Jesus in the New Testament are from historical Jesus. Simply put, the more independent witnesses that report an event or say are the better. Oh my God, bro.
I don't
This
understand.
is exactly what I said.
This is not what you're saying. Okay, explain how this is what you said. Please help me understand.
Because I literally said that the more independent, disinterested people that agree with a claim, the more likely it is to be true. And
How?
the claims
Wait,
of multiple
hold on.
attestation is simply put, the more independent witnesses to report an event say it is true. It is a fundamentally authority-based claim.
The issue is
But
whenever
anyway,
it
this is
comes.
not the topic of the live. I'm
Wait,
interested in
hold
talking
on,
about
hold
the
on.
human rights
Wait, no,
violations
well,
being committed by the
you made a
IDF.
bunch of points. I want to respond.
No,
I
I
want to
know, and
ask
I'm not
why.
I'm not I'm not interested in criticism on them because
So
you're just
you're
actually
gonna
dishonest.
no,
Yep, I
no,
am. I'm gonna kick
you're
you.
the one being dishonest. If
And
you're
I
gonna
because
make points,
you've
at least
taken over
allow
my
me to
live and I'm not
respond.
interested in it. You know.
Okay, you can do that. You can.
My time is valuable and that is not. Let Pot if you want to keep shit posting, guest request. I'm gonna mute you for the live though. Because you're annoying. Hello.
Uh, What's up, man? How's it going?
Not going pretty well. How about you?
Going fine. I just want to say before that comment came out with you were like F the Bible and all this and that. Like it's pretty clear that it's my interpretation that you're not pro-Palestinian at all, and anyone listening to this live would be a fool to think that. You're obviously just clearly anti-God. And I'll lead with saying, you know what it says. You know that God promised the land to certain inhabitants. You know that.
I'm not anti-God. I don't believe in God. But do you want to debate the foreign policy at hand, or do you want to debate religion?
No, I would just tell you the Bible's
Then
true. God's word
don't open
says,
with
God
mythological
says,
bullshit. Open with the actual
God
topic.
says it belongs to Israel, and that's the way it's going to be. If you look to the left, right, and top and bottom of Israel, it's surrounded by Muslim majority countries. How does it make sense that the religion of the opposing, I mean, the religious text, right, of these opposing nations that say, this land is yours, they're completely outnumbered. If you look to the south, to the north, to the east, and to west, they all have a book that says, our God says, no, it's actually your land, but they're not able to take it. They never can do it. How is that
Yep, that's what
possible?
colonialism will do.
Well, I know, but how is that
When you
possible?
have the
You know
mass
why?
backing of the most powerful states in the world, right? It's
No, no,
pretty
no,
easy to hold on to the land, and
but,
that's what we've seen. They've built one
but
of the
it's
most
not the
powerful
most
military
powerful.
states in the world with billions of
It's
dollars of
not.
foreign
It is
funding. We all know this. Let's not
supernaturally,
be
it is
dishonest. But if you want to
supernaturally
talk
protected
mythology, you're
by.
not welcome on this live. Do you have an actual
Okay,
discussion as to the
okay.
actual
I would
events, or
just
do you want to continue spreading mythos?
no, no. I would just tell you it's supernaturally protected by God, and the million man army.
Great. Hashtag don't care.
Hey man, how's it going?
Going real well. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I think about this topic, I think it is honestly a proxy war than anything else. Because in itself, I think that this has a lot of funding and a lot of superstition between both sides. Can we both agree on that?
A lot of funding and a lot of superstition on both sides. I think the Palestinians get notably less funding, but it is a proxy war of some form, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was just wondering because I was debating with my friend over this, and he's a Muslim, and he's just very intrigued over the situation, and I just like to know more about it in a sense. So this is really new to me. I don't really go on the news that often, so I'm just hearing it from both sides. So do you have anything
Absolutely. Well,
to
hey,
say on that?
if you just wanna learn, I'm gonna be having discussions with people that disagree and know about it. So you can just watch that. But
Okay.
I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, no problem.
I just wanted to let you know that you're doing a great job, and that was it,
Hey, I
man.
appreciate it.
So,
Thanks. Real nice. Bump, 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 bump. I appreciate that. Let's keep it moving. Also, everyone, TikTok is not a fan of me, and especially talking on this topic, I may get limited in my account. Please do go follow my YouTube, which is in my bio. That's all I ask. I do a lot of work on YouTube now, and I'm going to be releasing more videos on YouTube. All my debates. I typically talk about more social issues. So please do go follow it. The link is in my bio. It's in my link tree. So thank you so much. Okie dokie. Hello, Christian.
Hello, how's it going?
Tolerable. What'd you send a guest request to disagree on?
Well, I'm just here to say, are you supporting Palestine or Israel? Because I just wanted to say that, whether you're supporting Palestine or Israel, I understand, let's just say supporting Palestine because, historically, Jewish immigrants came in and took over that territory. But, if there's anyone that's supporting either side because of the terrible acts going on, I'm just going to say, look, terrible things are happening to Palestinians and Israelites. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's hard to note that there are horrid things happening in a war. Um, but yeah, I'm pro-Palestinian liberation. I'm not pro-Hamas.
Well, yep, I have to agree on you with that. I'm not pro Hamas either, but I think that it's totally valid for Palestinians to obviously be frustrated. And yeah, I was just curious on, why you supported Palestine. But yeah, I think that's totally valid.
Absolutely.
All right,
Well,
have a
hey,
good day.
I appreciate
Good
you
night.
coming up. You too.
Mm.
How's it going?
Hello, Noah.
How's
Real well.
I can't see your. Oh, I can see your full screen now. End all U.S. military funding of Israel. Okay. I want to go back. You were talking. I don't know if you like talking about previous guests, but I want to talk about a conversation you had. I guess about
Sure.
just like the whole aspect of colonization,
Mm-hmm.
or colonialism. I don't really understand what the. I guess I feel like that's just how the world works, and every single piece of land has been colonized at some point. I don't think there's a single piece of land where the people are ancestral people since the world started. I mean, there's no one.
It's a fascinating argument, and we can talk about. I don't support ethno states either, really. Um, but yeah, if we want to talk about, okay, let's not give it to those people that claim indigeneity, then Israel has no claim to the land either. Um, and it's just not based on that. And we should just have the
Yeah.
state that respects human rights the most, which clearly isn't Israel.
You think? I mean, I wouldn't say Palestine. I guess you think, as we've seen their leadership, you think they're pro human rights. As I've seen all your lives, you're very pro LGBTQ. You think you'd rather have
No, do I think
Hamas in
Palestine's
Palestine?
more? No. Do I think that there are states that wouldn't, commit ethnic cleansing? Yeah. And Israel is
Mm,
founded on a doctrine of ethnic cleansing. So if we want to drop the
that's interesting.
indigeneity argument,
That's interesting
if we
because
if we want to drop the indigeneity
well,
argument, we can drop the indigeneity
what
argument. We shouldn't
happened
be
to the
supporting Israel.
Jews when Israel was founded? What happened right before?
Yeah, it was it was post ethnic cleansing. That's absolutely true.
Yeah, so I don't
So their ethnic
really.
cleansing doesn't justify themselves engaging in it.
I don't think they're ethnically cleansing though.
They are.
There's literally 2 million Arab/Palestinian people in Israel.
Yeah, that are
Multiple.
currently going to be their homes and communities are going to be razed, right? Their
What?
homes and communities are going to be invaded. Their like
In Israel.
thousands of their wait in is are you talking within
I'm talking
Israel?
about in Israel, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were speaking of Palestine.
No, I'm
Yeah,
talking
and they
about
don't
like
have equal
people in the
rights.
government. They do have equal rights. It's like
They don't.
America.
No,
It's
no,
like black
being
people.
an Arab,
There's some
being an Arab
discrimination.
is
It is equal rights, yes.
no, they don't. It's an apartheid state. The
No,
Arab
it's
Israeli
not.
citizens do not have equal rights. They have
No.
institutionally different rights.
Discrimination is different than rights.
No, I'm talking about rights.
What rights?
The rights to enter and settle in the West Bank.
Okay. I mean, come on.
The
That's
right of
different.
return.
Well, why do you think? Why do you think? Because they just got
Oh, no,
massacred
no. Are
on
we moving the
Saturday.
goalposts? No, like that's so they do have different
Well,
rights.
I'm someone who's actually pro profiling. And as unfair as it sounds, you do have to profile if you're
It's not
Israel because
profiling. It's fundamentally an apartheid state when only certain citizens of yours can first settle in certain areas of your country, right? And
well,
are
why do you
the only
think
ones
it's
that have a right to return.
why do you think they're so strict on like the immigration for a good
It's not
reason?
immigration, right? They're citizens of Israel and they lose the right to return. Their children lose right to return, right? If they settle somewhere else.
I don't think that's necessarily unfair.
Wait, when one type of citizen has it and the other one doesn't?
Well, as unfair as
It's
it is,
ethnic cleansing.
it's not ethnic cleansing.
Wait, when you are so let's look at the goal of these policies. This isn't just profiling. This isn't just discrimination, right? The goal of them, right, is specifically to reduce the Arab population in the land. That's their
I don't
goal.
think that that's not the intent, but that's what's had to happen.
No, no. That is the intent. I'm saying
But could
that is
you
what the
agree
intent is. They are
that
maliciously doing it.
but could you agree that that's also the intent, violently of, I guess, the leadership of
Wait,
Gaza?
no,
You
no,
can
no.
definitely.
Wait. So first of all, you claimed that they were not ethnic cleansing. I don't. So here's the thing. I'm not apologizing for Hamas, right? Like I'm not saying, oh, blah 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 blah. I'm saying they are horrendous. I do not support them. You are apologizing for Israel here. Is Israel an apartheid state?
No.
Great. Is Israel engaging in ethnic cleansing?
Well, it depends what you consider Israel, because
Is the
inside.
state of Israel engaging in ethnic cleansing?
What do you consider Gaza as part? What do you consider?
I
I
consider the
don't.
state of Israel to be the state of Israel. So the actions of
Okay.
the state of Israel. It's a pretty well-defined description. I'm not talking about the territory. I'm talking about the state. Do you understand the distinction between those two?
Yeah. I don't
Okay.
believe it
Is
to
the
be a
state of
part.
Israel engaging in ethnic cleansing?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about that. When they
Evidence.
deny
You want?
immigration status to a specific ethnicity that are citizens of them, right? How is that not ethnic cleansing when it's almost explicitly to reduce the Arab population? They are denying, right, people from the Nakba diaspora, right, the Palestinian diaspora, who have valid ancestral claims and valid rights to return under UN law, explicitly because of a demographic threat, right? Can you describe a demographic threat in any way, in any terms other than ethnic cleansing?
Well, there's precautions that they have to take, unfortunately, as every single surrounding country is trying to remove them from the world. So, as unfair as it is, what would let's say you were the leader of Israel. What would your what actions would you take? I'm just curious because they're in a
Well,
very
I would
different.
first of all comply with international law,
Sure.
which is granting right of return to the 750,000 ethnic Arabs that were pushed out during the Nakba that have internationally recognized rights of return. They can do due diligence on them. That's fine. But doing due diligence is drastically different than saying you are, must be this white to pass, must be this
That,
ethnicity to pass.
that's just overlooked, dude. Like, there's reasons for it.
Yeah,
Uh,
racism, ethnic
it's not
cleansing is the
racism.
reason.
No.
Israel is founded as a Jewish ethno-state, right?
It's because everyone hated one
It's
to
not
otherwise Jews.
surprising to believe that they're engaging in ethnic cleansing.
Hold on, yo, you wanna talk to my brother real quick? He's a lot more educated on this history.
Sure, if he's more educated.
Yeah, I'm not very informed on the history. Would you want to talk to him? Let me go. Are there a shit ton of people trying to join? Or are we?
There are other people.
Can you give me 30 seconds?
Yeah.
All right, word.
Slay the day, everyone. Anyway, please do go follow my YouTube. I appreciate it. And please do raise your voice, everyone. It's genuinely frustrating to me to see leftist creators not speaking on this. Genuinely. Speak on if you can. It's not difficult to say that you don't support war crimes. It's not difficult to say you.
He's here to talk to you. I'm gonna pass him the mic.
Sure.
So what's the argument then?
We're talking about ethnic.
I mean, this is the claim originally, but your brother's making a fascinating
End all
argument.
it's the heinous acts. Well, ethnic cleansing by whom?
By the Israelis, the Israeli government.
What's the ethnic cleansing the Israeli government's doing?
I mean, the invasion of Palestine's doing that, but also the apartheid state within the Israeli state is doing that. The denial of the right to return, the demographic threat that they claim to be posed.
When you say the Israeli state, there's the 48 borders, right? Then there's what they captured when they were attacked by multiple Arab countries in '67, right? So
I'm talking about the Israeli state, so like the institution of the Israeli
you're
state,
saying
not the territory.
you're saying the original Israeli country that was created
No,
by
I'm
the
talking about the
British in
state, which is the
48?
institution.
The state, well, but we're living in a geopolitical world, so there are countries that are internationally recognized. So Israel's been an internationally
We know what
recognized.
the Israeli state is, right? Like it's the institution that runs any given constituent territory and makes those territorial claims. The state is different than their current geographical holdings. So I'm talking about the actions of the Israeli state.
So you're saying, so I understand. So the Israelis who've been attacked really since they got to Palestine, certainly since 47, been attacked by all their neighbors, right? So they were attacked in 47 in 48 when the actual country was being created. That's how they ended up coming to the original territory they had when all the Arabs attacked
I
them. The
know the
Palestinians.
history, yeah. You can
Yeah.
say attacked by Arabs one more time. Like, do you want to say it a fourth time?
I just want to make
Like,
sure. Okay, so then
I know the
it's
history. I'm talking about the
right.
Israeli state and their ethnic cleansing, yes.
Well, but I don't understand. What does ethnic cleansing mean to you?
Right, so
So the
it's active
Israeli,
and violent steps by an ethno-state to maintain demographic control of one ethnicity over the other in a given constituent territory or occupied area.
Well, no. So let's just talk about the pre-67. So leave out
Why?
Gaza and leave out the West Bank for a second. Well, I think you have
Okay,
to.
the current like what we would call like homeland, like peer,
Yeah,
like
well, at least the
yeah. Okay,
international
let's talk about the apartheid
recognized
state currently going on in that territory.
So, when you say ethno-state, so there are plenty of Muslims, Arabs, Palestinians who live in Israel proper, not including the occupied
Yeah, I'm talking
territories.
about Israel proper.
They have full
Sure.
vote. They have full voting rights, right?
But they
It's the
don't have
most.
full rights.
Well, what rights don't they have, the Arabs in Israel?
Right. So, okay. They don't have the right to settle in West Bank and return. Right. They don't have the
Sorry,
right
no,
to.
no, no. You're saying the Israeli citizens who happen to be Arab, right?
Yeah. Okay, let's set this out. The Israeli citizens that are Jewish can settle in the West Bank and return to what we would call integral Israel if they want. The
Yeah.
Arab citizens who live in the integral Israel,
Yeah.
okay, and then if they want to move to West Bank, do not automatically have that right to return to integral Israel.
So maybe go back again. You said you understand the history. So the reason that we go back to Zionism, in the late 19th century with Herzl. So you have the mainly European, but not all European, but Jews from all over the world moving back, buying land that was largely either uninhabited or owned by some wealthy Lebanese families, right? So they're there. Then in
And engaging in
17,
militant actions to kick out Arabs from certain pieces of
well,
land, and the British who limited their
that's
immigration.
a silly comment. That's a silly comment. They're being attacked as much as they were doing attacking, right? That's not factually correct. There was plenty of
to
back
say
and
they were
forth
justified
between,
in
but
their
it's actually
violence
they
is a
lived
different.
relatively
Wait,
peacefully.
so to say they're justified in their violence, right, is a different claim than to say there was no violence at all. It's just untrue to say there was no violence at all.
Well, that's a silly comment. There's violence in every place. There's
It's
violence in
not
America. There's
silly.
violence in
It's
China. Violence
true.
in Russia.
There was
So to say
violence on the Arab
there's
side as well.
violence, but there's violence in every country. Go to any inner
I
city
know,
or any city in
and the
America.
Jews were
There's violence.
engaging in violence to gain land. I mean, I just said something that's true.
Well, but no. There was
But anyway, Noah,
violence
so do you
between.
recognize the apartheid state going on currently when Arab citizens have lesser rights than Jewish citizens do, even
Again,
even in integral Israel?
in an apartheid. So the concept again. Let's go back for a second. The concept of
No,
why
answer my question.
Israel exists. Hold on,
No,
no.
I want an answer. I want so you can try and just.
all of
I
this
really
stuff.
want to bifurcate the
No,
discussions.
I'm
I
not
need to
answering
know
a
you're
question
living in
that's
reality.
completely out of context.
I answered.
You can't just be
it's not out
firing
of
random
context. It's
questions.
not out of context. I
No,
asked you. So we're
when
talking
you say
about whether
living
it's
in
an apartheid
reality,
state.
what's reality?
If you want to talk about the
What is
historical
apartheid?
justification for their ethno
Apartheid.
state, that's a different discussion.
When you say apartheid, I mean, you probably weren't even alive when South Africa actually had apartheid, right? It had a particular connotation, right? So if you're talking about specifically the Israeli Arabs, right, and what rights they have versus Jewish Israelis, the
I'm talking about the
distinction is without.
multi-tiered citizenship and residency across all of the occupied territories. You
So you have
wanted.
to take out the occupied territories. They're not
Why
Israeli
in the world
citizens.
would I? Wait, first of all, there are plenty of Israeli citizens living in the occupied territories.
You're talking about some of the Jewish settlers. We could talk about that separately. If you're talking
And
about
the
the
Arab
Palestinians,
and the Arab Israeli citizens living in the occupied
but
territories as
are
well.
you saying literally that what you're calling an apartheid state is whether someone can move to the West Bank, even though every other right is consistent across all citizens?
There's a
That's
huge
the
amount of
nuance that you're focused on.
no. What I'm calling an apartheid state is a fundamentally multi-tiered citizenship practice, right? That when we recognize, right, the occupied territories as being militarily and politically controlled by Israel, right? We can talk about the military and control, or the military and political control of Gaza, but certainly the West Bank is militarily and politically controlled by and large by Israel or Israeli negotiations, right? Trustee state effectively Jordan, but we can talk about it. When they do that, right, you take ownership and responsibility to their rights and the residents there. And when, number one, some are Israeli citizens that are denied their rights, and some are internationally recognized, either refugees or residents that have certain rights that are being denied, primarily on the basis of their, ethnicity, especially when we recognize citizenship of international Jews who basically have no actual genetic ties to the land.
Again, there's, between the Jews and the Arabs, there's different justifications for ties to the land. It's not really relevant at this point, just like we're not arguing who has control of Missouri or Oklahoma or who's got ancestral rights to Crimea versus
Are you
other
denying a
places.
multi-tiered
Irrelevant
citizenship
comment.
system?
No, again, they're not the Arabs, the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza are not citizens. So you have to
There
break
are
this
citizens
apart.
that are Arab in the West Bank and Gaza.
What country are they citizens of? They're not citizens
Some
of
are
any
citizens
country.
of Israel.
No, but that's not who you're talking. The only citizens of Israel who are in the West Bank are Jewish settlers. We can talk about that separately. They're no
That's
citizens.
factually incorrect.
What citizens of Israel are in Gaza?
Wait, there are relatively few citizens of Israel in Gaza. There are some, but there
But
are
this is
much.
again. This is
Wait.
all
This
on
is
the
total
everything
deflection.
you're doing is
Look,
everything you're doing is on the margin. Like talk about apartheid in South Africa. That was like Jim Crow South. That's not what's happening among Israeli citizens. Now,
let's
what's
talk about this
happening among
honestly. In the West Bank, there are Arab citizens that are denied their right to return, right
why do
into
they have a right
integral.
to? Why do they have a right to return? Who has a? Why is it? What's the right?
That's an
Why do you have a
internationally
right to return?
recognized right. Denying the right to return is a violation of the Geneva Convention.
That's so sorry. So you think that the Jews who were awarded a state post-Holocaust, right, by the British in 48 to create a Jewish homeland, ancestral homeland, which lots of other groups have, right? So the concept that post 48, when the Palestinian people, they weren't a people, the Arabs who were living in Palestine territory at the time, were told by the Arab countries to leave
Don't
because they were
reiterate the
going to
history.
wipe.
Please make an argument. I know the history.
So yeah, so we're living currently in a place where Israel is a sovereign country, right? They inherited territory in a war that they won in 67 where they were attacked. No other country seems to be asked to give up the territory that they were given. They've tried to give up the territory multiple times. They gave up the territory in Gaza in
Please
05.
stop reiterating the history. I know the history. Make an
So
argument.
at no point does it seem like that this group of Palestinians, just so I understand the concept, what are you proposing happen?
Well, I
What would be
literally,
your
it's a
recommendation on
very
what would
basic
happen?
request to respect international law. So the 750,000 Palestinians that were displaced, right, during those wars, and into primarily Lebanon and Syria and Jordan, right, have the internationally recognized right to return to Israel and Palestine. Okay, I'm simply saying
So
that Israel, as one second,
eliminating the
Israel,
state of Israel,
what?
eliminating the state of Israel as a home to the Jewish people, right? That's what would happen.
No, what I'm saying is that refugees have the right to return.
What would be the implication of that to the state of Israel?
The implication is that they have to respect people's rights, and so
What would be
wait,
the
like, are you saying that
implication
no
to the
Arabs
state
should
of
be allowed
Israel?
in Israel?
No, there are plenty of Arabs allowed in Israel. The right of
Okay,
return would turn Israel into a non-Jewish state. What do you think would happen to the Jews in Israel
so
if that happened? What do
when
you think would
I
happen?
first of
What do you
all,
think would happen?
no, do you want to ask it a third time?
Well, you haven't answered it. So what would happen?
Say it again. Say it again.
What would
Do I?
happen
Right? Do we want to
to the
go for a
Jews
fourth,
in Israel?
fifth?
Well, I don't know. Will you respond? You can.
I'm
That's
going to
like
give
that's
the
pretty
statement that I'm happy
juvenile.
to give. So
Okay.
no, you asking it 5 times is juvenile.
Okay.
But okay, so well, first of all, Respecting the right of return would not actually make an Arab majority. 750,000 Arabs will not make a majority. That's not true. Second of all, I don't believe that they have a right to an ethno-state. I don't believe in ethno-states. The idea that this is precisely what I'm saying.
That was the creation of Israel. It was created in
I
that manner
know.
by the British. Do you believe that Jordan has a right to exist, or Iraq, or any
I
of the
don't
states
believe
that
in
were created?
ethno-states.
No, but why? But do you believe in the world order? These countries were created. So are you trying to unpack the world order?
What
at
I'm
this point?
saying, so I'm accusing them of ethnic cleansing, right? Which is the practice of taking violent and human rights violating actions to maintain an ethnic power within a given territory. That's what ethnic cleansing is. Okay. And then you are saying, no, they're not engaging in ethnic cleansing because if they didn't take these actions, they might lose ethnic control. What you're
Ethnic
arguing
cleansing
is
implies that
just
you're generally
pro-ethnic
killing-
cleansing.
You're generally
You are
killing
literally
people.
just being pro-ethnic cleansing. We can talk about the
But
merits of ethnic
what is
cleansing if you
ethnic
want,
cleansing? Ethnic cleansing implies that you're killing people, right?
which
So
you've kindly ignored in this argument the mass slaughter of many Arabs in that land that are civilians.
mass slaughter.
You kindly said, "Oh, let's
How
ignore the
often? How
occupied
often have
territories."
the
No, let's
Israelis
not ignore the
initiated?
occupied
How
territories. There have
how
already been
often have the
2,000 Palestinian
Israelis?
civilians killed.
How often have the Israelis initiated violence versus reacted? The entirety of the IDF is restraint, as compared to what? As compared to a nihilistic vision of society. You're trying to act like there's this moral good when morality in this case is clearly on the side of the Jewish Israelis. I don't know where's the
Morality by what metric? By international law metric?
Morality by are people trying? So what's the Palestinian vision right now? It's sad because it's been co-opted by Hamas.
Look, it's a super low bar for me to say respect international law. And the
Okay.
idea, yeah, they should respect international law.
So again, I guess I sort of roll forward to what you think the implications of. So what? How about the territories? What should the Israelis do? Just give it back to the Palestinians?
Wait, so we can
I'm
talk
saying,
about
just
what
let's
precise
get out,
lines we want.
let's get out of theory. Let's get out to reality. What do you think should happen? And
No, I'm talking in reality. I have actionable policy up here. I'm not working in theory. You're the one that wants to keep falling back on history arbitrarily. I know the history.
Okay,
Let's
so
talk
let's
about
say
reality.
you end military
They
funding. What's your goal? You're not doing it for. You're trying to do something. So what are the heinous acts that you want to be ended?
The immediate end to white phosphorus being used in residential areas. The immediate end to the land siege in Gaza. The immediate end to the blockade of fuel,
Sorry.
water, and food in Gaza.
And when you say immediate end, this is as it relate to the most recent last 6 days, or the blockade since whatever 06?
So the end to the international blockade since 06, yes.
Okay,
and then the end to the water, fuel, and food blockade implemented in the last 6.
So go back
and you ignore the white phosphorus. Do you agree they should stop using white phosphorus in residential areas?
Yeah, I don't know enough about that, so I can't comment. So if it sounds bad, I don't know what it is enough to know, so I can't comment on it.
Yeah, it's an international crime.
So let's go back again. Do you think if the Israelis wanted to kill Palestinian civilians, they could drop a bomb? They would. They're trying not to kill civilians. The issue is Palestinian leadership for the last 40 years has a nihilistic vision. They don't care about the lives of their Palestinian civilians. They want people to die. That's why they're co-locating missiles in hospitals. That's why, they're doing this on purpose. That's why. Do you see people in Israel celebrating the death of Palestinians? It doesn't happen. It's only in reverse. But if you go back to Gaza, you mentioned that the blockade, go back to 05, right? Land for peace, just like in the Sinai with Egypt. Israel pulls back. Sharon goes and pulls back in 05. And the whole point was, hey, let's see what the Palestinians want to do with the land and the country that they have. They pull back. They give them all the infrastructure. And what happens? they end up taking all the infrastructure, they basically blow it up, they convert it into weapons, and they start bombing and throwing missiles into Israel. So what does Israel do? Are they going to let that keep happening? Do you think if you lived in
Israel isn't. Oh wait, this is okay. I'm
if you
gonna
lived
come
in El
through.
Paso, would you think the U.S. would let the Mexicans
Who
throw bombs from Juarez? They wouldn't. Of
politically?
course not.
Who? Wait. No. I let you rant for quite a while there.
Okay, sure.
What state politically and tacitly supported Hamas gaining power in Palestine?
You're going to make
What state?
the argument that Israel did and that it was basically supporting
It's
Hamas.
not an argument. It's a true historical claim.
Let's say that's the case for a second. Okay.
Then
So let's say they did
let's say it's the case. Yeah. Let me make the argument that I want to make.
Yeah, go ahead.
I let you. Yeah. Let's say it's the case for a second because it is. That is the true actual thing. If that is, then you and I, if we want to live in reality and be sane human beings, we need to have zero, and I mean zero trust that Israel is interested in a stable Palestine. Zero. They did not pull back for the good faith. They pulled back because they knew precisely what would happen in Israel after it. They knew, or in Palestine after it. They knew precisely who would gain power because they were supporting them gaining power.
They knew that the Palestinians
Israel
couldn't self-govern?
No, they have no interest in the Palestinian self-governing.
Well,
They
if the
have
Palestinians
they have
can't
consistently taken policies, right, that have limited the ability of Palestinians to ever maintain, right, a self-governing and autonomous state, and they've supported that. And why have they done that? Because they want more and more excuses to vilify the Palestinians to maintain control over this land. Whereas it's the PLO, which is a more palatable, or stop interrupting, bro.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
They are attempting to maintain excuses to oppress, attack, and commit ethnic cleansing against the Palestinians. Because if they lost these excuses, we might actually see the human rights violations held to justice. But they continue to be able to justify their human rights violations. That's why they want to destabilize Palestine. And if they didn't, we might actually see, right, fair negotiations to develop maybe some land transfer that would be semi-fair.
Okay, go back to fair then. So 93, right? So Arafat is with, I think it was Ehud Barak, but I'm trying to remember, with Bill Clinton at Camp David. They basically gave, the Israelis said, okay, fine, we're basically going to give pretty much everything that any rational negotiation, any rational actor on the Palestinian side would have taken. And Arafat looked at it and said, he doesn't really want to govern. He just wants to be in opposition. He wants to basically, again, doesn't want Israel to exist, doesn't want a two-state solution. He came back a day or two later. They launched the Intifada. I think it was the first Intifada. It was the second Intifada, I think. Clinton couldn't believe it. So there's been multiple times when the Israelis have attempted to give the Palestinians more or less the best deal anyone rationally could think to get. And recently, yeah, I mean, look, the Israeli politics have changed.
That's a laughable
bit,
suggestion.
What is?
It is a laughable suggestion. No. It is a laughable suggestion to suggest that any of the Israeli offers have been anything close to fair.
So okay, great. Go back to Camp David. What was the offer that wasn't fair in the Camp David Accord?
Wait, so we can talk about the demographic compares. The Camp David Accords still gave a huge portion of the land, especially the fertile land, right, to the Jewish Israeli state, right? And I believe the Jews actually wanted to maintain Jerusalem unilaterally in the Camp David Accord quite effectively. And they wanted a complete demilitarization of Palestine at the time. How in the world is that fair to have a one military? Why I don't want Israel to be militarized either. If we're going to do a demilitarization, it needs to be unilateral.
Hold on. You didn't just say that. Why would Israel need to be militarized? I don't know, because Syria.
No, I didn't say why would Israel need to be militarized. I said that if we're going to have a I'm saying if we're going to have a demilitarization, it needs to be both ways. It needs to be bilateral.
Why does it need to be both ways? You have one. Okay, go back to 93. again, walk me through a time when the Israelis initiated conflict. They didn't initiate conflict in the 50s.
The
They didn't
foundation,
initiate
wait,
conflict.
they are fundamentally, so a few things. Their disrespect of human rights is violence.
What?
Let's just
Go
be
back.
very clear on that.
When did
Their
when
disrespect
did
of
they
human rights is
initiate?
continuing ongoing
When
violence.
did they initiate violence? When? Didn't do it in the
They're,
They were attacked in 47, 48, right? They were attacked by Egypt.
they founded a colonial state, right? That is an
What is
initiation of
a
violence.
colonial state? They were refugees leaving the Holocaust. What was the
Wait,
colonial state?
wait, let's be very clear. They were not by and large refugees. They were immigrants. They were not by and large refugees.
Sorry, what's the difference? So you're telling me immigrants fleeing Nazi Europe are not refugees?
No. So by and large, So by and large, right? The Jews that entered Israel were not refugees, right? They were immigrants. They could not qualify for what we would properly understand.
Sorry, just so I understand.
Right.
So there were Jews who were already in the Palestinian Mandate, right? They were already there, and then post World War II, pre 48, okay, the Jews of Europe pretty much fled because no other country would take them because, again, let's remember, 6 million Jews slaughtered, half the global population. I can imagine in the Twitter era and Instagram, maybe Bella Hadid would be tweeting about that, but not then.
Nice
right?
comment. You really got the Gen Z there. Congrats.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So 6 million Jews
it's
killed.
embarrassing for you, like genuinely.
It's okay.
Great. We know the arguments. What I'm saying, no, you don't have to reiterate this.
Refugees?
Wait, let me just come on. I don't get through a sentence. I'm just not going to speak to you if I don't get through a sentence.
Okay.
So that you rant, and it's really annoying, but I would like the same privilege. Few things. It is just dishonest to suggest the majority of the population that arrived from Europe were refugees. It's just not true, right? They were looking for a homeland. That's true. They were at risk of being victimized, right, across Europe. That's true. But they were not properly refugees because by and large, right, the people that were in formerly Nazi-occupied places, right, either were liberated by the West by the time of the foundation of Israel, right, or could have fled to places like Britain. And then Britain explicitly limited immigration to Israel for this reason, right? But this is really, really important.
Wait, sorry, they limited why?
They justified. Right?
Hold on, what reason did they?
No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to let you speak. No.
But no, it's important. What reason did these countries not let those people immigrate? It's critical.
No, it's not. So, one second.
Because they were Jews.
Hates Jews. You don't have the right to interrupt me. Wonderful. I'm not a dictator. Motherfucker won't shut up. Okay. My point is they did justify their immigration on the basis of being oppressed historically. But the specific ones that had the privilege of immigrating were not actually refugees, by and large. There were some refugees. That's true. Right? But by and large, they were not. I mean, we can get the data out on this, we can get the actual facts out on this, but by and large, they were not actually actively being victimized, right, at the time. They were either a threat for being victimized and could have moved to Britain, right, or were not actively being victimized, lived in already Western countries that weren't actively being taken over, right, and then there was a portion of them that were refugees, but the majority were not. And also the exodus of Jews from Europe into Israel started right in the 1880s, right? So
right, that was Zionism. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. If you want to, so what you're doing is you're cherry picking history for the time where there would be a lot of refugees. There were more refugees than average, but let's just be intellectually honest. Throughout the time, right, of Zionist transport to Israel, right, they, by and large, they were not refugees. A lot of them were immigrants.
Agree with that.
Motivated by Zionists. And since then, a lot of the Jews that have moved there have not been refugees either, right? They've been Western Jews that have been do that. So let's not pretend like all of them were even a majority or anything close to a majority were refugees. It's just not true.
No, that wasn't my point. What I was saying is we had talked about there were plenty of Jews that were there that had moved. Well, either some that had been there forever, others that had moved from sort of 1870 to 44, 45, right? We were gotten to some semantics about Jews fleeing Europe when no other country in the world would take them. There were quotas in the U.S.,
Semantics. You made a false claim.
in the U.K. Supposedly that they weren't refugees. Sorry, I don't know what fleeing. So were the Jews that were in Germany supposed to go back to Germany, go back to Poland? Where
This
they
is
were getting
misrepresenting my
slaughtered?
argument. If you want to continue lying about my argument, you can. Go on.
Well, I don't know. Your argument was sort of convoluted. So the concept that I don't even know where we kind of gone in circles at this point. All right, I think I'm probably done. It was interesting talking to you, though. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Peace out. Anyway, thank you so much for everyone being on here. I'm just trying awareness. If you appreciate what I do, do follow this. It is like 5 o'clock right now. I'm probably going to try and go to sleep soon. I'm actually not that tired. Yeah, so love you all. Please do follow me. Thank you to everyone who's sending gifts. I do appreciate it as well. And do follow my YouTube. Bro. I'm also so tired of okay, the thing about this is I have much, much, much lower toleration for the classic internet BS. Y'all coming on here being like, Will's downfall. Oh my gosh, Will got destroyed. This is not the time for owning the libs, okay? This is not the time, right? What we're doing, right? I want y'all to see Zionist talking points and know how to respond to them. Because there is so much. Bro, non-toxic E-Myco-stan, not scared of women, and you're gonna be put down the list for saying, let me speak, bro, or are you scared of women? You don't have a right to my platform. Actually, be quiet. Hello? Mimi? Oh, silence.
Okay, I'm pro Israel, but I will let you try and convince me if you will answer me 3 questions. Sound fair?
How old are you?
I am 29.
And we should just have an open and honest discussion. But
Will you,
if you want to try and make an argument, that's fine.
Are you willing to answer me some questions?
I'm willing to engage in a bilateral discussion with you. If you want to frame them around 3 questions, we can.
Okay. What's going to happen if Israel stops fighting?
If Israel stops fighting, in what capacity?
Completely. Ends the war, stops, withdraws, pulls out. Lets Hamas have the land. What's
Israel
going to
pulls
happen?
out of where?
Gaza. And
Gaza?
just lets it. Yes, and stops the bombing, stops everything, and just completely retreats out and goes to, say, for example, to another country and lets them have the land. What do you think's going to happen?
I mean, with the current setup, right, we're going to see a rise in terrorism in the air, or actually not a rise in terrorism because IDF is terrorism, right? We're going to see fewer human rights violations committed in that area.
Okay, do me a favor. Go on the Hamas website and look at what their ultimate goal is. Do that for me real quick.
No, I agree. I'm
No,
aware.
no, do it. Because if you agree with me, you'll understand the point I'm getting to make.
I know. I've already read it. I'm aware what you're referencing. Also, you're getting feedback. Do you have headphones?
What?
Let's talk about what they'll do. So this is precisely what they did, in 2014, 2012, when they did pull out of the Gaza Strip, right? And that they didn't fully pull out of the Gaza Strip. IDF workers, IDF soldiers were still brutalizing Palestinians the whole time, right?
Okay.
So if they did have a genuine pull out and stop brutalizing them, if Israel stopped brutalizing Palestinian soldiers, maybe we might see a reduction in extremism, especially if Israel didn't, support politically Hamas at the time. Maybe if they didn't do that, right, maybe we wouldn't see a rise in Hamas. Crazy. Maybe we would see a rise in something like the PLO, which is a much more secularist, much more stable organization. But Israel actively worked against the PLO and used Hamas as a proxy counter. So, you know, great. So that's the
Okay,
answer to the first
so
question. What's your second
you
question?
know what they're doing. Okay, as you know, you're all about like no ethnic cleansing, no, right?
Yeah, I'm all
Well,
about respecting human rights.
okay. Well, you do know that China has been trying to conquer Taiwan for a long time. And
Yeah,
yes,
but I'm
this is
against that.
relevant. You're against that? But I thought you were against people retaining their original land. You can't have it both ways.
I can be against ethnic cleansing across the board.
You can't. Technically, it's its own state, but only the Chinese government can, sorry, I'm responding to one of the comments on the thing. Only
No, please don't.
the Chinese government considers Taiwan a part of China. The rest of the world does not. So I just responded to one of the comments.
Very
That's
cool.
being
What's your
completely
second question?
Okay, well, my question is, if you're about the people retaining their original land, then why aren't you
I
in
never
favor
said
of
people
China?
were. I never said that. What's your third question?
And my third question is, okay, do you have any idea how many Jewish worshippers are around the world?
How many
And like
Jewish
all the
worshippers are around the world?
Jewish, how many Jewish people are there around the entire world?
I don't know the exact statistic off the top of my
There's
head, but
well over a billion.
it's less than 1% of the population.
Oh no, no,
God.
oh no, I can pull up some statistics. I'll show you this, but just it does matter. And I'll get to the point
I
of why it
didn't say
matters.
it didn't matter. Like,
No,
do you
not
have
you. I'm
the,
talking to one of the comments.
don't talk to the
Um,
comments. You're
okay.
debating me, not the comments.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking this is because the Hamas have literally said that they will not stop until it's the entire destruction of everyone of the Jewish faith. Everyone in the Jewish faith. That doesn't just mean in Israel. That means across the world. So what happens
Did
if
I say
Israel?
I supported Hamas?
Let me finish. You ask people to let you finish, please. Let me finish. So if Israel lays down its arms, if Israel completely gets down, they are dead. The Hamas will wipe them off the planet. They are not fighting. They're fighting for their survival.
Then why did they politically and economically support Hamas?
You do realize that Hamas was voted into power by the Palestinians
And
by a 68%.
Why did Israel tacitly support Hamas in that election?
God, you're just regurgitating media propaganda. Unlike you, I have multiple sources that can back everything I'm about to say.
The
Multiple,
Palestinian, wait, no. The Israeli
thousands of
authorities
sources, such as the
the
History Channel,
Israeli authorities
National
admitted they
Geographic,
did
and more.
this.
So I'm gonna give you a little bit of history lesson since all you're following is media propaganda.
I'm citing what the Israeli authorities said they did.
So knowing that the Hamas is gonna plan basically another Holocaust on the Israelis, and they're fighting for their survival, and I'm not justifying what they're doing. The IDF
I'd
has
yet
been
again reiterate, why did Israel support Hamas?
where again you're just show me actual proof, not just media propaganda, where Israel supports Hamas.
I can get the quotes of Jewish ministers up, bro.
And I don't mean media propaganda.
Let's see if it fucking knows.
Bro, I'm not even American. As I said, I'm a Trump cultist. I'm not even American.
God. Let's see. It's really hard to get historical evidence up here right now.
Because there is none, because it's media propaganda.
No, it's because no one will report on it. Like, it
Because
just
it's
won't
media
answer my
propaganda.
actual
If
query.
there was, if there
Oh
was,
yeah,
you
great.
would be
Okay.
able to find it.
No, wait. We have a. Let's see if we can get. See if we can get the Wall Street Journal article on this. Actually, I don't have a Wall Street Journal
Wall Street Journal is
membership.
media propaganda.
Yeah, but I mean, it'll cite sources so that I can reference. It's also just genuinely very difficult to get anything other than like media.
Because
Anyway.
yeah, but the thing is, I can actually get historical to back what I'm about to say. So yes, I am asking for non-media evidence. Someone in the
Don't respond to the comments.
sorry.
Bruh. It's really deeply annoying. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see if there has to be like a section on this. There's support. There we go. Oh God, if this wasn't behind a paywall, that'd be really great. But anyway. It's very. See. Anyway, we can move beyond that point. I'm happy to move beyond that point for the time being. I can get actual quotes up a bit later.
Now then, if you want, I can cite my sources. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a history lesson.
No, I don't want a history lesson. Make an argument.
This is an argument, and if you'll hear
Then
me out,
make an argument quickly. Yeah, go.
okay. Israel is the original owner of the land, the Israelis, the Israelites. And no, this is not going to be any biblical bullshit. 5,000 years ago, the Israelites are the ones that settled in that land. Then 2,000 years ago, the Palestinians came. Israel was friendly towards them and welcomed them. But all the Palestinians do is acted aggressive, and they have for the past 2,000 years.
The Arabs? So who kicked the Jews out of? Okay, let's talk about this historically. 2,000 years ago, Kingdom of Judea. Who kicked the Jews out of the Kingdom of Judea?
Hold on, let me pull my sheet. Just give me 2 seconds. I have a sheet where I wrote it down. Give me just a second.
Because let's be very clear. This is a fascinating. For everyone in the comments, can we get a quote of who it was? I'll give you a hint. It wasn't the Arabs. It wasn't the Arabs.
It was Egypt.
2,000 years ago? It was the Roman Empire.
Were you looking at the same source? Hold on. I was looking at the one from 1967. Wrong one. You're right. It is the Roman Empire. I was looking at
Yeah,
the wrong.
so
There were
are the Roman
two
Empire
time
Arabs?
points in my thing. I was looking at the wrong one.
Are the Roman Empire Arabs?
No.
Great. During the Ottoman Empire, let's fast forward for 2 seconds. During the Ottoman Empire, right, were the Arabs allowed to peacefully occupy that land? Were the Jews allowed to peacefully occupy that land?
Let me check. Can you repeat real quick?
Uh, were the
Can you
Arabs
repeat?
allowed, were the Jews allowed to peacefully occupy the land during the Ottoman Empire? Also, on the point about Hamas, let's be very clear. So, brigade, I actually I have quotes now. Okay, this is lovely. Brigade General
Yes, the Ottomans still welcome the
Yatzkahak,
Jews.
that's the Ottomans, yeah. So the Ottoman, who were primarily Arab, were quite actually friendly to the peaceful
Yes, they were.
Jews in the area. So you're just wrong that they were unilaterally aggressive. But one second. So we can go back to the previous point because now I actually have the quotes if we want to talk about the quotes. Brigade General Yatzkahak Segev was a Israeli military governor in Gaza. And he claimed, right, that he actually helped finance the Palestinian Islamist movement as a counterweight to the secularists and leftists of the PLO. This is cited in the book Arab and Jew, Wounded Spirits in Promised Land, right, by a Pulitzer Prize winner. Great. And then they directly quote it. The Israeli government gave me a budget, and the military government gives to the mosques. Hamas, to my greatest regret, is Israel's creation. That's a quote of Vern Cohen, who is a former Israeli religious affairs official who worked in Gaza.
Okay, give me a second to fact check. Correct.
Yep. So they
I
created
admit,
Hamas as a counterweight to the secularists and leftists, right? And why did they do that? Right? Because they're escalationists.
okay.
So this is where I get a lot of the criticism, right, of this. Is y'all come up here and say we're facing attacks, we're facing what is accurately a genocidal organization. But then it was an
Mm-hmm.
organization that you created. So what do we do now? How in the world can any conversation about Hamas not include a conversation about how they wouldn't exist without Israel? They are a
Valid point.
consequence of Israel's actions directly, right? So I'm not saying it's deserved. Let me be very clear what I'm saying. It's not deserved. It's not justified. But when we're talking about how to move forward, right, it is a very interesting example where the actions and escalationist policies of Israel, right, have caused horrendous consequences. And then they've used those horrendous consequences to justify even further escalationist policies. Israel is interested in a destabilized Palestine. They are interested in a destabilized area because they have the bigger military. So when it's destabilized and it becomes a hot war rather than a cold war, right? They win. They gain territory. They can oppress. They gain, right, the Sinai to have as a bargaining chip to normalize relations with Egypt, right? They gain
Didn't
that
they give
power, but they
Sinai
can't
back
in a
to
Cold
Egypt?
War. They used it as a bargaining chip to normalize agreements. Yeah, that was my point.
No, I thought you said that. My bad, I misunderstood. I thought you said they were going after Sinai. I just misunderstood you. Sorry. I was
Of
like, wait a
course.
minute, didn't they give it back?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just misunderstood
So,
what you said.
yeah. So this is what they're doing. And I think we need to stop falling for it. We need to stop falling for escalationism. And this is what you've come on here yelling about, right? But I think it's justifying horrendous things at a humanitarian cost.
Oh, I absolutely don't agree with any of the things Israel's doing. I don't. I don't agree with phosphorus. I don't agree with leveling cities. I don't agree with any of it. I never once said their actions were justified.
Okay.
I just said they're fighting for their survival at this point because of what the Hamas has declared.
I mean, are they really? Like,
Yes.
come on. They're the
The,
most
the, the
militarized. They're the
Nazis
most
have
militarized
proven
state in
that
that.
they are
They're the
fighting
most
for their
militarized
lives.
state in that region, right?
I'm not talking
They're the
about
most
in.
militarized state in that region. Why? Wait, but if they were fighting for their lives, why are they welcoming? Why are they welcoming Western immigrants? Right? Like, why are Western immigrants going? Like this is just it's not they're trying to found and maintain an ethno state, and I don't think it can be portrayed as anything else.
So you're against ethno states.
Fundamentally, yeah.
Okay, hold on, let me a second. I'm not sure what an ethno state is. I never heard that term before.
Thank you to everyone who's sending likes. Thank you to everyone who's sharing. I do have to be a shill because that's how we get eyes on the issues that matter. Uh, so please do follow me. I really
Okay, now
appreciate
I
the people that follow, and I really appreciate the people that follow my YouTube as well. TikTok isn't a
So
huge
it's a
fan of
thing
me.
that wants either
I
a
do share those with
racial
people. I do appreciate it.
or religious thing only in that state.
Yeah.
Okay. Now this is going to be a brief hypothetical, but I want to run something by you. Would you be against, for example, say a native African that would not allow any other people into their culture and into their religion, into their tribe, into their? Would you be okay
Yeah,
with that?
I would be against an ethno state in Africa as well.
Okay, then you know what? I was insulting you in the comments. I take it back. I was assuming that you were gonna be one of those people. Well, it's okay for the blacks to do it, but not okay for this. So since you're not, I
Let's
want to
not use
honestly
that term.
apologize
But thank you.
because I honestly thought you were gonna be one of those libtard. Oh my God, the blacks are never
Let's also
wrong
not
type.
use that term.
I'm not American. I can say what the fuck I want. Not you. The comments. They're getting all offended, and
Wait,
I'm like,
you
it's not.
can't. They should be offended. It's an offensive term.
I'm not American. It's not offensive here. Anyway.
But you're speaking to an American and to an American audience. Homie left. I didn't boot her. She left. Anyway, my loves. Thank you so much. I really appreciate being able to get eyes on this issue. Let's. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How are
So what's your what you doing well? What'd you send a guest request to disagree on?
No, I feel like it's just such a like hopeless situation and um it's just really sad to see humanity, support wars and people innocent people dying and I don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
Um I wish there was something to do to stop it, but um and I just feel like a lot of people in America are not really educated on the history and they just watch mainstream media, so they just don't get it. And I think it's just like messed up how automatically Arab people are labeled as terrorists just because they're supporting innocent people trying to stay alive, so
Yep. Well, we don't really seem to have a disagreement, but I appreciate coming up. I'm going to try and probably move on to a conversation that we can get flowing. So,
okay, thanks.
thank you. Also, just give me 2 seconds. I need to.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear
Would
me?
you send a guest request? Yep.
Oh, okay. So I think the United States should be funding them more
Why?
because they have a right to defend themselves after
And they have the
Hamas.
right to violate human rights in doing so.
In what way?
They've violated an innumerable amount of international laws, international conventions, right? The use of white phosphorus in residential areas, right? The unilateral blockade of humanitarian aid to the area, the death of Red Cross workers, the death of UN peacekeepers up in Lebanon, right? The death of reporters. Those are all international violations. Those are all war crimes. Do they have the right to commit war crimes?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's war. And as far as the reporters go, they're in a war zone.
Yeah, they don't
Not
get to
sure.
commit war crimes. That's where we're going to disagree. I'm not going to support a terroristic organization committing war crimes like the IDF is doing.
Well, I think the terrorists are the Palestinians that went in and murdered over 1,000
Look,
Jews.
I
And
think
is
two things can be true. I think the
okay.
IDF going in and murdering over 2,000 innocent Palestinian civilians is pretty terroristic as well.
Well, that's what happens when you put your military bases in hospitals and schools. They're hiding behind civilians like cowards.
And what do you call the settlements in the West Bank? I call that using civilians as shields.
As far as Gaza goes, Israel pulled out in 2005. They haven't even had a stake in the Gaza.
They've still been brutalizing Gazans, right, at borders and actually going into Gazans. There have been IDF officers in Gaza that whole time. It was a unilateral pullout, but there's still been IDF officers, right, in terms of policing. But regardless, they don't have the right to commit war crimes, and we shouldn't be supporting war crimes. And also, they have killed more innocent civilians, right, in the past 3 days than Hamas has in the past year. So, you know,
The
it's difficult.
IDF has talked about going out of their way to avoid civilian casualties,
Yeah, they didn't go
but
enough out of their way. Still kill 2,000,
again
still kill
because
2,000 Palestinians.
again because Palestinians are or the Hamas, I'm sorry, are hiding behind their civilians and telling them not
Does
to
that
flee.
okay? Where should they flee? Let's talk about if you're going to blame Hamas for telling them not to flee, where should they flee?
I don't know.
So why
I
does
don't
it
know,
why
but
if there okay, there's nowhere to flee. I'll answer that question for you. There's nowhere to flee.
well,
Okay. So
Egypt has shut their borders to them because they don't want any part of the animals in Palestine coming up there.
just call it the
Jordan
Palestinian
also shut
the
their
what?
borders to them.
Yeah, and I advocate that the Western powers accept Palestinian asylum seekers. You know who's stopping, right, us from sending boats to take up Palestinian asylum seekers? Also, do you call them animals?
Of course, yeah,
The
people that behead
Palestinian
babies and
citizens?
murder children are
The
animals.
Palestinian citizens that are seeking
No, I'm sorry,
refuge?
the Hamas, not the Palestinian citizens. No.
Okay, do you call the IDF similar things for committing war crimes?
Again, show me a source, show me proof.
Wait, this is ubiquitously reported. The UN has condemned them for this. The use of
As far
they have
as
admitted to it. Netanyahu has admitted to the ground offensive that will necessitate war crimes. He's admitted to cutting off food and humanitarian aid to Gaza. That is a war crime.
because when people go into your home and murder your family, you
So
put a
no, no,
stop
no.
to it.
No. That is a war crime. Okay, and also, Israel has gone in into Palestinians' homes and murdered their family. And so, if you are saying, and genuinely, I want you to hear this, if you are saying that justifies war crimes, you don't have a leg to stand on criticizing Hamas. I do. Let's be very clear. I do have a leg to stand on because I actually criticize war crimes. You don't.
Again, you have to show proof for any sort of like the
Reuters
IDF
reported
going
this.
into
The
homes.
Associated Press reported this. Amnesty International reported this. The Human Rights Watch campaign reported this. The UN reported this. Right. Who else? Who else do you want to ask? Israel admitted to cutting off humanitarian aid. That is a war crime. So if you're not going to condemn war crimes, you have not a single moral leg to stand on to criticize terrorists. Because the IDF is acting as a terrorist organization currently.
By bombing Gaza?
By cutting off humanitarian aid, maintaining the water blockade, maintaining the borders blockade, right?
Correct, because they want their hostages back and it's war. Like
So they're
what do you mean?
war. So they're committing war crimes. So this is the thing, is you are justifying war crimes, which once again, you can justify war crimes But then we're going to turn around and look if that justification applies to the IDF as well, and I'm pretty damn sure it does, right? So we can play this game, right? We can play this game of justifying terrorism, or we can condemn both sides.
I disagree. I would
Let's
condemn.
play this game of
I would condemn the side that started it,
what side started it?
the Hamas.
Okay, okay. Who funded
I mean,
Hamas?
do you want to go back to
Who
history with the
funded
Ottoman
Hamas?
Empire
Who
and the
funded
British?
Hamas?
Palestine elected the Hamas in 2007. They elected
Yep,
their
and
own
who funded
government.
them prior to that?
I don't know. Probably Iran. I don't know.
Israel.
Okay.
So who started it?
Israel has given up a bunch of land just for peace. You're laughing at that? You want to go back to
No, I'm laughing at you
1947?
like the amount of whiplash I just got from that incredible pivot.
Okay.
I don't want to hear, when did Israel start it? When did Israel incite violence? When they funded originally Hamas, which is now the organization that is attacking them, and they were always extremist Islamist groups in Hamas. They funded the Islamist group precisely to be accelerationist, precisely to weaken the PLO. So who started it? Israel. Israel started it.
Not at
So
all.
what's your
No.
excuse now?
Israel didn't elect the Hamas in
Israel
2007,
funded Hamas originally.
and they still have over a 70% approval
They
rating from
don't. According to
Palestinian.
who?
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do.
Okay, what in the 2006 election you're referencing, what percentage of the vote did they get?
I don't know offhand.
Do you think it was a majority?
I would assume it was set up by the Palestinian Authority.
It wasn't a majority. It was 44%.
Okay.
Yep. And do you know, here's the really, really fascinating part. Most of the people that could vote now could not vote then. So they're very different people. So do you have any data showing a 70% approval rate?
Not offhand, but I've seen it. I can get it for you.
Okay,
I
you
just
can do
don't
that
have it
after the live.
offhand.
Send it to me. Great.
Okay. I guess the
My
only other
point
thing.
is the
Yeah.
question of who started it is Israel. Israel started it. They funded Hamas. So, it's really strange to me how we can have any discussion regarding Hamas, any discussion regarding this topic without referencing that Israel has consistently been accelerationist in this discussion. They've been accelerationists. They've been they've been incessantly inciting violence, incessantly wanting violence, incessantly wanting any given strike from the Arabs to justify an absolute onslaught against the Palestinians.
That's crazy. So you're just assuming it was a false flag?
No, I don't think it was a false flag. What I'm saying is they admitted to funding Hamas, right, as a counterweight, and they have had consistently accelerationist views. I didn't say it was a false flag. That's not what I said in any way, shape, or form. You know that, though. I don't know why you said that.
Okay, so as far as funding Hamas back in 2007, 2008, we didn't really, until they set up their charter, we didn't really know what they were all about either. I mean, their charter literally
We
said
knew what they
wipe
were all
out
about.
every
They were
Jew.
explicit. They were explicitly created as a counterweight to the secularist and leftist PLO. And also, it wasn't in the 2000s. It was more in the founding of Hamas, so in the 80s and
But
90s.
Israel being heavily militarized, what was their end goal in this then? What do you think? You think they just wanted to take the land from the Palestinians and own all of it? Then why would they give up so much over the
No, what I
past few
think what I
decades?
think they're looking for. Wait, so what did? Fascinating. Are you talking about the Sinai? What they gave up to the Sinai?
Of course, after the 6 Day War, yes. That was in
They didn't want the Sinai.
1979, I
They
think.
didn't give a shit about the Sinai. They didn't want the Sinai.
Well, no, I know.
They couldn't
They gave it
maintain.
to Egypt,
Wait,
right?
the reason they gave up Sinai to Egypt, right? First of all, because Egypt obviously had the claim to it, but secondarily, because they couldn't maintain the Sinai. It wasn't in their national interest to maintain the Sinai. So they gave up nothing that they had interest in. Did they give up the Golden Heights? No.
Well,
Did
what
they
about
give up power in
Gaza?
the West Bank? No.
What
Did they
about
did
what?
they properly give up Gaza? No. If they had actually been interested in maintaining a stable Gaza, they would have taken very, very different actions other than a unilateral pullout of all structure in it and destruction of all their institutions. They've been interested in destabilized Gaza for as long as Gaza's been under their control.
I don't know. I mean, I guess my only sort of rebuttal to that is, uh, I mean, their population, they have what, 20, 30% of Arabs living in Israel compared to Palestine, who's got 0% of Jewish people. So
So
I
what?
just I don't see what Israel's end goal would be here. I mean, if this was something that they truly
No, their
wanted,
end goal their end goal is so they want to be able to maintain their ethno-state. And a lot of the reason that the West tolerates their ethno-state is because they believe their ethno-state is justified, right? Because of these attacks against them. They say, look, we need to keep the Arabs out to defend against these agitators, defend against these attackers. But the second that that excuse ends, well, now we can't say, well, maybe you have to respect international law. As long as they have the excuse of war, they can maintain the racist and apartheid policies that they have. But once they stop having the excuse of war, okay, they can't justify it anymore. That's what they're looking for. They're looking to maintain their, absolute deprivation of the right to return. Okay? They want this excuse of violence against them. That's why they are agitating. That's why they are being accelerationists.
okay, fair enough. You gave me something to think about and maybe do some research on.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, no problem, man. Take care.
Hey,
Once again, thank you so much for everyone sharing and liking the live. That's how we get it to people that need to see it. Do follow me if you appreciate what I do, and do follow my YouTube because that's where I can actually speak, and TikTok won't attack me for it. Hello. What'd you say in the
hey,
guest
how
request
you
for?
doing, man? How old are you?
19.
Okay, so you weren't really
How old are
too
you?
into politics. I'm 25, but you weren't into politics when Barack Hussein Obama was in office, right?
I was a watcher, but not an active engager.
Yeah, so I think you understand what the main issue is, right? Why they're fighting, why Palestine and Israel are enemies.
I know the long history of this. Yes.
I don't know, what is it? I'm asking you if you know what it
Do you
is.
want me to summarize the Israel-Palestine conflict?
I don't know. What I mean is like what beliefs separate them. You realize what that is, right?
A huge amount of beliefs separate
I don't
them.
know.
This
I
is a
mean
complicated topic.
religion, right? One is Jewish and the other one is Muslim, right?
Yeah, one's a Jewish
Okay,
ethno
so
state. Yeah.
that's a right. So majority, that's a correct statement. And so, what do they want, right? They want the Holy Land. So, what we should do is instead of funding either side, let's just like give them both like conversion therapy to get the hell out of like these religions that are only causing them.
Hello. I'm not here to like debate, but I'm just here to make some clarifications. Is that okay?
No. Yellow.
Hello. Hey, so the whole end all US military funding of the Israel, I totally agree. I think that it's really funny how the people that are supporting the countries that are supporting Israel are colonizer countries, countries that have continuously gotten their land by oppressing, segregating, and committing heinous crimes of violence against minorities. And I think that it says a lot about the situation. And ultimately, there's a lot of stuff going on, like a lot of information being spread around, a lot of misinformation in terms of propaganda. If for people that don't know, the Israeli government has like the biggest like propaganda spreading, what is it, like software, basically. So like A lot of stuff that's coming that they're putting out is false. They've been oppressing Palestinians for almost a century, and the big thing that people are coming out with are like, oh well, look what they did, look what Hamas did, and I once again do not condone what they did. I also at the same time can understand why that happened. And the reason why is because when I liken this to like an animal that is scared and afraid and in danger. If you block them into a corner, what other option do they have but to fight? I'm not saying that it's right. I'm saying that this could have been avoided if the Israeli government had stopped occupying Palestine and had actually taken accountability for what they did instead of trying to play victim. And I'm so tired. I'm so tired of the narrative that like it's like the Israeli government are the victims. No, they're the perpetrators. They are the perpetrators of the violence, and they've been doing so for a very long time. Don't get me wrong. I know that Hamas has done stuff, but at the end of the day, like it pales in comparison to the oppression and the apartheid that the Israeli government has created. They're a stronger military. They have one of the strongest militaries in the world. They also are, their government is more organized and they're funded once again by a bunch of other countries. And then you have Palestine that doesn't have either of that. Okay? Doesn't have either. So honestly, like it's evident as to why like shit is happening the way that it is. And it's fucking ridiculous. And people want to be like, oh, this isn't true, like da da da. Educate yourself. Educate yourself. It's been happening for years. There's honestly not many, like, even though there's, yes, a lot of people in this world, there's a lot of people who understand the situation that's happening in Palestine. And it's honestly a genocide. The majority of people that are being bombed in Gaza, they say they're fighting Hamas. But honestly, the majority of people that reside in Gaza are under the age of 19 years old. They're children. They didn't even get to vote Hamas into power. The last election was a couple years ago. And so this is, once again, the Israeli government condemning innocent people. And the thing that frustrates me the most is the fact that the Israeli government and the Israeli people as a whole understand what it's like to experience genocide. But then they're going back and they're doing the exact same thing to another group. It's ridiculous. And if anybody, people who are supporting Israel and what they're doing, you guys really need to take a good look at history. And it's not Israeli land. It's not Israeli land, though. It was shared land between three groups. And the Israeli have gone and settled within Palestine and have taken that land and have forced Palestinians out. It's not hard to understand. It's really not hard to understand. You're either like willful ignorance or you just genuinely have not educated yourself. So I don't want people, like, you can't come, like, if you're trying to tell me, oh, like, I'm lying, no, I'm not. Go look for yourself. And we also have seen the whole thing that came out with, like, oh, 40 Israeli babies, heads chopped off. Propaganda. False. There's honestly, like, you don't need it. Palestine doesn't need to create any false narratives like that, because all you got to do is just search up Gaza on Twitter, and you will see the absolute devastation that has happened. And it's mainly children. It's sickening. It is a genocide that is happening. And the US funding this is funding a genocide, and they should also be held accountable. Not to mention that the Israeli government used white phosphorus. That shit is illegal. It's been illegal for a minute. Okay? That's a war crime. They've committed multiple war crimes. And they haven't been held accountable by the other countries. Specifically the big countries that are in power, because they're the ones funding them and allowing for this shit to happen. Us as people have to speak up. We have to get on the same page. It is illegal. Do you know what white phosphorus does?
It
when
is
it's
clearly
inhaled?
yeah. Within
Burns.
residential populations, to be clear.
Yes,
But yeah, within residential
residential
populations, it's illegal. Yeah.
Yes, because of what it does. It literally burns your lungs from the inside out. And even if you do survive, your life is going to be miserable. You're going to be sick for the rest of your life. They're doing that to children. So this is the thing with bombs. There is no way of telling who who it's going to hit. and they've just been like free range dropping them things in Gaza, and they're acting like, okay, so I understand what Hamas did, act of terrorism, but then we're not saying that the Israeli government and what they're doing is terrorism, even though it's the same shit. It's the same shit. And they want and this is the thing. They declared war after this one instance of Hamas going into Israel and doing that. But they have been in Palestine killing people, displacing people, oppressing people for nearly a century. This was just an excuse to exterminate them, I promise you. And they're playing the victim, trying to get trying to fuel their ideologies, and it's sad, and I'm tired of people like thinking that it's anything else other than a genocide against Palestinian people.
Absolutely.
So
Well, hey,
yeah.
I actually appreciate what you're saying. You're saying lots of like really well-educated and valid things. Either you have three options. Either like I can let someone else up and we can talk to them
Mhm.
together if you want. Like, would you want to talk to
Yeah.
Zionists at all? Or okay,
Oh,
then let's
totally.
do
I was
some.
just on a live with
Yeah.
them. I was just on a live with a bunch of a bunch of Zionists, honestly, and they were yeah, it was interesting to say
Yeah.
the least.
Well, I
But
need
I
to
have no problem speaking to them.
absolutely. So I'll take a little bit more of a back seat. Maybe we'll get up a bit of a panel and just get some people on here. So let's see who we can get
Sounds good.
disagreeing. I'll just lead like with the mentoring, just see if they're
Yeah.
disagreeers. Hello, Mac.
What's up?
What'd you say to get? Do you disagree?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I understand like there's a lot of I think your generation has a certain perspective that I think lacks a lot of historical context. That there's just a lot of stuff that I've seen in my lifetime within Israel. I totally disagree with your guest that's talking about genocide. Um,
It's not a
as
guess.
the
It's
previous guest
very
said,
real.
there's 20% of the Israeli population are Palestinian Arab Israelis that's living peacefully with alongside Jewish people in the Israel state. They do not genocide them.
Well, let's
They
let's talk
live.
about that. Do those people have
Yeah.
wait, okay, that's fascinating. Do those people have equal rights? Do Arab Israeli citizens have equal rights as Jewish Israeli citizens?
Yes, they do. They do have equal
No, they do
rights.
not.
Now, that's
No,
No,
they
they
not
do
to
not.
don't.
say
If they,
they
nope, they
definitely
don't.
they definitely
Let's ask if do they have ubiquitous? If they want to move to the West Bank, do they have the right to return to the homeland, like the central, integral Israel, as much as the Jews do if they move to the West Bank?
well, I mean,
It,
there's a fence there, there's a border there for a reason. So there's not freedom of
The
movement
answer
in
is
the West
no. The
Bank,
answer is no. They
and
do not have the equal right of
yeah,
return.
and the Jews
No,
don't
they are
yeah.
either.
second-class
And the
citizens.
Jews don't either. And the Jews don't either. They do
Yes, yes,
have
they do.
equal
That's
rights.
actually not true. That's not true. If you move to
Yes,
a
there
Jewish
are Jewish.
settlement, if you move to a Jewish settlement in the West Bank, you do have the right to return to integral Israel
So you're talking about freedom of movement as a is not
as a right.
equating to
Yes.
genocide. Okay, you're not
No,
equating
no, no.
genocide.
But
Now,
you said that they had equal rights. That's an apartheid state right there.
Yeah,
An apartheid state is one step away
exactly.
from genocide.
do they live
Hmm.
peacefully though in Israel? Do they live peacefully alongside Jews in
Apartheid is
Israel?
not peace.
Correct.
Apart,
Apartheid is not
apartheid.
peace. There's an oppressed group that is being condemned while another one gets to live their lives the way that they want to. And I'm actually surprised that you can really get up on here, say, "Oh, I've spent time in
Apartheid. I
Israel,"
understand.
and you didn't
I don't
notice these
understand this
things.
perspective. Historically, the
Like,
reason why
what were you doing all day?
the freedom of movement argument.
Is valid.
Excuse me.
It's valid.
What was I doing today?
The freedom of movement.
Okay. Are we talking about history or no? Okay, what
When
are
you
we
came
talking
up
about
here
here?
talking about currently, you
What I
said no,
mean,
no, it's not
this
genocide. No, no, no,
narrative
it's
there.
not apartheid. Do you want to switch to history? You're free to pivot.
Yeah, go for it. Speak up.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. So in Israel, Hamas historically, and Palestinians from West Bank and Gaza have
I'll
infiltrated
go get water.
Israel on numerous occasions, have bombed cafes, have bombed into people, have bombed buses, have murdered people. Israel is fighting for its existence. Hamas's stated goal is to drive every Jew into the sea. Into the sea. This is not controversial. It's been their stated goal for many years, for decades. And to act like Israel has no right to exist. I mean, their defenses are there for protection of their people. They've been attacked uh, many times over decades from by people who do deny their right to be there and deny their right to exist. The genocide would happen from the Palestinian to the Jewish perspective. It would happen if Israel were to not defend itself. That would happen.
No, but Kate, that's a problem though. That is an ideology that is very much pushed, and that shit is messed up. Because basically, we're saying that, like, or not even we, because I don't think that. But basically, what you're saying is that if that Palestinians, if left alone in their own land, are incapable of peace, and that they just want violence. Like, the fact that we associate just simply being Palestinian with a want for violence and bloodshed is wrong. What they want is freedom. What they want is their rights. What they want is the land that they're owed, honestly. So it's really not, it's
So,
not
so, so what they want is the complete eradication of Jews from
no.
Israel, from that land.
That's
No,
That's what
flagrantly
they want.
racist. That's a flagrantly
like,
racist statement you just
No,
made.
it's just like
what?
Conflating Hamas with the Palestinians is incredibly irresponsible, especially when the primary, if we want to talk historically, the primary resistance movement within Palestine for the most of the Palestinian liberation movement has been the PLO. And the PLO was a secularist leftist organization that was not for that. And then Israel
Yeah,
funded
I didn't
the
even know the PLO
counterweight to it
existed.
by their own admission.
Yeah, yeah. You mentioned the PLO. You remember Yasser Arafat, or do you not? Because
Hmm.
he's gone before you were probably alive. So
I've
Yasser
heard the name
Arafat
referenced.
and Prime Minister Sharon of Israel met with President Bill Clinton at Camp David, and Israel agreed to a two-party state. They basically they gave everything, like 95% of the West Bank, all of the Gaza Strip, all on the table.
And
This is
they
multiple
demanded
times.
complete demilitarization, and they took
Sure, to
Jerusalem.
to yes, as neighbors who
So, yeah,
who hostile to
horrible agreement. Yep.
complete demilitarization from a group that an organization and a government that was attacking Israel, sending rockets into Israel.
And Israel, which
I
was
think that
attacking
yes,
them as
as
well.
a concession, no, in a defensive capacity, yes, but there's no
Well, I mean,
equating.
their
No,
existence is
no.
Israel lived
offensive.
in peace.
Yeah.
So
When they
basically,
engage.
we have a
Also, once
situation.
again, here's the thing. I'm getting a really strong pivot from you. You just switched from talking about the Hamas Charter, right, to now talking about the Camp David Accords that were happening, or you're talking about the Oslo or Camp David Accords. Do
Well,
you want to? What is stick,
there's a
bro? Come
consistent.
on, stick on. Come on. This is just dishonest. You need to admit, right, that fundamentally the Palestinians are fighting for liberation. Hamas
Hmm.
specifically, right, was made to agitate. It was made to justify violence against the Palestinians. That's why the Israelis funded it. You have to recognize that.
The Israelis funding Hamas is one of the most controversial. I've heard nobody say this. This is kind of like a you just pulled that out of thin air, and there is no
The Israelis
distinction.
admitted it. There was a quote from the Israeli military governor of Gaza in the 1980s that admitted this. They verbatim said this.
Yeah, you
Sounds
don't know
credible,
your
man.
shit,
Like
dude.
one dude said something. So in the
The
80s, I
military
mean,
And
governor of Gaza at the time. One
and you're
dude?
saying no, because it's crazy the lengths that people will go to justify their stance. Like, they will literally discredit concrete facts and information to justify their stance. It's
here's a
honestly
concrete
absurd.
fact for you. Here's a concrete fact. Israel has repeatedly offered to a two-state solution to the Palestinians, and they've rejected it. Why did they reject it?
Two-state
Because
solution, two-state solutions
their
that gave
goal.
60% of the land to the minority Jewish ethnic group and most of the land that was Arable. also demanded
Wrong,
demilitarization
wrong.
while not
No,
matching.
it
They
was
did give
all
most of the
Gaza,
arable
all
land.
Gaza. No, this is incorrect. It was all Gaza. It was everything that they wanted, minus like 5%, and Israel was giving them other lands to
Wait, no,
compensate
no,
for
no,
the
no, no.
5%.
They did
It
not.
was
Wait, what did I say
95% of
that
the
was
West
wrong?
Bank.
What did I say that was wrong?
You said 60%. 60% was not the case. It was all of Gaza. It was
That was the
95% of the West
1940.
Bank.
No,
It
the
was every.
19. No,
No, this is. I'm
60% of
talking
the
about the
land in the mandate. So I'm talking. So when we're comparing the Camp David Accords, which was a less
right.
generous offer than the 19. I'm talking the 1947 agreement. So the 1947 agreement was actually more generous than the Camp David Accords, right? 1947 agreement
There's
was
been
62% of the land to the Jews, right? And then the Camp David Accords actually gave less. So do we really want to talk about that?
Yeah,
you know
you
what
don't
Bill
want to
Clinton
Is
talk
that
said?
your
about
Bill
that.
argument? Is
Clinton
that
said.
actually they want to give less? Because
Okay.
62% is in
Bill Clinton
reference to
said?
the total
You know what Bill
territory.
Clinton said? Bill Clinton said to Yasser Arafat. Yasser Arafat said to him, you know, you're a great man." And Bill Clinton said, "I'm not a great man. I'm a failure, and you have made me one." And you know why? Is because he was a bad faith negotiator. Palestine, the
Genuinely gonna
Palestinian
break my
government
neck,
has
and I'm a
always
gay
been.
man. This is so many pivots. Like, holy shit.
It's not a pivot. You're acting like this is a pivot, but it's been a consistent theme throughout history since Israel's existence. Israel's existence has been threatened by its neighbors, by the Palestinian government and Hamas, PLO. There's no distinction. You know,
And
the brands
Palestinians'
may have
existence have been
changed.
threatened. The only difference is that the
The
Israelis have been
brands
successful.
changed, but the stated goal, has always been to drive all the Jews into the sea. There's never
The
any
PLO? You're
any.
saying that was the goal of the PLO?
Yes, it was back then. It
That's just
was yes.
dishonest. You're just dishonest. You're just dishonest. That's just not true.
No, it's not
It
dishonest.
was the goal. The
And
goal
you're
was
talking about
that's
propaganda, wrong. You do understand, like, the stuff that you're talking about is a lot coming from propaganda. Like Amnesty International is a corrupt organization, dude. They're a corrupt organization. They have had ties to the Muslim Brotherhood. They
do
have
you only believe things that come
ties to
directly out of
Hamas.
Netanyahu's mouth? Like, what are you talking about? What do you want me to cite? What do you want me to
I'm
cite?
talking about.
BB?
I'm just saying.
Like,
I'm just saying that a lot of the information that you're parroting is propaganda. Is from propaganda sources.
And what about the information that you're
I'm,
getting? Israel has been
there's
the
no doubt.
culprit of the most propaganda. I promise you. I
yeah.
promise you.
Also, I'm citing Israelis. I'm citing a Israeli military governor. You're saying that the Israelis are committing
You
propaganda against themselves? I'm citing people that are interested in lying.
you're talking about propaganda when I'm talking about over my near
It's
50 years
propaganda.
of
It's
life
propaganda.
and observing
It's an
this.
Israeli
You were the
military
person who
governor.
just brought up, buddy, you were the person that just told him that a lot of the information that he was getting was propaganda. And now you're saying that, like, now you're just completely flipping. Like, you can't even keep a
I'm
solid
not flipping.
stance.
I'm not
It's
flipping.
wild.
I'm not flipping. No,
Oh,
no. I'm telling
okay.
you that
You,
in
yeah.
every effort Israel has made, in good faith efforts
It's not good
to
faith.
offer a two-state
It's
solution,
it's not
to
good faith.
offer a state solution, they rejected. They
Because they're
rejected
The
shit
because
offers.
it
Because
benefits
was
they're garbage
never
that
offers.
about
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
garbage
why would
offers.
Palestinians, yes, garbage offers, buddy. Why would Palestinians accept an offer in which they don't, it's not equal, like where the Israeli people get more and they get less?
It's
Explain.
well beyond
Why
not
would that make
equal.
sense?
It's well beyond not equal. Yeah, it's
Like,
a despicable offer. It's an offensive
95%,
offer.
95% of the West Bank and all of the Gaza Strip,
Okay,
everything that they had asked for, supposedly,
what
because
percentage of the total land is that, right, in relation to the population?
you made it exactly. You made my point for me. It's exactly right, because they don't want a part of it. They want it all. They want all of it, and they want
No, no.
all the
What
Jews out
percentage
of
of the
there.
total land in relation to the populations, right? What percentage of the total land? Because it's less than 60%.
Well, land isn't measured by population. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. That's not like a
Okay,
an
what percent?
area
Like,
measured.
no, but the thing is, wait, land can be measured in relation to population. So you can say, as a percentage of the population, this is how much of the land they got. That's what I'm asking. We all know that, right? You're just being dishonest, part 10. But we all know
That's not
that
dishonest.
it is dishonest. But whatever.
The
You're saying
population centers is
95% as if it's a but anyway, the point is that the offers you're pointing to gave 60 or more percent of the land to the minority Jewish Israeli population. and gave less than 40%
That's not
of
true.
the land. I mean, get me the data. I mean, give me a
That's not true.
single counterpoint. Okay, great. Actually, give
All
me
you
a
can say
source.
is it's
Give me a
not
source that
true. Like
disagrees.
you
Give
literally.
me a source that disagrees and come back to me.
Just
Give me.
freaking Google the Camp David Accords. Freaking Google it. Freaking Google
Great.
it. Read about Camp David.
Do we want to
Read
do
about
this?
Camp David Summit.
Man, at the end of the
I
day,
mean,
dude,
it really
like,
is exhausting. When you watch over decades, like Hamas, like and previous regimes of Palestine, like murder Israeli, and they have no moral high ground. For you to talk about genocide when they just came through the fence and freaking murdered babies, attacked people at a music festival, and then you're going to talk about human rights when Israel is in a defensive capacity when they were attacked, and say, oh well, they're doing this in these residential areas. There's no distinction between a military and a residential area in Gaza Strip. There is none because they embed themselves in residential areas. If Israel could not defend themselves in residential areas, they couldn't defend themselves.
okay, damn. But you're
Okay,
saying,
you're
okay,
just
so because
justifying the usage of. Yeah.
yeah,
No,
Sorry,
of
go
I'm
on.
mass
saying that.
destruction.
I'm saying that when a country is attacked, then
Okay,
they have a
okay.
right to defend themselves.
Oh,
So yes,
okay,
they're
okay.
justified.
So that's what you think, huh? So what about Palestinians who've been attacked for almost a century?
Where?
Like, and
No,
they
they
just
haven't. Yeah,
in
you pulled that out of your ass. That hasn't happened. It's not true.
no
Israel has
the
only defended themselves. Only
what do you
defended
think?
themselves. They've never
They've only
been
defended
like the
themselves.
first
That's
shots
lies.
fired.
Then why have they gone and okay, explain this. Explain this. Why are there literal people that are still alive today, like older people, even some young people probably because their grandparents have probably died, but people who wear the keychains of the houses that they were kicked out of by the Israeli government, why do they still wear those around their necks? Why do they even have those keys to the homes? Like, why?
So so
Because
so
that was their
know why? You know
land.
why?
That was
It's because you know why? It's because when terrorist acts happen, Israel's responded. When terrorist attacks
okay,
happen against Israel, Israel's responded. So
but
guess what? You fire rockets into our neighborhoods. We're gonna
oh
we're gonna
my
take
goodness.
areas back. We're gonna take areas back.
Okay,
We're gonna put in Israeli settlements. That's why.
absolutely insanity. Because
It's
once
historically
again,
accurate.
has been occupying Palestine, has been oppressing them, creating an apartheid. It's been in a state of apartheid for a long time now, and this
You
hasn't
know what
yielded.
Israel's
Oh,
occupying?
no! Let me speak. Don't
Their
interrupt me. Don't
ancestral
interrupt me.
homeland.
Don't
That's
interrupt
what
me.
they've been.
Don't
That's what
interrupt me.
they've been.
Don't
They're
Arabs
interrupt
occupying
me.
ancestral
their
land.
ancestral homeland.
Ancestral homeland, buddy. Like once,
You don't think
dude,
the Jews have lived in Israel in that area for thousands of years?
Do
so have the
you think
Palestinians.
Arabs have as well? Yeah.
Like,
Yes,
You
they
you
have.
recognize that Arabs
And
have
guess
as well,
what?
right?
And guess what? Prior to Israel's state being formed, they did so peacefully. And do you know that Israel offered
you're,
Palestinians citizenship right from the jump? Many of them left.
I don't know where you're
Wait,
Many
getting
of
whoa,
them
whoa,
left.
whoa, 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 whoa.
information.
That's fascinating. Okay, so what? Let's just back forward a little bit more. What happened right,
You're
like,
talking about
the
democratic
pre
society
50,
versus
60,
society that
70
is not
years?
democratic. There's no human rights record that's good. Like if you said you're LGBTQ, like you're on the side of Hamas and Palestinians. Like, do you know
Not on
that
the
the
side of Hamas.
vast
Come on
majority
now.
of
Come
people
Not
on
on the
now.
side
in
of
Gaza and
Hamas.
the West Bank
Different.
would have you murdered? They would have you unalived for you being a gay man. They would.
Okay,
This is so.
that
We're talking about human rights, right?
that's
This
like a
is
really
he directly addressed
exaggerated.
me, so I'm going to address it. That is so incredibly tokenizing and offensive to suggest that I have to support genocide in order to be gay. Okay, that is
It's a
so
fact.
like you are just ridiculous. First of all, Israel is not pro LGBT. Right. Let's just be
I'm
very clear.
saying like why do you
If
support
Israel
the
could,
genocide of gay men?
if the far right wing Netanyahu government could put worse and more offensive laws in, they would. Right. But they need to
Hmm.
maintain Western support, so they don't. Right. They would. We all know they would. They've said they would. Gay marriage is not legal in Israel. Right. Israel habitually
They
blackmails gay
they would they would.
Palestinians to
That's like
keep them
complete
as
conjecture.
spies. They consistently abuse and violate gay people. Right. Especially Palestinian gay
Gay
people.
people have
So
gay people
to tokenize
proven
gay
the
people to a gay person
gay
is
people
incredible.
can
But
get married in Israel.
second of all,
There are
what?
gay marriages in Israel. Gay people can live
No, there's not equal.
just as
There's not.
happily.
That's just a lie. There's not equal gay marriage in
There's
Israel.
no it's that you're uneducated, dude. You're so uneducated. You have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to human rights differences between Hamas-controlled areas and Israel, dude. It's a democratic society, and there's Palestinian people in freaking government, and Hamas would have you unalive, dude. There's no human rights.
Hey,
Their only
okay,
goal is
okay.
to drive
Wait,
Jews into the sea.
wait.
It's
Sorry,
always
one
been
second.
that.
Final point. First Google search, Wikipedia. Really easy to
And this is
find,
why
babe.
you're Gen Z. You
One
have no
second.
historical context,
Gen
dude.
Z, same-sex marriage cannot legally be performed in Israel.
There you go, buddy. Don't know, and that was a quick search. That took no digging. Honestly, though, like what like just the stuff that you're saying is blowing my mind. Just because it's like you're trying to basically say that like Israel is so humanitarian, this, and that. Meanwhile, they're literally killing innocent children. They're literally killing innocent children. They dropped white phosphorus on a hospital, and honestly, like they're gonna say, the argument is that Hamas resides within the basements of hospitals and they have military. Okay, once again, innocent people, innocent children, innocent children. And this whole thing about like, they started the violence. Like, dude, once again, the reason why there hasn't been a war sooner is because Palestine isn't backed by big ass countries who have a lot of funding. They're not funded, so they don't have the power to start a war, to have an uprising like that. And once again, that shit happens because they're oppressed, because there's an apartheid, and that is created by Israel as well as the other countries that support them. So no
Yeah.
shit,
And
there hasn't been a war yet. They didn't declare war, buddy. Like this is just like I don't understand how you don't understand. Like it's just like and you were there. And the fact that you were there and you're like, oh yeah, we have gay marriage, and then you just do a quick Google search, like what were you doing? Living under a rock? Like it just I'm sorry, like it just I have no it just doesn't make sense to me. And yeah. Oh, did he
it
leave?
is. No, he's on Google because he's going to try and find something. What he's going to bring up, I'm going to be I'm going to preempt his idiocy. So he's going to bring up that gay marriage outside of Israel is semi-recognized. Very cool. Same-sex unions are semi-recognized within Israel. Very cool. Adoption for gay people is allowed in some cases. But to say that there is gay marriage permitted relevantly in Israel is just
It's
dishonest.
just
And to call
not.
me and call it was the most boomer bullshit. You Gen Z people, they just Google. Blah, 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 blah. You're so wrong, bro.
You haven't lived
It's so
enough
embarrassing
life.
for you. Like the lead poisoning
You
is
haven't lived
really
any life. You
showing.
have no historical context. You haven't seen over decades Israel having to
Mofo,
defend
I know
itself
the
from
history. I
terrorists
actually cited
attacking
the
civilians.
statistics to you. Like, what are you talking about? I actually literally told you the actual land distribution. You were like, no, 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 no. The Camp David Accords gave less land to the Palestinians than the original 1947, allocation, right? And the 1947 allocation was 62% to the Jews, right? So if it gave less, right, it gave more than 62%. That's crazy. So, bro, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
I
Camp
cited the
David Accords, like
statistics, and then you just
so
called me
50 years later,
propagandized. You had literally nothing
they were
valid to
beholden
say
to
to
the
me.
author.
So actually bring
They
up
were
any
beholden
point.
to the
So did
author.
you look? So let's just address the idiocy. Did
So
you
what
look
you're
it up and
saying is, so
realize
what
you're
you're saying in
wrong? Did you
47
look it up and realize you're
years,
wrong about gay marriage? Did you look it up and realize you're wrong about gay marriage? Is that what you just
no,
did?
no, I actually looked up and realized you were wrong because they
Great.
actually do recognize gay marriage. They do actually recognize, and you can't have same-sex unions in Israel. So if you want to say,
Can
well,
you
it's a
have
union
no,
that
wait,
renders service,
can you
so
have
we're
can
talking
you
about
get gay married
non-monetary
can you
services.
get gay married in Israel?
Yes, yes.
You
And
can't.
if you
You
want to play
can't
a
get gay
semantical
married in
word
Israel.
game,
You're just wrong. You
you
can't get
can
gay married in Israel.
you can have a union, you can have a gay union in Israel.
Is
You
that a
can be
marriage?
registered with the
That's
state
not a
as a
marriage.
gay couple.
Is that a marriage?
If you're
That's not a
doing
marriage.
you're playing semantical word games
No, it's really important.
No,
Palestinian
Gay
controlled
marriage
areas.
is very
documentation
specific. Gay marriage is very
In
specific.
Palestinian controlled areas, you'd be unalived. You'd be unalived, and
So
you
wait,
know
Mac, are
that.
you
So you know
so
that. But
intent on
you want to talk
when you
about
accused us of being
difference in
propagandized?
human rights. Israel's human rights record compared
Oh,
to
sorry,
Hamas
I didn't.
is stellar. It's stellar.
I keep clicking the wrong one. There we go. Wow, look at that. He's so intent on lying, bro.
no,
So
because
intent on lying.
yeah, and this is the thing, like I don't care, like really, really, truly, I don't care if I'm not a lot like yes, LGBTQ plus rights very much matter. right now the problem is not, it's not about that. It is about the fact that there is a genocide going on and people are getting murdered, children are getting murdered, people have been oppressed for centuries, and people, as in the larger countries, are supporting and funding the Israeli government's like destruction of Gaza. That is the
Yep.
problem. Like I could literally care less. Like, oh, like Palestinians wouldn't accept me. Okay, fine. I don't care. Like everybody has like there's things that are wrong, right? Like everybody has different perspectives, but this one thing, I think we can all agree that mass genocide in any form, but specifically mass genocide
Yeah.
to this degree, unacceptable. Absolutely
We're
unacceptable. And
literally
that
on like the level of like genocide bad. That's the discussion. Also, I
yes.
love once again the boomer brain is affecting Mac. He cannot figure out how to unmute. So I'm gonna send an invite. See if he can click that button.
Yeah.
Bro, Mac, this is so embarrassing for you. I literally did a single Google search, proved you wrong, right? And now you're just not admitting that you were proven absolutely wrong. You cannot get gay married in Israel. I asked you the direct question and you flagrantly lied. You know a civil union is different, right? So don't pretend that Israel's good faith in terms of LGBTQ representation. No, they're doing the least they conceivably can to maintain Western support, and we all know it. Mac, you really can't figure this out.
Yeah. This is like it's literally all like about getting like the public, they want people to think that they're the victim, they want people to think that they're these like that the government is these great people who have done nothing but good, but in reality like they're covering up their heinous transgressions that have been happening. And I stress that because it's once again like this it's so crazy because like the other live I was on, they always brought up, they're like, oh well, Hamas went into Israel and they the festival, this is not. I don't condone that. I think that violence in any shape or form is not right. At the same time, I can understand why that happened. It's like people are acting like Hamas, once again, they were also funded by Israel. Like, don't forget that part. But they're acting like shit like this just happens like out of nowhere. This happens because people are upset, because people are oppressed, because they're backed into a corner and they genuinely feel like they have no other options. If Israel was so great and if they were really trying to get a plan in place that was going to be good for both parties, they would obviously have taken it. Like it's really, I don't think it's about like Palestinians wanting all of the land. It's simply wanting the land that like is theirs and being able to move
Yeah.
freely within it. And that is just, that's it. And anybody who wants to try to make it seem like it's anything else is just wild. And there's a big thing going on, I feel like, where specifically on the other live I was on, they love to say that as well, I'm Canadian, I live in America, whatever. But they love to say that as somebody who's not Palestinian or Israeli, that I could never understand the subject because it's too complex and this, and that. It's not fucking complex. It's not rocket science.
Yeah. But the
It's
more important thing is if I can't
But
understand it,
you guys have
you don't get my
no
funding.
moral equivalency.
yeah.
You have no moral equivalency. You're
No,
trying to
let's
morally
talk about no
equate
moral
actually defending
equivalency.
yourself
I
to
agree there's no
being
moral
a
equivalency.
territory. You
I agree there's no
you
moral
can't say
equivalency
like a
between the
country defending
apartheid
itself
state that
is
is
the same
committing
moral
genocidal
equivalency.
actions and the Palestinian innocent civilians. There's no moral equivalency.
Israel is the one that's backed into a corner. They have been since its existence. The whole reason that there's this conflict here. They have been under constant attack for decades
You're
since
talking
their
about the
existence.
nuclear state of Israel, which has won every war that has been waged against them, has the most advanced
Yes, in a
defensive
capacity. Yes,
capabilities
right.
of basically any country in the world. They're backed into a
What
corner?
Israel? What?
That's
Yeah,
wild.
yeah. They're amazing military and intel, and yeah, they're freaking amazing military. They won every
What
war.
corner are
Yeah,
they backed
and guess
into?
what?
Stumbling over your
How
words,
many of those
buddy.
wars did they instigate, buddy? How many? Zero, zero.
How many
It's
what?
always been in defensive capacity.
Wait,
No, it hasn't.
sorry. Wait, sorry. Are you saying the
You are sorry. You are sorry. I know your arguments are sorry. Everything's sorry. You have the only true
Mac? How
thing you
old are
guys
you?
can say.
Mac, how old are you?
Listen,
How old are you,
listen.
Mac? How old are you, Mac?
I will tell you in 1 second after I finish my sentence. The only true thing you stated, both of you, is that they want the land, and that's exactly right. That is the reason they want all of it, and they want the Jews
Okay,
out.
how
They
old are you,
want to
Mac?
drive them to evil. I'm 47
Yeah,
years old.
how old are you, Mac? Let's finish the sentence. How old are you?
I did.
47.
I told you 47.
40 or 47. Okay, so not quite boomer brain, everyone. Mac,
No, I'm Gen X, the
the
best
thing
generation that living still
I
today,
know this
except for
is
the ones
really,
that think
really
that for
embarrassing
sure.
for you, Mac, because first of all, you've come
No,
after
you're
us
an
for
idiot,
our
dude. I'm
right.
done with you, dude. You're a freaking idiot. You won't listen to anybody. You just think you know it, and you're just a dumb Gen Zer. You have no
What
historical
about
context,
you,
dude. Get
buddy?
get a brain, freaking learn, read
I've
some books, dude.
demonstrated, both of us have demonstrated quite deep historical context, but
No,
if you don't
no,
want to
you
speak
haven't.
in good
I've
faith, Mac,
demonstrated, and you won't listen.
if you don't want to act like a 47-year-old, you know, enjoy your childish
Yeah.
ways.
Nah,
It's
he
embarrassing
literally.
to support genocide, quite honestly.
No, but you know what's crazy? It's like they literally like when I it's really frustrating because the other live I was on, I was very much disagreeing with them and standing on my stance, which is like free Palestine like till it's backwards. But then they had the gall to call me anti-Semitic, and I want people to understand like you can support Palestine and that has nothing to do with whether or not you like Jewish people. Like that does not make you anti-Semitic. Like they tried to tell me that I didn't care about like the transgressions of Hamas and that I didn't care about the lives lost in Israel, which is cap. Like I care about that stuff and I want to make it clear like loss of life in any form, any race, ethnicity, religion, whatever it is wrong. It's not good. Murder specifically is wrong. I'm simply like saying that like Israel, the Israeli government needs to be held accountable for their actions and their transgressions, and that once again Palestine should be free. So
Absolutely.
it's not really, it's just not a hard concept, and I think it's very what's the word? It's like it's just like it's like playing victim, like to
It's
call
bullying.
something
No, what they're doing is bullying you with the term
with
anti-Semitic. It is
because
straight up like it is offensive and it's bullying.
yeah.
Also, we're gonna welcome Jelena. Also, I do
Hello.
just want to say thank you to everyone who is watching. We got 1,100 people. I think we're the largest live talking about this issue, so it's absolutely fantastic we can get this amount of people on it. Follow Keza. Just seems absolutely fantastic. Please follow me. Follow my YouTube because that's where I can actually kind of talk a little more freely about this issue. I have to kind of censor myself on TikTok. So thank you to everyone sending likes. Thank you to everyone sharing. It's absolutely incredible. Much love to all of you. And Jelena, do you disagree?
No, I just wanted to add to what you guys were talking about before about the gay marriage stuff. Because I'm Palestinian. So I lived in Palestine for a while and I travel there every now and then. But yes, gay marriage isn't legal in Palestine and it probably won't be for a while. But it's not because they all like hate gay people. That's just not the case. It's that there's so many bigger problems in Palestine. Like it's not something that we worry about. You know what I mean? When I went there, there was water access 2 days a week. Like I'm used to showering every day. That just wasn't possible.
Mhm.
People can't travel. There's no work. There's no food. I mean, they were earning $1,000 a month as engineers and doctors, like my cousins. I earned that in a week, more than that in a week. I just
Mhm.
don't think gay marriage is something that it's like the main problem there. When we free Palestine, if Palestine was free,
Yes.
then yeah, okay, we can worry about that. We can worry about all the human rights issues, but ethnic cleansing is not all of a sudden explained because gay marriage isn't legal in Palestine.
Right? Like that does not justify it at all. Not at all. And like you said, like there are bigger problems. Like first of all, they need to the biggest thing that I feel like needs to happen once Palestine is liberated because honestly like I think a lot of people around the world see it for what it really is. And the people that don't and the people that are backing Israel are simply like it's willingly being ignorant to the facts, to the stuff that's being presented that's right in front of their eyes. I think it's getting a concrete government underneath them, because at this point in time, like they don't have an organized government, and with a true organized government, I feel like it would allow the people to advocate for themselves because a government is meant to help people with the democratic process. That's what it's there for. The government is for the people. So by creating something that's strong like that within Palestine, like I feel like that would be a good step. But once again, like who am I to like, I'm just some motherfucker like speaking, but I truly believe that would help.
Yeah, and like I said, like I live in Australia now, and gay marriage is legal, and I hope that is the case one day in Palestine. But I just don't see why that is a topic that they constantly bring up because it's not the main concern. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Palestinians are dying, and do I need to be asking every Palestinian, do you support gay marriage? And if they don't, it's okay if they die? Like, no, we don't ask the South
Yeah.
Africans that when it happened to them, hey, did they support gay marriage back then? We don't know. I honestly wouldn't know, and I just don't think it matters.
It does. It not right
Yeah.
now. It really doesn't matter
Yeah,
right now.
not right now. Exactly. One day,
And also, like,
Yeah, sorry,
it's such a false like no, it's just that like it's such a false it's selective outrage because Israel is part of the reason that the Islamist group is running or it was in charge or in power in Palestine, right? Like
yeah,
they are the reason that the PLO, right, which was a much more secularist, much more leftist, much more LGBTQ friendly organization, lost power. They undermined them with Hamas. It wouldn't even
yeah,
matter if it was Hamas that they undermined them with. They undermined a leftist organization that would support gay marriage, a lot more likely, right? So for them to turn around and do that, it's genuinely mind-boggling. Their tokenization while making it worse.
Right?
yeah. And to add to that, I don't think any Palestinian wants to see innocent lives lost. No way. I would never want anyone, whatever their background is, even their political beliefs, I don't want to see them hurt if they're innocent and they don't cause harm to anyone. However, if Hamas isn't fighting for Palestine, who is fighting for Palestine? Do you know what I
I
mean?
hear
We've
you.
been saying free Palestine. We've been posting online and raising awareness. But who's fighting back for the Palestinians? Because no one is. We're just letting it happen. We're watching ethnic cleansing, and it's next week. Probably Gaza will no longer exist, and we can do nothing about it. And it's fine. People don't care.
I hear you. And honestly, like that's the thing. Like I said it on the other live too. It's like Hamas, like that didn't come from nowhere. Like that feeling of not having any other option but to use violence didn't come from nowhere. Like if they had actually, like if Israel had actually provided Palestine with options that were fair, like there probably wouldn't be in this situation. Like had Israel stopped occupying Palestine, we would not be here, you know? So it's like for people to just be like, oh, like Hamas did this and so now we can retaliate. That's crazy. And the only reason personally I believe that like there wasn't a war sooner is because the Palestinian government does not have anywhere close to the same amount of power as the Israeli government.
Oh, yeah.
So how could they start a war? How could they defend themselves, like you said? So so I don't agree. I don't agree with the killing of any innocent people. At the same time, I understand why this stuff is happening. And it's not hard to understand when you back an animal into, like, I'm not saying that they're animals. I'm using this as like an example. When you back a wild animal into a corner, like, or just any animal in particular, it could be a household cat. You put them in a corner and you threaten them and you aggress them and you make them scared and you don't give them any way out. They're gonna fucking fight. They're gonna fight
Yeah.
for their goddamn life.
Yeah. And I mean, just recently, like I was watching some videos online of these Palestinian kids that have lost their entire family and they're screaming and crying. That was just yesterday. And when they eventually grow up and join Hamas or whatever is at the time going to be the new organization, can we completely blame them? Because we did this. We caused this anger. We caused this hatred.
The
And
hate
then
you
now we're
give
going to
fucks
call them
little
terrorists?
children.
Yeah, and it's also why Israel's doing it. Like, I think that's like the most important and convincing angle for me is it's not some like, it's not some accident. It's not they are doing it for other reasons and then they accidentally create terrorists. They're intentionally trying to destabilize the area. They're intentionally creating extremist organizations to have an excuse to continue the cycle of violence,
Exactly.
right? They are looking for excuses. They are creating excuses. And
Yep.
it's beyond, well, we need better foreign policy. We need to stop being actively malicious. And that's when I speak to Zionists. I have a really difficult time expressing anything other than they're like, well, what do you think the solution is? Stop being malicious. Stop being the worst. Like, stop committing war crimes. Stop agitating. Stop looking for excuses to agitate. Right? Like,
Yeah.
the answer is be good faith. Look for solutions, but they're not. The Israeli government has not, and
Correct.
it's incredibly frustrating.
Correct. And then want to play the victim like, oh, this is like just they're attacking us for no reason. Like, no,
Yeah.
buddy. No, that's not the case. Like it doesn't happen like that. Like it really truly doesn't.
Yeah.
It's
Anyway, I think I'm gonna try and find someone to bring who disagrees.
Yeah, I
Jim,
might
you're
leave
welcome
and
to
let you
stay.
bring
Or
someone else with a different opinion anyway.
wonderful. Well, I really appreciate you coming up. Palestinian
Thank you.
Voice
Yeah,
is
no,
always
thank you for
welcome.
having
So
me.
thank you so much. Yeah,
That's all right. I'm not sure how to
I
leave.
got you.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Let's see if we can get to disagree up here. I really like female
yeah,
voices.
no, it's insane, guys. And it's just it's not rocket science. Like it's really not rocket science.
Yeah. Hello, Kate. Do you disagree?
I disagree with certain things that were said, but overall, I agree with a lot of what you guys said. Um, I feel like honestly, I was on another live too, and we were talking about, I had actual Israelis in there, and then there were people from Palestine that were in there, and it's a completely different concept. Like, the Israelis are getting these things drilled into their head like nothing is wrong, like there's a whole blinder up, and they don't
Yes.
understand what's actually happening. And that's me too. Okay, so like, I live in Florida, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh my God, Israel, I feel so bad. Like, I was like, I can't believe somebody would do that. I can't believe this is happening. And then I have friends, like I work with doctors, and they're from Jordan, and they're from, these other places close to Gaza. And they're telling me like all these terrible things have been going on for so long and nobody knows. So I start researching it, and I'm looking at it, and I'm trying to figure out what's actually happening, because the news outlets are making it out like, oh my God, the Israelis are being murdered, and these monsters are dying as a result from them murdering and raping and doing all this other stuff to innocent people. And I'm like, okay. So then I start looking into it, and it's the complete opposite, which is
Right.
crazy.
It's
So
a
like,
narrative that is being pushed.
yeah, it's so crazy how they can literally just wipe a whole it's genocide. I don't care what Max said. Literally, that is a killing of a mass population of people due to ethnic whatever reasons they have. They're doing it. That's 2.3 million people. That's not a small amount of people. You know what I mean? And half of those people are children. And that's the part that really kills me, is like, you see all these videos, like, once you start researching, and it's the children, it's the babies that are getting hurt. And these people don't, if you know any Palestinian, which I do, and you talk to them, they're so loving, and they're caring, and they would never say, yeah, let's go kill people because of, things that are happening. They would never do that. They're not going to agree with harming innocent people. They don't agree with it. But the government part is the part that's messing everything up. And I feel like the Israeli government is so corrupt, and I feel like they control a lot of the media outlets, and I feel like that's the huge problem for everybody right now.
Yeah, there is a huge propaganda machine. Also, okay, I do think it's valuable that we get people who disagree up.
Of course.
So if you have something you want to share, you can, but then I'll try and move on to someone who disagrees.
No, that's
Yeah.
pretty much all I wanted to say. Thank you, though.
Appreciate that.
Great. Well, I really appreciate you coming up. Yeah.
Pick Michael
I know
Clark.
Michael.
Let's see what he has to say.
I got you.
Or
He's
pro
been
Israel.
spamming, which oh fuck.
Okay, man. What's
Oh
up?
shit. Wait. Katya, you can also come back up. Sorry. I have fat fingers.
Can you hear me?
Send a ghost request, Queen. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I can, Michael. What's up?
What's up, man? Oh, okay. I just wanted to go back to one fact. You said that the PLO was a mostly secular, less interested in violence, freedom fighter group for Palestine?
I said the PLO was a more secularist, more leftist organization than Hamas.
Okay. Less terroristic. Would you say that they were less terroristic than Hamas is? Because we both agree that Hamas is a terrorist organization, correct?
Yeah,
It
so
has
is the
pretty much a
IDF. Yeah.
military dictatorship over the area of Palestine. What we would call Palestine, Gaza Strip, parts of the West Bank.
So yeah, I would describe the So I would describe the IDF, the PLO, and Hamas as terrorist organizations. Yeah.
Okay, so are you familiar with Black September, the events that happened in Jordan in
in
around
some
1940?
capacity.
Yeah, when the PLO seized 3 citizen airline vessels and pretty much used it as a bargaining chip and tried to overthrow the Jordanian monarchy, and they were expelled from Jordan.
Yep, great. I agree that the PLO are a terrorist organization.
Yeah, like you're not.
The PLO is a terrorist organization. You are saying they were
I said the IDF, the PLO, and Hamas are all terrorist organizations. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to make the point that the PLO was less terroristic than Hamas. Also,
Oh no, I think the PLO was better than Hamas. To be clear, they are better than Hamas from my view, primarily because of their ideological views. They are a terrorist organization. They're better than Hamas. Yeah.
Okay. So
because they're not they're not solely
secular.
intent on genociding.
Okay.
You know.
So they're more
Jewish people.
secular. They're more secular, but as terroristic.
I would question as to like we can talk about the action specifically. I don't know if you can compare the
Okay, like
terroristicness because it's all contextual.
Post
Like
Oslo Accords initiating several suicide bombings across Israel.
no, Michael. What I'm saying is it contextually matters, right? Their action. I'm agreeing they are terror. I mean, so there's terroristic isn't really a scale. You're either a terrorist organization or you're not, right? And then we can talk about how violent they were, right? And how violent they were has to do with how much funding they got, how much opportunity they got, right? I think what's much more important, right, is going to be their ideology. And we
also,
can agree they're a terrorist organization, Michael. We can agree they're a terrorist organization, but I would just say their ideology is more appealing than Hamas's, and that Israel wanted Hamas to be more of an agitator than the PLO was, which they were.
But I'm not seeing much difference in the actions that were undertaken by Hamas and the actions that were taken.
That's cool.
By
Yeah, that's not the
PLO.
topic at hand.
Yeah, the topic is basically whether or not, like, who do you side with? Do you support Israel or do you support Palestine?
I'd 100% support Israel. 100%.
Great. Yeah, then you're 100% supporting a terrorist organization via the IDF.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas we both actively denounce both, like all these terrorist organizations, whereas you are actively supporting a state institution that is committing what is effectively an ethnic cleansing and genocide against a specific group of people.
You talked earlier about the Oslo, and I will actually semi-agree with you when you go back to the Oslo Accords and the the meeting with Bill Clinton where they tried to do the two-state solution and more land was actually given per capita to Israel in the proposed agreement that was given to Palestine. Okay, but let's go back
exponentially more.
Huh?
Exponentially more, like a very significant amount.
Yeah, I agree. But can we go back a little further to the British mandate when the British tried to implement a two-state solution as well?
The British mandate. Wait.
The British.
You talking 1947?
Well, the British mandate was given in 1917 or 1918.
But the British mandate wasn't a two-state solution.
They did propose a two-state solution before they left, and it was rejected twice by the Arabs that were present in Israel.
Which would be roughly the 1947 suggestion. That was the 1947 suggestion.
Not the Oslo Accords or the Camp David Accord. Yeah, that was. There were five.
Yeah, it was the 1947 plan.
Yeah, and
1947, 1948, depending on the timing. So yeah, the 1947, 1948, which was also extremely unfair. It gave 62% of the land to the Jews.
Okay, and joint control of Jerusalem. And you also said that Israel is an apartheid state. Who controls the Temple Mount in Jerusalem? Who has control over who prays and who operates within the Temple Mount?
Wait, Jerusalem is officially a semi-international institution. Jerusalem is in it. Do we want to talk about Jerusalem?
Okay, but the Temple Mount.
I don't see how those two things have to do with each other.
The Temple Mount being located in Israel, controlled by.
No. It's not located in Israel. It's located within Israel. It's located in an international zone.
But if Israel were a genocidal apartheid state, would they allow Arab and Muslim peoples to control the Temple Mount, which is the holiest site in the entire Judaic religion?
Wait, that's like saying if South Africa was such a genocidal apartheid state, would they allow black neighborhoods? Would they allow Indian neighborhoods? Are you shitting me right now?
What you just said that Israel is a genocidal. You said genocide, meaning that they want to completely wipe out the peoples of one race.
I said genocidal to be clear, right? They're engaging in ethnic cleansing.
Okay, yes.
Just because they're not that effective doesn't mean it's not what they want.
So if they were genocidal, would they allow the Arabs to control the holiest site in their entire religion? If they were genocidal terrorists.
If they were genocidal, could they? Okay. The fact that they want something doesn't mean that they get it. In order to maintain Western support, Michael, 1 second. If you ask a question, what do I expect you to want?
Go ahead.
An answer. There we go. So let me answer.
Okay.
In order to. Okay, fascinating.
No, I said okay.
Okay.
I literally just had to listen to the two of you cut off and interrupt and overtalk the last guy that you had.
We're doing a really good job, Michael. Good work.
Okay, you can try and talk condescending all you would like, but I ask you a question, answer it. If they were a genocide,
I heard the question the first 4 times.
Expulsion of the Palestinians and the Arabs from their country, would they allow the Arab people to control the Temple Mount, which is the holiest site in the entire Judaic religion?
Great. So we can talk about the extraordinarily complicated, like deals that have been going on regarding Jerusalem and how to engage with them. But I think, needless to say, the fact that they haven't gotten everything they want from Jerusalem is not a counterpoint to their genocidal intentions, right? So
Okay.
Israel is not.
How many?
Shh, Michael. Let me give a full answer.
Okay.
Israel is not like a unilateral, omnipotent being that can get whatever it wants. It relies on Western support and Western backing, right? And you know who else that's significant to? The
As does
Christians,
Palestine.
right? Shh.
As does Palestine.
Wait.
The fact that
Palestine
y'all are
relies
acting
on.
like Palestine receives no global support whatsoever is an absolute factual
Wait,
lie.
what Western
Pales in
country?
comparison.
Yeah, what Western country pays for military backing of Palestinian forces?
He's so for real. It pales in
Yeah.
comparison.
I also didn't say global, to be clear. He's being totally disingenuous. I didn't say global. I said Western.
Yeah, and Western
Name
are the ones that hold the majority of the power.
most of the
So
power.
it really like you can have other countries support you, but at the same time, if you got like a big ass country backing you, who like let's take the U.S. for example. Think of how much they spend on their military, how much they invest, how much like billions of dollars they've sent over to Israel already. Like it pales in comparison. It literally does not matter if other countries have sent them money because once again, if think about it like this, if it really mattered, if it was all that great that other countries were sending them money, why don't they have as strong of military defense as Israel? Why?
Yep. And also, just to be clear, the money that's being sent to Palestine is by and large humanitarian support. This is why I said name the Western country that sends militaristic support to Palestine. None. Zero. Zero Western countries do it. The closest we get is Ireland, which is just advocating against the EU special relationship. So, man's Googling it. Man's going to Google it and find out how incredibly wrong he is.
Yes. No, because and that's the thing. Like people come up here like trying to say this, and that, and justify the actions of Israel, and it's like no, like I truly believe and I said this on the other live, and like they thought I was fucking crazy. But when bad shit happens, like of course, like people get mad, people are upset, people are angry. As I've said many times before, the Israeli government is far more organized and far more powerful than the Palestinian one and is backed by many Western countries. So, with that being said, I feel as though they have a moral obligation to find a solution to this problem that does not come from force and just like what's the word retaliation. But once again, we know what their intentions are with Palestine and in Gaza and the Palestinian people. And so therefore, like they didn't even look for like another option. It was immediate like violence. There was no discussion, nothing. And
Yep.
the
Okay,
discussion
is it my
should
turn yet? Can I make a point that I've been trying to
You
make?
literally just got back, brother.
No, dude, I've been okay. So the UK,
We couldn't see or hear you.
What?
The UK what?
When you're off the app, we couldn't see or hear you.
Okay, Germany and the rest of Europe sent hundreds of millions of dollars to Gaza in an attempt to rectify the water crisis that they were in. Are you aware of what Hamas in Gaza and the people in Gaza did with the water piping that was sent in to rectify the water issue that they brought up, the last person that you had on brought up? They dug them up and turned them into rockets to launch into Israel.
Yeah,
Are you
great.
aware?
Fascinating.
Are you
So
aware?
I've heard this story before, Michael. I know.
There's confirming
So,
articles.
Michael, just to be very clear, I asked you for a Western nation that sent military support. That is very different than a terrorist organization co-opting. That is very different than a terrorist organization. Very different than a terrorist organization co-opting humanitarian support.
They're classified as a terrorist organization by the rest of the world. Why would the rest of the world send military funding to what has been classified as a terrorist
They
organization?
didn't send military funding. No one sent military funding. They sent humanitarian funding that got co-opted.
You just said military funding. You said how much of that was military funding, and I stated
Zero. Zero of it was military funding.
That's what I just said. I said, why would the
Exactly. So,
rest of the
but
world?
how much my point is that I don't care
You
about
just
humanitarian
completely
funding.
flipped the
We
point
should
that you
send
were
it.
saying.
No.
You
So
said
I
how
asked
much
you about
about
I
military
asked you about
funding, and I
military
stated
funding.
why would they send military funding to an
Oh yeah,
organization
they wouldn't.
that
They
they had
didn't. They
declared a
wouldn't, and they
terrorist
didn't. Cool.
organization?
I'm glad we agree.
Because they've declared it a terrorist organization.
Great, Michael. Yeah, no, you and I agree. Cool. They didn't send military funding. That was my original question. You've just
Yeah.
completely and utterly misrepresented what I said and intended to
What
make
are
the
you
point of.
talking
So
about?
cool.
You
Enjoy your
said how
straw
much
man.
was sent in military funding. I said $0 were sent in
Zero.
military funding
Cool.
because
So
they're
we agree.
classified
That
as
was the point
terrorist
that I made.
organizations
Glad
because
that we agree.
they target civilians by launching rockets into Israel.
I'm sorry. I feel like
Are
you have
you
not
aware?
brought
Are
up
you
any
aware of
valid
where the
points or
Hamas
any
headquarters
concrete
is
points,
located? Are
actually.
you aware
Everything
of
you've pretty
where the
much said has
Hamas
been
headquarters is
false,
located?
and you're kind of rambling.
And just
What are
lies.
you
It
talking?
just lies about what I said.
What did I say that was false?
Well, first of all,
Everything I just
you
said is
entirely
confirmable.
misrepresented my point, right?
You said how
I
much
was
was
talking about
allocated to
Western
military funding.
support of Hamas, right? Which is zero Western support of Hamas, whereas Western support of the IDF is billions and billions and billions of direct military integration and funding.
Why
right?
is that?
So
Why is
that
Can we use
because we
some?
have interest in them, because we have
No,
interest in Israel,
no. Where is Hamas's headquarters located in
because the
Gaza?
crazy.
Where is Hamas's headquarters located in Gaza?
Wait, Michael. I'm
Where is
aware that they
Hamas's
use human
headquarters
shields.
located in Gaza?
Michael, you don't have to engage in this bullshit propagandism. I don't like
It's not
Hamas, and I agree they use
propagandism.
Michael, just be quiet for
fact.
2 seconds because you're saying things we agree on.
Yeah.
Okay, no, you're asking on one hand, why do we not send military funding?
I didn't. No, I didn't ask that. No. I
Yes,
didn't
you
say why don't we.
did.
I didn't say no. I didn't
Okay,
ask
you
you
said how
why.
much
You
of
said
the
who
world has
has.
sent
You said
military
yes.
And you
funding
answered.
to Gaza? Okay, but why? So why? My question to you is why has the rest of the world not provided funding
what's
to
your
Hamas?
argument though, Michael? Because we agree on this.
No, you're making a moral equivalence between IDF, a military, a government force that is protecting a country, and Hamas, a
They're not.
terrorist organization whose headquarters is located at the bottom of a hospital.
Actually,
Their
Michael,
headquarters
we
is
are
at the
going to have
hospital.
an agreement here as well. I agree. There is
That's
no
not.
moral. I agree, Michael. There is no moral equivalency
You're right.
between the institutionally funded and fundamentally genocidal IDF that received billions from the Western
Okay. On one
organization
hand, you're
and the
saying that Israel is
fundamentally
genocidal and it
reactionary
wants to get rid.
organization that is Hamas that was also funded by Israel. So the Hamas, which was funded and supported by Israel and a fundamentally reactionary organization to Israelis' action, is not in any way, shape, or form morally comparable to the well-funded, genocidal, and one of the most powerful militaries in the world that is the IDF. I agree there is no moral equivalency, especially when we're talking from the West. There is no moral equivalency to the actions of a terrorist state that was funded by the IDF, and the IDF, which we are still funding. I agree. The answer is to stop funding the IDF. Moral equivalency, we should actually be judging the IDF much, 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 much harsher.
Oh yes, they should be condemned by the Western countries,
For
but
misusing our funds.
yes,
It's our funds.
100%. Like I promise, like
So
the
why
American
would you
people.
send them more? You
Pardon?
understand that the vast majority of the military funding that gets given to Israel is to maintain the Iron Dome, which is completely defensive, correct?
Not the vast majority. That's a lie.
No, it's not. Look up the numbers right now.
Give me
No,
the
it
numbers,
isn't.
Michael. It's your claim.
Also, I fail to understand
How
how
are you going to tell me
Israel.
I'm wrong?
Listen,
But
wait,
you
wait,
can't
wait, wait, buddy,
anything
wait,
to refute what I'm
buddy,
saying is
wait.
propaganda or wrong.
Wait, Michael, you made the claim. Bring me the evidence.
Hey, I also fail to understand how, with is the Israeli government's world-class defense system, how they did not see a tractor rolling through at a slow-ass pace, like, and notice that, like, I don't understand. Like, if they, like, it just doesn't make sense. You know, that doesn't add
That's an
up.
extremely ignorant argument, seeing as that the United States spends more than the next 9 countries combined on our national defense. That's like saying if we have such a strong military and such a strong national defense, why do we have any illegal immigrants that come through the border? That's an ignorant argument. That's an ignorant argument.
Wait, but we don't deploy.
That's-
But the difference is, wait, but Michael, the difference is that One has an active duty military deployment on that
And
border,
we have
and
the
one
National Guard,
doesn't.
which is
And also,
fundamental.
Michael, we have
The
also
National Guard's on the
wait. The
border right
National
now.
Guard is fundamentally We both know that the National Guard is fundamentally different than how the IDF is acting. But secondarily, right? One is one of the largest land borders in the world. I believe it is the largest land border in the world, except for
Uh-huh.
Canada's northern border. And one is one of the smallest land borders in the
Okay,
world,
so if we're
but
talking per
between
capita,
Gaza and Israel. So I feel like there's a really big
if we're
difference between a
talking
few
per
miles.
capita, the amount of people that are currently in the IDF versus the amount of people that are currently serving in the National Guard and the United States military, and if you want to go per capita on how large the land border is between the United States and Mexico and the land border between Israel and Gaza,
Yeah,
it's
Israel's gonna. Your argument isn't gonna get better.
what are you?
You don't understand the magnitude here.
Yeah.
The
What?
the American Mexican border is like exponentially bigger than the Gaza and Israel border.
And they
You're
have
just wrong here.
exponentially less people than the United States military, Border Patrol, and the National Guard.
But they don't. First of all, not really. I mean, every single member, every
How many
person,
people are currently
18 to
serving in the
35
IDF?
is a.
How many people are
Are
currently
you
serving
talking
in the
active
IDF?
duty or on reserve?
Either. No, total military force. Total military force. How many
Okay.
people serve on the IDF? It's 300,000. I'll save you time. 300,000 current serving members on the IDF.
No, it's active personnel
300,000.
160. Say it again. Do you want to say it
I
again?
said total. Total members of the IDF is about 300,000.
Yeah. So do you want the actual answer?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
So the active personnel are 169,000, and then the reserve personnel are 465,000. So total that makes
Current active members.
600. That makes 600 and what 34,000. So 634,000.
Currently serving members active in this
Wait, no,
conflict.
you said no. Oh no, that's you. I
300,000.
explicit that. Wait, no, that Michael, you are so dishonest. I explicitly asked you active duty or reserve, and you said both total. Okay, so
I said
I looked up
total
active duty
actively
and
serving
reserve.
military.
Active duty and reserve. That is
Y'all
the
are
total.
so intellectually dishonest with the last guy and every person you have that comes up and disagrees.
I explicitly
Bottom
asked you
line,
active
dude,
duty or reserve, and you said both.
Intellectually dishonest. I
bottom
said
line,
current actively serving military total in
look,
this conflict.
No, wait, Michael, you're such a fucking liar. You're such a liar. You are such a liar. You're such a dipshit liar. I literally said, do you want active duty or reserve? And you said both.
Dude.
and now you're backtracking.
Dude, no, I'm not.
I literally verbatim asked you. The reason I asked you, I have family in the military. I know the distinctions here. I asked you, but
active members. What happens when a conflict occurs to your
so do you
reserve
want
members?
active? So do you want
No,
active?
no. To your reserve members, when you're in a conflict, what happens?
Not all of them get deployed.
They get called up to service, correct? And you're correct. That statement you just made is actually factually correct. Not 100%.
So yeah, you wanted the current deployment, but that's different than the people
so
in.
160,000 plus a percentage of the reservists that are serving would give you the total active members.
Okay, but what are you getting at, buddy? Like, spit it out.
In this conflict.
But it's also you're such a liar because you literally said, I literally asked you, Michael, do you want active duty or reserve? And you said either and both, right? So if
Michael,
you said either, reserve has more than 300,000. Both certainly has more than 300,000, right?
Okay.
We can run the numbers, right, doing the relationship.
Totally off in the weeds on something that is not even the total.
What is your point, Michael?
Because you lied. Because you're a fucking liar. I don't like liars. But yeah, what is his point?
Called the IDF genocidal. Would that make Hamas and the people that are, the Palestinians?
Hamas is genocidal as well. I would call Hamas genocidal properly.
Yes, they are. It's listed in their charter, which was already stated once or twice before, correct? Okay, so your proposed solution to Hamas being a terrorist organization wanting the genocide of all Jews that reside in Israel, launching rockets over the border, which they do have the Iron Dome, and the Iron Dome is about 90% effective.
My proposed solution is to stop supporting genocidal organizations like the IDF. Because we aren't supporting Hamas. Do we fund Hamas directly? No. Okay, so we're not supporting them. So I think the first step is we have no military funding for Hamas. I believe in humanitarian support. That's why I'm talking about military funding.
So we should also give humanitarian support. Okay, but we've shown that the humanitarian support that's given to Gaza then gets retrofitted to be used as military support. They literally dig up water
Right, and the
lines
Israelis
so
would do
that
the
they can use
exact
for
same things. We see it in
rockets.
Africa happen all the time, right? If we
Mhm.
just do responsible humanitarian support, and we can do a cost benefit analysis there if we want, Michael. But do you support cutting off all explicit military support of the IDF
For non-defensive uses, absolutely. For
for non-defensive
non-defensive
uses?
uses,
So cut off their wait. Okay, great, great. That would slash them massively. That's a really good concession. I'll take
okay.
that. I mean, great. I'm actually quite fine with that. For non-defensive uses, that's fine.
hmm And I'll also condemn the use of white phosphorus by the Israeli military because that's been outlawed since the
Yes,
end of Vietnam.
Yeah.
correct.
And do
But
you,
once again,
yeah, do you, yeah. Go on. Sorry.
no, that's on me. But once
I
again, like,
support
do you see how
I
they're
do
not?
support Israel, but I will never say that they've committed no war crimes in this situation.
No, yeah, good, because they definitely have. But do you see how like they still continuously get funding? How the Western countries don't condemn them for their actions?
Okay, yes, and
Like,
I'm going to make a statement about that. The reason that is because Hamas and the terrorist organization gives Israel the framework to make it seem like they are always the victim. When you are setting up your military installations in hospitals, schools, and mosques, and just for some background, I did 2 tours in Afghanistan. I've seen the same groups that are operating in Gaza right now, same groups that do the same thing. They do it because they want dead civilians. They want Israel to
Wait, but
respond. You can go online
but
right now.
Michael, don't you also see that it's equally a setup on Israel's part?
Say
Right?
what?
yeah,
Okay,
They also
yes.
want the outrage. They also are so first of all, the settlers in
Mhm.
in the West Bank, right, are functioning similarly as well. And their support of Hamas in the 80s to 90s was specifically to elevate a group that they knew would do such things, right? So they specifically are building outrage,
But I don't.
right?
But
So
see, I don't understand your argument there, and maybe you can explain it to me a little better because you're saying that okay, because we've already agreed that the PLO was equally as terroristic. So you're saying they only wanted the Hamas to take over because they were less secular, even though they're
no,
as
no. What I'm
terroristic?
saying is, Michael, is the PLO, right, was terroristic, but at some point the PLO, right, did actually set up. They did set up institutions. They did set up a president that
That's
could have
but that's
actual conversation. They did set up actual conversation with the West, right? That's how
which
we went
president are you
through these
talking about?
discussions, right? I'm
Which
referencing talking with Bill Clinton under the David Accords,
Yasser
like the
Arafat?
David Accord.
Yasser
Yeah.
Arafat was the one that carried out the hijacking of planes in Jordan, and
No,
which
I'm
led
aware.
to
I'm
Saddam.
aware. I'm aware and recognize that they committed terrorist acts. But what I'm
Yeah, and he
saying,
carried
right,
out the
is that
suicide bomber.
fundamentally they built institutions that could work with, and they were interested in building a stabilized Palestine. Hamas, on the
But
other hand, the West will never accept. One second. Here's the thing, Michael. This is what's important. Hamas will never accept, like the West will never accept Hamas, right, because of their views. Okay, the
well, it's
West
not
could
only that;
accept
it's
the
also because
PLO.
they're backed by Iran, which is an enemy of the United
No, I know,
States
I
on the
know.
foreign
I'm
stage.
aware.
Yeah.
But like let's do a distinguishment between foreign and domestic policy, okay? Because the foreign policy, the PLO and Hamas, right, we can have some vague equivalency of, right?
Mhm.
But the domestic policy of Hamas, right, is going to be exponentially worse than the one of the PLO. Okay, and the West, this is where the outrage against, well, you'll be killed if you're gay in Palestine, etc. You know, the PLO was in a way that they could have developed into being much, much more of a liberal organization, much, much more of a leftist
Well,
organization.
because
Hamas
okay,
will never,
yes, and
can
I
never,
agree with
is
you
not
there
going
because
to.
The West Bank, which is actually still primarily controlled by the Fatah, is actually far more LGBTQ friendly.
Exactly. So this is what Israel
I
is
actually
doing,
agree
and
with
this
you.
is why I'm saying Israel's
That's
interested
a red
in
herring.
making Palestine. They're trying to make
The guy that
Palestine
y'all
look
had
as
up
bad
last
as they
was
possibly
terrible.
can.
The guy that you had
Yeah,
up last was terrible at stating his viewpoints or why he supported what he did. But
okay.
Yes.
bringing up the LGBTQ stuff is a red herring. But this
It
is the thing.
is.
This is
But
another thing.
it's what Israel planned. Israel planned to
Yes,
do this.
this
They
is
use
Okay,
these talking points as they build these talking points to build their point
okay.
and to justify the genocide.
And I
yes,
also
it's their
understand that
narrative.
Hamas operates as a dictatorship because they held elections in 2006, and the last 2 times that there were supposed to be
There
elections,
wasn't one.
Yes,
But
because Hamas
okay,
steps up its attacks against Israel,
oh,
and then the leader of Hamas steps up and says, "Oh, well, we're back at war now. Sorry, we can't hold elections." And the
okay,
only reason Hamas won that time was because they actually boycotted the elections and won. That's how they won.
okay. So you hear, so that's what you're saying. So and you understand that, right?
I have
So you're
nothing against the
understanding. Wait, I'm
Palestinians.
speaking.
I have
I
nothing
just
against
let
the
you speak. I
Palestinians.
just let you
Yeah,
speak.
sorry,
So
Mike.
give me a sec. So wait, so you understand that the last time that an actual election happened in Palestine was years ago. So
Oh
basically,
six,
what
yeah.
the Israeli government is doing is condemning innocent citizens who did not have the right to vote for like these people in power, right?
Do you want?
So basically, like,
Do you
yeah,
want me to
that doesn't.
explain where I think you guys go wrong in expressing your viewpoint? I think you can be against what Israel is doing because, like I said, I will never say that Israel has not also committed war crimes. There should be an equal outcry for the Palestinian people and the people within Palestine to overthrow Hamas in an attempt to at
Not an
least
equal
somewhat.
outcry.
It's
Well,
okay.
more than there is. More
Okay,
than
but
there is,
the
because
main
right now it's just Israel is the enemy. The
because
true
do
enemy
you
of the Palestinian people at this point in time is Hamas. Because if there
Wait,
was
but
no Hamas right now,
do
it would
you,
just be Israel punching down people who can't defend themselves.
which is what they're doing. But also, wait,
But
the
they
true enemy,
aren't. You
and
can't
who
say that they
and
can't
who
defend
and
themselves
who
because it
suppo-
just
and who
breach
brought
Israel's
and
border.
who brought and who brought Hamas to power in Palestine?
correct?
The
Who?
That's the
failure
true
of
enemy.
no, the failure of Yasser Arafat and the formation of the PLO and his losses in
You realize
Lebanon.
Israel did fund the rise of power of Hamas.
Yeah.
I would have to say I'm actually not as familiar on that, but I know one of the major events that led to the change in power from the Fatah to Hamas was their losses in Jordan in Black September when 20,000 Palestinians got murdered and they got
Yeah.
expelled from Jordan, and in the north when
There's a lot of relevant political context. I agree,
yeah,
but a
Lebanon,
really, really core relevant political
because they
context that
actually were
especially led to the
successful in overthrowing the
yeah.
government of Lebanon and instituting
Yeah,
Hezbollah.
in some way, yeah. And also a lot of so the
Well,
thing is specific to the rise of Hamas within the Gaza Strip, great, because some Hamas members live in like Qatar, for example. So they are somewhat of a or international organization, and their rise in Gaza specifically, right, was in part due to Israeli funding, and that's a really, really important part of this context. So when we start talking about who the real enemy of the Palestinian people are, right, well, we need to talk about who the real enemy starting and funding Hamas in the Gaza Strip are. And so here's the thing, is with these international conflicts, when we talk about them,
okay,
Israel's intervention has caused a lot of harm and caused
okay.
a lot of harm in a lot of nuanced ways. One of those ways is the ruling of Hamas.
Okay, but let me ask you a question. If there was no Hamas that was launched, because there's no disagreement over the fact that Hamas regularly launches rockets into Israel, whether they hit or not, because they get deflected by the Iron Dome, or they land in. I mean, they are launching
Yeah.
rockets. So
No, I know.
if there was no Hamas launching rockets, and Israel was just launching rockets into occupied areas of Palestine, do you honestly think that the rest of the world would be allowing that to
That's
occur?
why.
But it's more complicated than that though, because
No, but that's
it
what.
is. No, it's more complicated than though, Michael, because look at the West Bank,
But we also
right?
have to
Look at what's
recognize the fact
happening.
that
But
Israel is a nuclear armed country at this point in time.
it is.
So
No, here's the
there is a
thing.
global interest in not allowing the governing body of Hamas, whether rightly or wrongly, because we've established that Hamas is a dictatorship and that they're a terrorist organization, in gaining control over nuclear weapons. Okay, say Israel did turn around tomorrow
No,
and
Michael,
we're
though, let
done
me
with
answer
this
the question
conflict.
because there's an interesting answer to this question.
Okay.
You're correct. If it was a hot war, it is very different. And if it was a hot war, if it becomes a hot war, more and more of
You're
a war,
talking
right,
specifically
between
about
them.
funding.
No, Michael, I'm talking specifically about Western tolerance of Israel's war crimes. Okay, when we're talking about Western tolerance of Israel's war crimes, they get away with more when it's a hot war. That's what you're saying. Basically, is well, if there wasn't Hamas attacking them, and
Yes.
when it's actually a war in some way, they're more tolerant. What I'm
Yes.
saying is two things. First of all, Israel is interested in having that excuse. That's one of the most important
Yes.
contexts we can conceivably think.
Yes.
They have taken consistent actions to maintain that excuse. Number two, they still commit human rights violations, just more tacitly when it is a Cold War. Look at what is happening right within the West Bank. It is a slow, painful encroachment on land. The increase in settlements, the illegal settlements happening in the West Bank, right? That is what we would see, right, if we didn't see these hot conflicts right within the Gaza Strip. We would see a slow, gradual, consistent human rights violations rather than the, by and large, massive, quick war that we see in there. So I think there's an interesting discussion to be had, right, as to just utilitarianly, right, what the actual effect that Hamas has had on Western support. And I think a lot of Western support goes down when we have, good, justified journalism in these areas, and we can see the atrocities that Israel is happening, because we know that we really haven't been able to do anything about Palestine, right, as long as it's been cold, because they
Yeah, I
just
mean,
have a
it also
slow,
doesn't
gradual
help.
encroachment.
It also doesn't help that the governing charter of Hamas states that they want the murder of all Jews, not only in Israel but worldwide. So, I mean, that kind of, I
No,
mean,
yeah,
World
I
War
know.
II,
Once
World
again,
War
No,
II
this
was
is
going
I
long
put a lot
before.
of blame on Israel for this. I
yeah,
put a lot of blame on Israel for their actions.
But how
yes.
can you blame Israel for them saying that they want the massacre of all
How?
Jews, not only within
No, I could
Israel
blame
but
Israel for
worldwide?
funding their power in Gaza. That's what I can blame Israel for. I can
Mm-hmm.
blame Israel for funding their power in Gaza,
Okay,
for
so you're not.
bringing
You're
Hamas to
okay.
be relevant.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm blaming Israel for.
back to the nuclear armed nation point. That's what I'm saying. That a lot of the reason I think I don't I don't have a say in where our funding goes, but I think that's a big reason that a lot of our military funding goes to Israel, because they are a nuclear armed nation. And as we've already stated, Hamas is a proxy of Iran and other countries that would like nothing better than to get their hands on nuclear weapons. So it is in our international interest, not only ours, but Europe's and the rest of the Western world, to not allow Israel to fall to either Hamas or by proxy Iran.
Wait, but
Okay.
Israel unilaterally won't fall. Sorry, Keza, go.
No. Okay,
Yeah,
so
what's up?
basically, like, what I was gonna say is like, at the end of the day, it's about, and as he's mentioned, like before, like if it wasn't like this, if they didn't have an excuse to go in and bomb Gaza, they would have like settled and occupied like the territory regardless. So it's just an excuse. Like Hamas, like obviously this shit doesn't just come out of nowhere, right? Like people don't just harbor this hatred for no reason. And I don't condone it, and I don't think
I
that they're
don't
right
agree
at
with
all.
that.
And I think that,
I don't
and I
agree
think
with that, because this is not just a separate incident. Again, when the PLO was still a thing, they were trying to encroach on other sovereign nations
once
that they
again,
did not have a claim over. Whether it be Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, they were encroaching on other. This was not just a minimized incident between
and I
Gaza,
understand that.
Hamas. Okay,
I
so
do.
but
I'm
that's what
saying
I'm
that the
saying.
escalation of the situation, like with targeting Israel and all of this shit, like this wouldn't happen had they not occupied and continuously like
When you
continuously
say
oppressed the
occupied, what do you mean?
Palestinians.
When you say
When I
occupied,
say
what do you mean?
occupied, I mean like settle, like they literally like go and they take the land from Palestinian people and put Israeli people there instead. Like they literally force Palestinian people out. That's what I'm talking about. And that shit is absolutely unacceptable. And for
When Israel
Israel to
abandoned
go and
Gaza
play
in
victim,
2005, 2006, they forced a lot of the people that had Jewish settlements
occupied,
there to
illegally
abandon those
settled,
settlements and move into the interior of Israel before they gave that
Yeah,
land
the
back into
settlements.
Gaza.
Yeah, the settlements
Yeah,
that were only
the
there for the past like 15 years.
Jewish people that were living in Gaza were made to abandon those homes and those settlements and move into the interior of Israel.
I mean, can I just say
Correct? Right or
like
wrong?
yeah, comma good.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm making. When you have Hamas that is strictly, and I keep going back to Hamas because it is seen as overarching by people that do not have political context, and people that are not paying attention to this do not separate Hamas from Palestine. They don't.
yes, there's a difference
But
between
Michael,
Hamas and
yeah,
I
Palestinian.
agree. I agree with you. I've had no disagreement on that. There's
but
100%
Michael,
a.
let's talk about solutions. We can wish all we want
Mhm.
that Hamas wasn't there, and all of us do. Okay. But who has in this conflict, right? There's a lot of power that we can talk about. And the Palestinians have no power. Let's just be very honest. The Palestinian civilians have next to zero power. So the outcry of them against Hamas would be next to useless. Who has power in this? The Western voters, right? The Western people who are funding it, the Israelis, and the Israeli government. So
But
let's
Hamas is
talk
not
those
simply
three.
getting funding from Western countries. Again, we've
No,
established
no,
their
I
policy.
agree. But here's the thing: we talk about who has the power because the West, right, can affect trade relations with Iran, who is funding Hamas in part. Okay, I'm talking about who has the power here,
I don't
and
agree with
how
that.
how we address.
How
No,
can you
wait,
not
the
agree
EU
about
has
That
wait,
the West can
yeah.
affect the funding that's coming from these other like they can affect
No,
the funding
the
that's
West
coming from
so
Iran.
I'm just saying who else can? Like, are we just gonna
Well,
bitch and
we
moan? Like when we're talking about how we address the solution, how we address this problem, right? We have to talk about who can address this problem. And who can address this problem is who has power. And the West has power, right? And Israel has power and the Israeli people have power. So the outrage that we push needs to be very specific, right? And the first note is is the Israeli government stop lying. They need to stop
yes.
lying. That's the first note, because that will de-escalate quicker than anything in the world.
lying
They
about
are
what
pushing
specifically?
They need
propaganda,
to take
lying.
accountability. They need to
They,
be held
yeah,
accountable. That's
yeah.
what's gonna stop
Important,
this shit,
yeah. What's really important
or at
here is
least
they're lying
de-escalate.
about the conflation of
Okay. So
Palestinians
are we
with
are we
when you
separating the
say that
IDF
people.
from the Israeli people just like we're separating Hamas from the Palestinian
Yes, we are.
people?
No, so yeah, this is why I
Yes.
listed them as three. To be very clear, the Israeli people and the Israeli government. So those are the two groups I would talk about, right?
Okay.
And one second, Michael, the reason I do this is because the Israeli government. You say, oh well, people without political context. Thank you so much, Peen. I don't. Oh, Penn. Oh, Parker and Dean. Thank you so much, Parker and Dean. Much love. So when you say people who don't have political context keep conflating the Palestinians with Hamas, yeah, they do that in part because of Israeli propaganda, consistent Israeli propaganda, really strong Israeli propaganda, right? Like they say it all the time. It's exactly the same as the Israeli propaganda conflating the Jews with the Israelis, right? They do the same thing. They want to conflate these two because they want to demonize the other group. Wow. Also, thank you so much, Parker and Dean, everyone. If you don't know, this is what we're talking about. Please do follow me. I do very similar things as Parker and Dean, and do follow my YouTube. Thank you so much, and keep sending likes. It's really important that we get eyes, ears, and discussions on this topic. I think it's very good. So much love to you all. But yeah, that's my main point: is just get the Israeli government to stop lying. That'll do more good than most anything else we can.
You could also make the same exact argument about what's going on in Hamas with the Palestinian people. The same exact propaganda war is going on that side.
Oh,
I can't because Israel has 100 times more funding for their propaganda.
I
yes. Like
disagree.
Billions and
ridiculous.
No,
billions of dollars for their propaganda.
no. Because again, we're establishing the fact that it is not just Western countries that are responsible for pouring funding into Hamas and Palestine. They're also being funded by the propaganda machines of Hezbollah, the propaganda machines of Iran, the propaganda machines
But
of
those,
all.
once again, those are 10 times less funded.
That is
Yeah.
not true, dude. That is not true. For the last
We know it
25 years,
is.
no, for the last
Come
25 years in
on.
our conflicts against Afghanistan and Iraq, that was where the primary funding was coming to ISIS, to Al Qaeda, to the Taliban, was
But
also
it's
coming
notably
from Iran.
less. We
It's
all know it's notably
West.
less. They
Yes.
just
Like
simply don't have the money.
Again,
yeah, that's not rocket science. Like seriously, like Western countries, like they got a lot of fucking cash. Like it's corrupt for a
Yeah.
reason. Like they're wealthy
so
for a
do
reason.
countries in the Middle
If you
East.
wait,
Okay,
no, but
yes,
no, no,
they
no. So
do.
we talk about who it is. Like if we're talking about Iran, right? Iran doesn't have a tenth, a hundredth of the money
It's
that
yeah.
America has to
But
send on
it's
foreign
not just
policy.
Iran.
If okay, wait, okay. Who else are you
Israel has
indicting
been
here?
besieged on all sides since it was
No, no. Who
formed
else
in
are you indicting in funding
1947
Hamas?
from other
Because
Middle Eastern and Arab
who else are you indicting
countries.
here? Because Lebanon, the state organization, is not funding Hamas.
Hez- the state
Jordan.
organization of Lebanon is Hezbollah. They are the ruling authority within Lebanon, southern
Anyway,
Lebanon.
so one second, Michael. So are you indicting Jordan in the? Who else? Name another country.
The only reason Jordan isn't is because they had to expel
Name
Hamas and the
another country.
Palestinian people. What?
Name another country.
Besides Iran, I didn't say
Yeah.
country. I said they're being funded by the ideology. There are other terrorist organizations that exist across the world that are getting them
Yeah,
funding.
and where are those?
Just look at
And who are
Hezbollah.
those terrorists?
When
Who?
all of this stuff started kicking off, Hezbollah started launching rockets into northern
Hezbollah
Israel.
doesn't have a ten. Wait, are you suggesting that Hezbollah has like a
Hezbollah has
hundredth of the funding of America?
150,000 rockets currently that is using to militarily support the Hamas and
Michael, so okay, wait, so it's Iran is the state organization, and then other terrorist organizations.
correct.
Okay.
Who
Okay,
is
so
that?
you have had
Okay,
Iran.
who's
I
backing
agree there
Iran?
is some mutual
Russia.
funding of terrorist organizations.
Russia.
The Russian ties are not terribly clear.
Ah, come on, man. Come
I
on.
mean, we can intuit Russia, but Russia also doesn't have a tenth of the funding as the West.
Also, who?
Maybe if you could indict China, maybe you would have an argument, but you don't.
Okay.
Russia
Wait.
and China are not linked? Okay, that's a whole other broader topic that's not gonna. I mean, we can go way off in the weeds on that, but I'm just gonna say I disagree.
Yeah, but you're just kind of amorphously saying terrorists, right? But
I mean,
you
you could look
really
at
need to
treaties
point me
that
to an
Russia and
actual
China
person
ended
that
up
could
party
have
to
this
across
amount
the
of
world.
money, such as the billions and billions and billions that America's pouring into it.
Yeah, that's just not like it's just.
So
I
you're
don't think you
stating
can. I
you're
don't think you
stating
can
that
draw the
Russia and Iran
line.
are not pouring billions and billions and billions of dollars into the. I mean, they've been doing it again for 25 years across the world. They funded the
Wait, no,
Taliban, they funded
so
Al
the
Qaeda,
Russian,
they funded
you can't
Hezbollah,
really
they
get
funded.
numbers on Russia. I've said Iran. I've agreed with you on Iran, but Iran doesn't have as much money as the West as a whole. The billions that America and England and the EU have been sending to
Like not even
Israel just
close.
don't compare.
Not even close.
Yeah,
Like
it's not
oh.
at all. And also, Michael, another really important point here is I'm American, and I live in the UK.
I mean, I am
I'm
too.
talking about what in this conversation, what matters, right? In this
Okay,
conversation,
so
it
you're
matters a
saying
lot that we control the money, and then we can add strings to that money. And some of
okay.
those strings, either we should stop sending the money, or the string should be stop committing heinous acts, or stop flagrantly lying. Like, stop your propaganda.
Okay, what I'm stating is there is propaganda undoubtedly on both sides of this conflict. You're just stating
What do we have control
Okay.
over?
it's an argument size. It's an argument size on what that is. So my next
It's
question
an
is
argument
gonna be-
size and control. I'm saying we have control, so we should use that control.
Okay, so we do that. We cut off all, like we stated,
Or put it on
non-defensive military
strings.
funding.
Cut it all off or put it on strings. We could put the defensive funding on strings.
Okay, so we do that. What do you think happens next after we remove the military funding?
I think there are huge. So I think the good, right, is first of all less use of white phosphorus. We agree on that. Like stopping a direct ground invasion in Gaza, right? Like things that will just straight up save hundreds of thousands of lives, right? Or like thousands of lives. Quite honestly, that's
Do
the
you
scale
think
we're
if we
talking on
do you
currently.
think if we do that tomorrow that Hamas stops launching rockets into Israel?
No, I think if we
It's
do it
not time
tomorrow,
to
fewer
form
people
another
die.
terrorist attack.
Here, let's just
Okay.
be quite honest, Michael. Though, if we do it tomorrow, fewer people die. Point blank.
Okay,
Period.
so
We know
I
that's
feel,
true. My goal here
I
is
feel
to
like
save
the
lives.
okay,
okay.
so
I feel like the
at that
basis
point,
of
how
all
is
of this.
Israel supposed to respond against any further incursions into its state?
What are you saying, cousin?
Okay, so basically, like, I feel like you guys, like, I understand why you're talking about this stuff, but at the same time, like, the biggest problem here immediately, and you just mentioned it, is saving lives. Like, what's most at
But
risk right now is
that's such an amorphous statement.
It's not
I just
amorphous
want
when
to
it's a ground
stabilize.
invasion. It's
No,
not amorphous at all when it's
that is
rockets on rockets on
100%.
rockets.
Okay, so you stated Israel should not launch rockets into Gaza and they should not commit a ground invasion, correct? That's what you're stating. So
Yeah.
how is Israel supposed to respond? Again, we've removed all military funding from Western countries to Israel that is non-defensive from this conversation, correct? Okay, so we've also stated that Hamas is a terrorist organization that's bent on the destruction of Israel and the murder of Jews. So we've now removed all military funding. How is Israel supposed to respond if they cannot launch rockets into anywhere in Gaza because they're populated by civilians and they cannot commit to a ground invasion?
Yeah, Michael. So there's a lot of context here. Okay. The first thing is if the metric is saving lives, this is the policy that will do it. Right?
yeah.
So so if that's the metric. If the metric is stability in the Middle East, right? It's still the best thing because this is putting it in it is putting it in Israel's material interest to ensure peace. And I think you're missing something here, which is that one second, Michael. This is a really important point. This is a really important point. Let me just
But you haven't answered my question,
No,
man.
no, because
I'll listen to what you're
I'm
saying.
answering your question because
Okay.
it's complicated. Because
Hmm.
fundamentally, the first move, right? The first move in seeking peace of a complicated scenario is putting it in everyone's best interest to seek peace.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
Hmm.
That's my biggest answer because it's a complicated thing. And what exact borders we draw, right? What exact ways that we ensure maybe like I've suggested maybe we put Gaza under a trustee state of Egypt or under a trustee state of Jordan or
They've already
something
said
like
they don't
that.
want it.
No, I know. That's why I'm saying this is important, Michael.
Egypt is
No,
100% closed its borders to
no, no.
anyone
I
from
know,
Israel.
I know,
Yeah.
Okay,
Michael.
but wait,
My
if we're
point
gonna
is putting it in everyone's best interest. So the thing is, this is why it's important to have the context of the first move is you put it in everyone's best interests to have peace in that area, and then you get true, genuine cooperation. So cutting off offensive military funding, right, will make a hot war with the Gazan Strip much less appealing to the Israelis. And that's the first step. And then you go to the negotiation table and you say, okay, who else can we pull in? Right? Can we incentivize Egypt to maybe take over trusteeship? Can we incentivize Jordan? Maybe we make Qatar the trusteeship, right? We do something because I agree Palestine. Fundamentally, I don't think it can be self-governing currently. I think it does need a trusteeship of some form because of the destruction of institutions within it. So you institute an institution by people that it will accept. So other Arabs, quite honestly, and you do a
Hmm.
trusteeship, and that'll massively reduce it. I think that's probably the strongest you're going to get. But
Okay.
the first move is putting it at everyone's material interests.
Okay. So you said a military trustee, a trusteeship, which should have to include a military presence, not of Israel, but of another country that decides to enact that trusteeship. Correct?
Yeah,
It would
that's
have to
somewhat
because
we already have in the West Bank. I mean,
so
there were
well, that's by
Jordanian troops in
Israel.
there. No, there
Yeah.
were Jordanian troops. Not
Okay.
anymore. There were Jordanian
Okay,
troops,
but
and I'm
there's not
quite
anymore.
comfortable
Correct.
with that.
Okay, so you're saying that there would have to be a trusteeship, which you would have to agree, commonsensically, would have to include a military presence within Gaza.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. There's already a military presence within, yeah,
Okay,
within Lebanon and stuff.
because there is a terrorist cell that is currently occupying Gaza and terrorizing not only Israel, but the Palestinian people, correct? Do you
Yeah.
think that terrorist cell is going to accept trusteeship of another country?
Once again, if we make it in everyone's material interests,
You
this
honestly,
diplomacy. But Michael, you're offering no solutions. Quite
no, no,
honestly,
no. I'm
your
asking
solution
you to follow
because
your
no, because
logical conclusion. I'm
this is
asking you
the
to
thing
follow your
is
logical conclusion.
it's really complicated, right? And how exactly the diplomacy puts it in the Palestinian people's best interests to have a trusteeship,
But
right,
again,
would be really really
we've
complicated,
separated
right?
the Palestinian people from Hamas.
No, I know, but how you put it. So the thing is Hamas. You put it in Iran's best interest to stop funding Hamas because Hamas does not
That
exist
will
in a
never
vacuum. They're not
happen.
just a bunch of crazy people in a vacuum, right? No. First of all, Michael, you're denying. Okay,
I'm
this
going off of
conversation
the
is really
last.
frustrating because it's denying reality of diplomacy.
No, it's not denying the
The
reality. It's
EU is a
recognizing
major the
history. It's recognizing history.
No, but I'm saying this is
We
but
have
history
we
in history the trusteeships have been relatively functional. But anyway, what I'm saying is okay, regarding Iran and Iran support. Iran has a massive trade partner with the EU. Okay, the EU has incredible trade power with Iran, and that Iran also has incredible trade power with the EU. Right? This matters, right? Because the EU, who is famously quite sensitive to such issues and famously quite sensitive to human rights violations, much more than America, they have quite a lower
man,
tolerance for it,
you're
right?
failing to recognize one thing. The Obama administration tried this with Iran. It lifted sanctions on Iran. It had the Iran nuclear deal, which gave
Yeah, the Iran nuclear deal worked, by the way.
billions of dollars. No, they did not stop funding terrorism, my man. That's why it
No, but
took
it
another
worked in
15
terms of
years to get
stopping
out
them
of the
from
Middle
getting
East.
nukes.
Say what?
It
No,
worked
no,
in
I
terms of
agree.
stopping them.
It prevented them from getting nukes, but it did not, because the whole purpose of the Iran nuclear deal was an attempt to get Iran to de-radicalize, and they didn't.
Yeah,
All
but
they did
Michael,
was spend money that
so
they
the
could have
thing
been
is
using
that
for their nuclear program into radicalized causes across the Middle
yeah,
East. They gave
but
more money. It's one of the things that funded the rise of ISIS, man.
yeah, but Michael, this is really important. This is so the first metric is save lives. The first metric
But
is
that's
this will
such a
save lives.
nebulous term that you keep
No,
saying.
it's not nebulous.
Not
It's
recognized
literally
by
no, it's not
history.
nebulous. It's the
You
least.
keep saying make it in
Michael, it is
Iran's
so
interest
insane.
to
You're so insane. That's
de-radicalize.
so.
You keep saying
I
make
don't
it in
think you're
Iran's
dishonest, but
interest to de-radicalize.
I think you're deeply indoctrinated. That is not nebulous. It is extremely concrete. It is extremely
No,
concrete.
I'm saying how you get there is nebulous. It's
No, it's
easy
not.
to
It's
say.
not at all. They stop. So
Okay,
Israel
can I
has the
finish my thought
strongest
though, Taylor?
defensive capacities of basically any country in the world. Okay, they
Okay,
can take the missiles, bro.
okay.
Like that's what I'm saying. Is
You're saying that
the
you think if
comparative
we
Israeli? So just to be quite like the direct calculus, we know the ground invasion will cost hundreds and thousands of lives. Okay, we know
Mhm.
that. Okay, there's no way in hell the moral calculus turns out that Israel taking a few of those missiles from Hamas, right, ends in more casualties. It's just not possible.
No,
They
no,
shouldn't have to. I agree.
if
They shouldn't
Israel
have
goes
to,
into
but
Gaza,
there's
they're
no way.
going in with the express purpose of completely wiping Hamas off the map.
Which will involve thousands of civilian
No,
deaths.
I'm not disagreeing
Thousands.
with you there. I'm not disagreeing with you there
Exactly.
at
So
all.
explain to me, can you offer me an alternative plan that ever costs fewer lives?
My man, that's what I'm telling you. I don't think that there is one because you're saying that you would offer another country to come in, which we both agree
No,
will
that we're not
involve
even at that
military
level
boots on the
right
ground.
now. If America stopped funding them or said, if you do a ground invasion, we will cut off all funding, right?
Mm-hmm.
That there is a non-zero and I would say relatively high chance that there is a sharp and physical, visceral reduction in casualties.
Yeah.
I wholly disagree with that
You
simply
think
because I
Israel would
don't
go
think
ahead?
no. I think that Israel wouldn't commit ground troops. I think Israel would expend every single munition within its capacity to
Then we tell
completely wipe Gaza off the map.
Okay, so then they need to be held accountable and they need to be tried for war crimes because that is committing genocide.
Yeah. So the
So
thing is the long-term solution is complicated, and both you and I recognize that, and you haven't suggested a long-term solution, quite honestly. That's
No.
why we can't compare the complexity. But the short-term solution is really simple.
I disagree because I don't think that
Can you tell me a short-term solution that would have fewer casualties?
I do not think backing Israel into a corner by stating that we are going to remove all military funding from you right now. So guess what? That means you have a limited amount of time before what you have runs out. I don't think that ends the way you think the way you think it's going to end.
Where do you think how do you think it ends? Do you think it ends in the destruction of the Israeli state? Do you really think the Israeli state would end? Is that your real view?
Who's going to destroy the Israeli state at that point?
I don't think they will. So how do you think it ends?
That's what I'm saying. But
how
again,
do you think it ends?
You didn't let me follow.
How do you think it ends, Michael?
You did not let me follow my logical conclusion of the question that I was asking. The question that I was asking is you stated that you think one of the things that will work is another country coming in and taking stewardship over Gaza, correct? Until they're able to form their own.
I said that was the only feasible long-term example of non.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so you stated that that's one of your proposed solutions, which, as we've agreed, would include a military force because Hamas, the terrorist cell that's there, they're not.
What's your point? Get to your point. The reason I keep cutting you off is because you keep restating this long preamble.
Do you think that there are going to be engagements between whatever country comes in to take stewardship and Hamas is currently located in Gaza?
Yes. Yes.
So do you think civilians are going to die?
Yes.
Okay. So again, you've said your cost benefit analysis is the saving of lives, but you think that less lives will be expended by another country coming in and doing the exact same thing that Israel's trying to do right now.
It won't be. It won't because it's not. It's a long answer. But it won't because that's not what we see in the West Bank. That's not what we saw with the Jordanian Trust in the West Bank.
20,000 Palestinians got killed. What are you talking about?
Not the
Jordan, when they got expelled from Jordan because Hamas was doing the PLO was doing the exact same thing Hamas is doing right now in Jordan, 20,000 Palestinians got killed.
20,000 in the Israeli PLO conflict. Yes.
No. Jordanian. When the Jordanians expelled members of the PLO because the PLO had bases that were set up in Jordan when Jordan took stewardship over parts of what was Palestine. They were expelled on Black September when
Michael, what I'm really interested in, because I think at some point, right, another country is going to have to run them. And the question is, do we let Israel run them, right, which has an express interest in
No,
being an ethno
dude,
state, or do we let
you
another
completely
Arab
blew
country
past the
who
point
has
that I was
interest in them?
making. You completely blew past the point that I
No,
was making.
so no, the thing is there's no
You
alternative.
stated that your highest goal and highest aspiration is the saving of lives.
Yeah, it's better than
I'm
it's
stating
better
that
than the 2 million citizens that'll be genocided if it's airstriked.
no, ground invasion. We said ground invasion.
Okay, ground
I
invasion
do
is gonna
not
fucking
agree with
level it as well.
what? No,
Okay,
Ground
ground
invasion is
invasion
going
is
to level it
completely
as
different
well.
than just allowing him to level it with rockets. It's completely different.
Wait, Michael, though. So this is my point: is at some point someone will have to deal with Hamas, right? And the thing is you're comparing Israel doing it or
So you're
another
saying it's
Arab.
better if they get
Shh, come
killed
on,
by another
bro.
country than if they get killed by the IDF?
What I'm saying is that the IDF is going to kill more of them by comparison, and there's a good reason for this. Right? There's a good reason to believe this because of a few reasons. But because, first of all, if something like Qatar does it, Iran is not nearly as far enemies with Qatar as they are with Israel. Things exist on a scale. Okay? Qatar and Iran have functional relations. Israel and Iran do not. So if Qatar and Iran were making negotiations because they have a trusteeship over the Gaza Strip, right? Hamas is going to have much less support from Iran.
But
So
dude,
we just
that's
have
what
to follow it.
dude,
Follow it through the train.
that's what what you just said makes no sense for the simple fact of you just said that Qatar and Iran have similar interests and similar views on how they are and policies when it comes to foreign relations, correct? And we've
I said
established
that
that
they have a
Iran.
functional relationship.
Okay, and let me get your argument is going to be that that's going to like basically arm them and put Western
Yes.
countries and other countries at risk.
No, not just them, but it's going to escalate conflict because now
Escalate.
Iran has a guaranteed foothold within Gaza versus an amorphous one. That's the
Okay.
point that I'm making.
I just disagree that I just disagree that like if Qatar gained the Gaza Strip, for example,
The
right, as
whole
a
argument that you're
trusteeship,
making says that it would be better for these civilians to get
it would be
killed by
more
another
stable
country,
because
but
Qatar
not
isn't going to invade
Israelis.
it. Because Qatar, as an organization, isn't materially interested in invading Israel, like
But they
Iran
are
is.
materially interested in bettering their relationship when it comes to Iran, correct?
Yeah, but they have many routes to do that. They're also interested in maintaining a route with Saudi Arabia and America.
So if when Qatar gains stewardship over Gaza and that part of what is Palestine, and Iran goes to them and says, "Hey, we
Yeah,
have
you think they're going to
intrigued."
risk a full-scale invasion on Qatar's money when they need to? But this is nonsense because this is
This is the
because this
lie
actually
that has
because
been the
Qatar is a
last
great
30
example of
years
this.
of
Let's talk
foreign
about
policy.
trusteeship of Qatar because Qatar already functions as a moderator between Saudi Arabia and Iran as well as the West, right? Qatar fundamentally has mixed material
Iran was
interests.
fucking pissed about the fact that there was becoming that a relationship was building between Israel and Saudi Arabia. I don't understand what you're talking about. That was one of the things that a lot of these analysts are saying led to
Wait, we just
was the
blew past.
fact
Anyway,
that
I'm talking about Qatar. Like, I
yes,
know, okay, that was a Western back deal. Anyway, beyond this,
what
beyond
you
this,
just
Michael,
contradicted yourself.
where?
You just contradicted yourself. You said that was one of the things about is they're normalizing relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia and Iran have nowhere near normalized relationship.
I didn't say that Iran and Saudi Arabia were normalizing.
You said that was one of the things that Qatar was doing.
No, I said that Qatar functions as an effective moderator between the two, which it does.
But it's not moderating.
No,
That's what I'm telling you.
no, it's not fully normalized between like sworn enemies. I never
You
said
said that it
that,
acts as a moderator.
which it does.
What part of the interactions between Iran and Saudi Arabia are moderated? Because again, this is what a lot of these foreign analysts are saying led to this attack was the fact that relations were normalizing between Israel and Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Israel. So yeah, but why do you bring up the Israel-Saudi Arabia when we're talking about the normalization between Saudi Arabia and Iran, right? When Qatar Qatar functions as a moderator.
Saudi Arabia and
Qatar does
Israel.
function as a moderator between Saudi Arabia and Iran. That's
My
what
point
they
is
do.
Israel hates both Saudi Arabia and Israel.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, but you're saying that Qatar has done such a stellar job as being a moderator.
No, I didn't say just a stellar job. What I said is Qatar is probably the best
You
example,
said
right,
that
of
that
something
would
that could
be,
balance material interests.
but you said that
You
that would
keep
be a
taking
reason to.
you keep taking mine to the extreme. I didn't say that there's some omnipotent gods, right?
No,
And I didn't say that they made everything better. I'd say that they'll probably do a better job of balancing material interests in a way that isn't just solely Western focused in the Gaza Strip than Israel is. Because once again, we have to remember it's going to be a ground invasion by Israel, right? Or it's going to be a violent occupation by Qatar. And I'll take a violent occupation by Qatar much better than a ground invasion
you
by Israel.
just stated my point, man. You just stated my point. You just stated what I've been trying to say for the last 10 minutes. You stated that your whole end goal here was saving lives, correct?
Yeah.
You just stated that you're okay with the loss of life as long as it comes from another country and not Israel.
No,
No,
what I
basically
said
what
is if
he's saying
Qatar
is
did it, yeah.
You just said that.
it's going to be
You
on a
said
lesser scale than if the Israeli government was to go in and do what they are planning to do. Basically, it's the lesser of two evils because we don't obviously have a solution right now. There's a lot that goes into this, and he's offering, once again, the lesser of two evils. That's it.
Everything's
It's
the
not
lesser of two evils.
what
It's
historical
calculus of people's lives. And we're
but
saying
yes.
we know that
what
this will cost
historical
people's less
information
lives.
is leading you to that calculus
By
is what I'm
literally,
saying.
okay, here's the thing. There's a huge amount, I've made this argument before, right? You need to move beyond black and white and understand that things are scales.
Come on, man. Don't do that because
No,
I
because
think
it's
we've had a pretty
diminutive to
good
my argument
conversation.
that you do this,
We've
because
had a
it's
pretty
really
good
frustrating.
conversation. I think both of us are seeing each other's side a little bit here, and
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, then I'll try and state mine in the most clear terms possible. Iran has a better relationship with Qatar than it does with Israel.
yes, I'll agree.
Qatar is not materially interested. Oh shit, wait, sorry. There we go. I had to verify that I'm still live. Anyway, Qatar is not materially interested in a large-scale military action against Israel. Okay. So the risk, let's just run it down the risks. We have risks to Palestinian citizens. We have security risks to Israel, right? And then we have dealing with Hamas. These two are pretty linked. Okay? The risk, if we give trusteeship to Qatar, for example, if we somehow convince them, if America steps in, gives material reasons for Qatar to do this, right? Let's just say we do.
Okay.
Qatar gets trusteeship. There's a very, very low chance in my book, and we can maybe discuss this, that they engage in a large scale military engagement with Israel. Okay,
I don't think
in my
Hamas
book
is
that's
going
low.
to give them. I don't think Hamas is going to give them that
No,
option.
no. So let's start with this. I just want to go risk by risk to be very clear. I think the risk of Qatar engaging large scale with Israel is very low. Okay, then we can move to the protection of Palestinian people from Hamas, and then the protection of Palestinian people from Qatar. Okay, then the question is how they deal with Hamas. I'm saying they're much more likely to be better suited dealing with Hamas than Israel will because of their relationship with Iran. So their relationship with Iran will lessen the vitriol and then the funding from Iran to Hamas. And the likelihood that it turns into a full-scale proxy war between Iran and Qatar is very low because, once again, they have much more normal relations. Okay, so the funding, the scale, right, of Iran's support for Hamas when it's fighting Qatar will be much lower than when it's fighting Israel. Meaning that the takedown of Hamas, which we have to do at some point, right? It has to be done at some point, will be much less. And the Palestinian and Hamas, right? We can talk about whether Hamas will be more friendly to Qatar. We don't have to rely on it, right? But the Palestinian people will always be more accepting of a trusteeship by Qatar, right, than they will by Israel. Because fundamentally, a lot of the ideology coming from Palestine is looking for Arab brotherhood. And having an Arab nation will just fundamentally make it more politically viable, and it will materially balance the thing. That's the route we're looking for. A lot closer than a full scale than any form of continued Israeli. Where do you disagree with that risk analysis?
Okay, let me just state.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that because Iran is backing Hamas, but they have a good relationship with Qatar. If Qatar goes in and takes stewardship over Gaza, that Iran, because Qatar is a semi-ally or whatever it may be,
Yeah.
Iran will lessen its funding in the material that it's sending to Hamas or possibly de-radicalize Hamas because Qatar is an ally.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah. Pretty close. Yeah.
Okay. So is the end goal of that here is establishing a Palestinian government within Gaza, or Israel is going to have to give up more land?
Well, we start with normalizing Gaza. So we start with de-radicalizing,
Okay, so
de-escalating. We start with de-escalation, and then
within 2
Qatar
decades, we spend time and money and material that building up a Palestinian form of
institutions.
governments and
Well, you need
institutions and all those kind of.
institutions. That's what trusteeships are for, is to build institutions. You can't have a
Yeah,
country
yeah.
without institutions.
What we
So we agree on
tried,
that.
what we tried and failed to do in like Iraq and Afghanistan and all those Middle Eastern countries, we fucked up.
Yes, yeah. The difficulty, right, is once again we didn't give Arab trust. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that a unilateral pull out, right, without
Well, we
trying to
also
build
went in and
Arab
tried.
trusteeship is a
We
little
also
different.
went in and tried to impress our form of democracy on countries that either A, didn't want them, or B, were not ready for them.
Yeah, this is why I say give them to an Arab country.
Yeah,
Because we're
yeah.
much more interested in saving lives than we are in implementing our values. I think
Yeah.
we fuck up when we try and implement Western values. So that's the important part. And then we can move from there. Qatar can come to the table, right, with the West. Qatar can come to the table with Israel and talk and actually engage in discussion. And it moves from terrorists, right, being the negotiators. It moves from having to take an amorphous terrorist organization for them to build institutions, right, and suddenly become a moral actor, right, which is kind of what the PLO arguably attempted was put into the role of doing, which didn't turn out very well, especially because the Israelis had such more power, right? And then we have an actual. It also solves the power imbalance, right? Qatar's quite a powerful country, right? And
Yeah.
Qatar has quite powerful allies as well. So when
They
we
got a
have a
lot of money
powerful
in there.
country, they can actually engage in good faith with the Israelis, right? And the Israelis are materially interested, right, in engaging in good faith with the Qataris. And so that would be the path forward I would go for. And that starts with de-escalation on Israel's side. And then it moves from the first step we would go to in order to support the Israelis de-escalating, right, is having the West make it in the Israelis' material benefits to not have a hot war, and then we do something to engage the Qatar, or we could try and convince Egypt if we could materially convince them. Egypt or Qatar would be probably the best moves. We can maybe try and get Jordan to do it, but they don't have too
I
much
don't think
interest in
Egypt's
it.
going to do it.
Yeah, but once again, all of these are long shots, but all of these,
Yeah.
I'll
I
just
think
say
the only country
billions
you
of.
mentioned that might have an interest in doing that would be Qatar. I don't think
Yeah.
Jordan has no interest. I don't think that Egypt has already stated they have no interest, and Lebanon has no ability. And again, they're aligned with terrorists, so that would be
So, yeah, a lot of that comes down to using America's wealth to materially interest all the parties to get it all together and move out of Israel's bad faith. And that starts with us flexing a little bit.
Yeah, the one thing that I think we agree on. I actually don't see a bad path in that. To be honest with you, I will agree that that's probably a pretty good path that we could take. And I think we also agree that at some point in time, Hamas is going to have to be removed as a power source within Gaza.
We agree, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, man, I think we disagree on some smaller points, but on a broader point, I can actually find some common ground with you when it comes to that end goal.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you being open and talking. So yeah, slay.
Hey, man, good conversation. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Take care.
Yep,
I did see. Sorry, I just wanted to address this because I did see in the comments that somebody asked or basically was saying, "Oh, well, what about Israel's saying giving the Palestinians like time to leave?" They bombed them when they tried to leave, and also take this into consideration. Like people are talking about like where will they go? Where will they go? Even if they could get into Egypt, they would then become refugees, and they would not be able to return to their land. So there's also that factor that's really important to take into consideration because this is like Palestinians are fighting for the land. And a lot of stuff that I've seen on the internet is like Palestinians would rather die on their land than leave it. So ultimately like evacuation and moving to a different spot is not an option for them, not something that they want to pick. And it would also it would mean that Israel will get to occupy Gaza.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, I do think I am probably going to call that. Sorry for like interrupting you, guys. I know you
You're
wanted
all
to
good.
speak, but I was like trying to get because I haven't expressed that. I was really happy to have like a discussion where I could really go through to the very end of
Yeah.
that plan because not many people have good answers for
hmm
what we can do, and I've kind of been formulating and sitting on working on that. So I appreciate you. Let me speak there. But yeah, I do think I'm also going to go to sleep. It is 8 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
and I should have gone to sleep forever ago.
Yeah. No, totally fair.
Yeah. Well, really lovely to meet you, Kaiser.
Yeah.
So how
Nice
do I
meeting
pronounce
you.
your name? I feel like I've been mispronouncing it the whole time. This
My
might
name
not.
is Keza.
Kaiser, lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely. Apologies for that. But anyway,
All
yeah,
good. All good.
I'll do a little intro. But if you want to do a little exit, you can. If you want to say something, or you will.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, I appreciate everybody that's on this live that's looking to educate themselves on what's going on. It's really important that we do so in order to make the best decisions regarding the situation. And of course, as people, as a population, as we have power as a united front. So once again, just like keep educating yourself and make sure that you like of course there's a lot of stuff going on, there's a lot of propaganda and stuff, so make sure that you're really like fact checking the information that you're getting. But yeah, free Palestine till it's backwards. Take care,
Absolutely,
guys. And thank
absolutely.
you for having me on the live.
Of course. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Peace out.
Peace.
I got you. Okie dokie, everyone. Well, that turned out really well. So, yay. I'm very pleased with that live. I'm very happy I did this. I'm very happy I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning, um, and decided to go live. So exciting. Um, but yeah, so thank you so much. Um, Everyone who supports this, yeah, go out, advocate. There's lots we can do. Call your senator, call your diplomat, call anyone you conceivably can, pull family strings. I don't care. Like, make a move because we are watching a genocide. Okay, we are watching horrendous things happen, and the I do a lot of work in social issues. I do a lot of work in amorphous social issues. This is not an amorphous social issue. Okay, this is now. This is here. Right, and the change that Americans can make by pulling the strings that we have, right, by affecting what's happening. If you just watch, right, if you just watch what the advocacy coming from the Scottish First Minister happening right now, right? If we watch the advocacy coming from the Scottish First Minister because of his relation to Palestine, we can see what one guy can do in terms of advocacy. And if he can get on call with Rishi, we can see a change. So I appreciate all of you. Y'all should go out and do advocacy. This is really, really deeply important. And people will, Zionists especially will try and intimidate you from talking on this topic. Talk about what you can. Talk about what you know. Talk about what you can. Don't talk about what you don't know. Don't feel like you need. There's lots of, people on my side as well that'll say, you need to speak out. You need to have this stance. You need to have this stance. Talk about what you know. Okay? Do educate yourself and then share that education. It's very, very important, right? And also, if you want guides, I have what I would call like ideological like anchors, and one really good one that I point to is Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin from Ireland, right? They are doing incredible Western advocacy for what here and now the EU can do to stop this massacre. What here and now the EU can do to stop the horrendous, disgusting acts that Israel is going to do. So I appreciate the conversation, everyone. I really do. And I'm going to go to sleep, I think. Maybe. We'll see. Peace out. I'm gonna do a bit of a shill. I do. Please do go follow my YouTube. The link is in my bio. Directly after this, if all of you can go to my bio, follow it, because I can't say everything I want to on TikTok. TikTok doesn't like me, and they have limited my account truly so many times. So if you can go follow my YouTube, that'd be great. And I'm gonna be going on YouTube, and I'm gonna be going live on YouTube and be able to do things. So yeah, stand with Palestine, free Palestine. Love you all. Okay, bye bye.